You're wide awake at 3 in the morning in a hotel room that smells faintly of old carpet and lemon cleaning solution, jet lag pressing against the back of your eyes like a thumb. Outside, Istanbul rain drifts down in that fine mist that isn't quite commitment, just enough to make the narrow street below your window look like it's been brushed with oil paint. You've tried scrolling through your phone, tried the complimentary tea bags, tried lying perfectly still with your eyes closed, but your body insists it's noon somewhere inside you, and sleep isn't coming. So you pull on yesterday's jeans and a hoodie, and decide to walk it off, because at least the rain will feel like something happening. The streets near your hotel are the kind of narrow that makes you wonder how delivery trucks manage. All uneven cobblestones and shuttered shops with metal grates pulled down for the night. You pass a cat sitting in a doorway, completely dry under an awning, watching you with the patient contempt of something that belongs here while you clearly don't. The rain mists your face, and you don't bother pulling up your hood. Somewhere a few blocks over, you can hear the distant white noise of traffic on a bigger road. But here it's just your footsteps and the occasional drip from a gutter. Then you turn a corner and there's a banner stretched across a narrow building's facade. The kind of temporary fabric sign that snaps in the wind. The Last Days of Constantinople, in English and Turkish, with a small Byzantine double-headed eagle logo and an arrow pointing to a door that's still, improbably open despite the hour. The building is one of those renovated Ottoman-era things, all cream-coloured stone and narrow windows, with a wooden door propped open and a small placard that says the museum keeps erratic hours during the exhibit's final week. You push through and find yourself in a tiny lobby with a bored security guard who barely glances up from his phone, just waves you toward a dark corridor like he's seen stranger things than a soaked tourist at 3:30 in the morning. You pay the entrance fee with crumpled lira notes and head in, and the air changes immediately. Cooler, drier, with that particular hush that museums have, like the building is holding its breath. The halls are narrow and the lighting is that careful dim gold that makes you feel like you're walking through amber. You drift past glass cases full of Byzantine coins and fragments of mosaics, past icons with flaking gold leaf and cracked wooden panels showing saints with enormous eyes. There's no one else here, just you and the echoing click of your sneakers on old tile and the distant hum of climate control. The rooms open one into another in a maze that doesn't quite make sense architecturally, like the building has been renovated too many times and the floors don't line up anymore. You pass a case of chainmail and another of ceramic bowls, and then you turn into a room that stops you cold. The floor glows. It's a huge lit map of old Constantinople, maybe 15 feet across, set into the floor itself with the walls and gates outlined in soft gold LEDs that pulse very faintly, like a heartbeat. The Theodosian Walls trace their triple line along the western edge. The Golden Horn curves around the north. The Bosphorus shimmers on the eastern side in tiny blue lights. Churches are marked with crosses, gates with archways, neighbourhoods with their Greek names in small print. You can see Hagia Sophia, the Hippodrome, the harbours, the cisterns. It's beautiful in a stark, fragile way, like looking at an X-ray of something that used to be alive. At the edge of the map, sitting on a small pedestal, there's a glass case holding a blackened bronze cannonball the size of a basketball, its surface pitted and scarred. The placard reads, 1453, from Urban's Bombard, recovered from the walls near the gate of St. Romanus. You crouch down to look at it, and the metal looks almost organic up close, like it's been digested by time. On the side of the map table, mounted flush with the floor's edge, there's a brass dial the size of a dinner plate, ringed with dates. Most of them are worn smooth from handling, but one setting is rubbed nearly to nothing, the numbers barely visible. 29th May 1453. You reach out and touch the dial and feel a faint static tingle, like touching an old TV screen. That's when you notice the message scratched into the brass rim of the dial. It's not part of the original design. Someone carved it in later, shaky modern letters dug into the metal with something sharp, maybe a key or a pocket knife. You have to tilt your head to read it in the dim light. Dial to 29 May 1453. Set ut kabel 03 war. Constantinople. 040. Wait for both calls. You blink at it, trying to pass what that means. UTC Pel03.0 is the time zone, Istanbul's time zone technically, though it would have been called Constantinople back then. The old city's time. You pull out your phone and check. It's 0347 local time, and your phone happily offers to switch to UTC Pel03 if you want. the modern echo of that old longitude. Your thumb hovers over the setting, but you don't change it yet. You look back at the dial and notice there's more text, smaller, almost illegible, carved below the first line. At 04 Seals, when church bells and call to prayer overlap, put your palm on the cannonball and don't flinch. You read it twice, then a third time. It's the kind of thing that would be a joke, except it's carved into museum property with what must have been serious effort, and the brass around the words is scratched and worn like someone has touched this spot over and over. You look around the room, still empty, just you and the glowing map and the HVAC humming somewhere in the walls. The rain outside has gone quieter. You can hear your own breathing. You sit down on the edge of the map, careful not to step on the glowing streets, and pull your phone back out. It's 2:51. 9 minutes until 04 Celsius. You don't know what you're waiting for exactly, but your heart is doing something interesting in your chest. A little flutter that feels less like fear and more like the moment before you jump into cold water. You change your phone's time zone setting to UTC +03 Constantinople. It's a drop-down option, nestled between other historical city names, and the time stays the same but the label changes, and something about that feels significant in a way you can't articulate. The museum is so quiet you can hear the clock on the far wall ticking. You realise you're holding your breath. At 03:56 you hear it for the first time, a muezzin's voice faint and distant, barely audible through the old walls. It's not a full call to prayer, just someone practicing or testing a microphone somewhere in the city outside, and it fades almost immediately. But it's enough to make you stand up and move to the glass case with the cannonball. The lid isn't fully sealed. There's a gap where the glass doesn't quite meet the base, just wide enough that you could reach in if you really wanted to. You rest your hand on the edge of the case and feel the cold of the glass, and through the gap, the faint dusty chill radiating off the cannonball itself. Your palm hovers an inch above its surface. At 03:59, the exhibit speakers crackle to life. You hadn't even noticed them, small and hidden in the ceiling corners, and a sound fills the room. Church bells, recorded, Byzantine in rhythm, overlapping in that strange pattern that Eastern Orthodox bells have. Not quite melodic, more like a conversation between different tones. The sound is tinny through the old speakers, but it fills the space, and your hand starts to shake slightly above the cannonball. You're waiting for something you don't understand, and you're not sure if you believe in it, but you're waiting anyway. At exactly 04, two things happen at once. The exhibit's bells reach a crescendo, all the tones ringing together, and from outside, bleeding through the walls, you hear the real call to prayer begin. Allahu Akbar, rich and deep and live. A voice from a minaret somewhere in the actual city. Not a recording, but the real thing happening in real time. For a few seconds, the two sounds braid together. The recorded Christian bells and the live Muslim call to prayer, overlapping in a way that shouldn't work but does, and in that overlap you press your palm down hard onto the cannonball's surface, whispering without knowing why. Pudding Lane of this world, not here, but the rule is the walls. The cannonball is ice cold and then it's burning hot, and the map's gold LEDs flare so bright you have to close your eyes. You feel the floor tilt under you, or maybe you're tilting, and the neat flat map is rising up. Streets becoming three-dimensional, alleys and houses and walls growing vertical around you like the whole thing is unfolding into real space. For a heartbeat you're standing in a glowing wireframe city, all light and geometry, and you can see through the walls to the courtyards and cisterns and crypts below. Then the wireframe fills in. Stone, wood, smoke, rain, cold air slamming into your lungs. Your feet hit wet stone hard enough to jar your knees and you stagger forward, hands out, catching yourself on a low parapet wall. When you open your eyes, you're standing on the Theodosian Walls of Constantinople, and it's the night of May 28th bleeding into the morning of May 29th, 1453, and the city is in its last hours. The rain is real rain now, cold and steady, soaking through your hoodie in seconds. The stone under your feet is slick and ancient, worn smooth by centuries of boots and sandals and bare feet. You're on a wall walk, a wide pathway running along the top of the inner wall, with a parapet on your left looking out toward the Ottoman siege lines, and a drop on your right down into the city itself. Torches burn in iron sconces every 20 feet or so, their flames guttering in the wind and rain, casting wild shadows. Below you, down the slope of the city, you can see the dark shapes of houses and churches clustered together, narrow streets winding between them, and further down the gleam of water, the Golden Horn or maybe the Marmara, you can't tell from here. And beyond the walls, stretching into the darkness, a sea of campfires. Thousands of them, tens of thousands. The Ottoman army waiting. Armoured men move past you on the wall walk, their footsteps heavy and purposeful. They wear a mix of gear, some in full plate with surcoats bearing crosses or family emblems, others in chainmail and leather, a few in just padded gambesons soaked through with rain. They carry crossbows, arquebuses, pikes, swords. They don't look at you. You stand pressed against the parapet as a group of them trudges past, adjusting their weapons, murmuring to each other in Greek and Latin and Italian, and none of them react to your presence at all. You're a ghost here, or maybe they're the ghosts and you're the one out of time. Either way, you're invisible to them, and that should be comforting, but it's not. It just makes you feel untethered, like you could blow away with the smoke. A priest comes down the wall walk carrying an icon, a wooden panel showing the Virgin Mary with enormous dark eyes, the gold leaf around her head flickering in the torchlight. Men reach out to touch it as he passes, crossing themselves, kissing their fingers. You catch a glimpse of their faces in the firelight. Exhaustion, fear, faith, resignation, all mixed together. These are men who know what's coming. They've been on these walls for weeks, maybe months, watching the Ottoman cannons hammer the stone, beating back assault after assault, waiting for relief that hasn't come. They're still here because there's nowhere else to be, because this is their city and these are their walls, and if they fall, then everything falls. You feel the weight of that in the air, thick as the smoke. Far below, outside the walls, you can see the shape of something massive in the darkness. Urban's great Bombard, the cannon that's been systematically destroying the fortifications for weeks. Even from here you can see the crack in the wall nearby, a jagged line where the stones have been pounded into rubble and hasty repairs. That's where they'll come through, probably. That's where the wall is weakest. You know this from history books and museum placards, but standing here in the rain with the smell of smoke and wet stone and unwashed bodies, it hits different. This isn't a map or a timeline. This is real stone under real boots, and somewhere out there in the dark, real men are preparing to kill these real men you're standing next to. The sky is still dark, but there's a thinness to it in the east, a suggestion of grey that means dawn is maybe an hour away. This is the hour when night is most tired and fear is most awake, when the body wants to sleep but the mind won't let it. You can feel it in the men on the walls, the way they move with a kind of brittle energy, too alert, too sharp. Someone laughs nearby and it sounds wrong, too high. A man vomits over the parapet and his friends don't comment, just shift away slightly to give him space. You drift along the wall walk, not sure where you're going, just moving because standing still feels impossible. You pass a watchtower, a square stone structure rising another 20 feet above the wall, with a signal fire smouldering in an iron brazier at its top. A soldier is feeding it carefully, adding small pieces of wood to keep it burning steady but not too bright. The fire is ready to flare if a breach comes, to send a signal to other towers along the walls. You count 3 more towers like it in your line of sight, each with its own small fire, a chain of light stretching into the darkness. Something about them catches in your mind, a hook you can't quite feel yet. Messengers move along the wall walk, men in lighter gear who can run, carrying word from tower to tower, gate to gate. You catch fragments of what they're saying as they pass. New assault at dawn, relief fleet seen off Lesbos, emperor at the gate of St. Romanus, no word from the Venetians. The rumours contradict each other. No one seems sure of anything except that something is coming, something final. Through an arrow slit in the wall you glimpse the harbour chain stretched across the Golden Horn, the massive links glinting faintly in the pre-dawn light. Some men swear it will hold, that the Ottomans can't get ships past it into the inner harbour. Others mutter that the Ottomans have already dragged ships overland, bypassing the chain entirely. No one really knows, or maybe everyone knows, but no one wants to say it out loud. Inside the city, church bells are ringing in uneven patterns, some steady and rhythmic, others wild and desperate. You can hear chanting from the direction of Hagia Sophia, voices rising and falling in Byzantine liturgy, Hundreds or thousands of people packed into the great church praying for deliverance. The sound mixes with the distant rhythm of Ottoman drums and horns, a low percussion that seems to come from everywhere at once, the sound of an army breathing. You understand, standing here in the rain with torch smoke in your lungs and stone under your feet, that this is the last night of Constantinople as it knows itself. Tomorrow, today, in a few hours, it will be something else. It will have a different name. Different prayers will echo from different towers. Different languages will fill the streets. And everyone on these walls knows it, even if they won't say it. You pause by another signal fire tower, taller than the first, its brazier fed by two soldiers who work in silence, their faces blank with exhaustion. The fire burns steady, oil-fed, ready to flare, and that's when it clicks in your mind, like a memory that's been there all along, but you're only just noticing it. The way back. The return rule. You don't hear it or read it. You just know it, suddenly and completely, the way you sometimes know things in dreams. To return to the museum, you have to find a signal fire tower still burning along the walls. You have to snuff the beacon out with your bare hands, smearing ash and oil on your skin at the exact instant the first Ottoman soldiers force a gate somewhere along the wall system. Not before, not after, the exact moment. You have to time yourself with a catastrophe you've only ever seen summarised in a museum placard, and if you miss it you don't know what happens. Maybe you're stuck here, maybe you die here, maybe you just fade like smoke, and your palm, the one that pressed down on the cannonball, tingles as if to confirm it. That hand will have to burn to get you home. You feel the deeper cost humming underneath that simple rule, something you sense more than understand. Each time you cross, each time you ride the smoke back to the museum, something changes. Not here, not in 1453, in your world, in your present. The way your world remembers this night, the way it draws lines between East and West, the way it tells the story of empires and borders and who belongs where, all of that becomes a little more fluid, a little more uncertain. You can feel it like a pressure in your chest. Maps will redraw themselves in subtle ways. Textbooks will use different language. Cities will shift in how they're categorized, and you'll be one of the only people who remembers it being different. That's the trade. You get to witness history's hinge moment from the inside, but every time you come back, the present reshapes itself around what you've seen, and the line between East and West slides a little further under your feet. The temptation is enormous. You're standing on the walls of Constantinople, on the last night of the Byzantine Empire, watching the thing that every history class reduces to a date and a bullet point. You can see exactly how it happens. You can watch the moment a civilization falls and another rises. You can stand in the gap where the story pivots. But the cost is that your own world's understanding of East and West, the borders, the definitions, the assumptions about who is what and where things belong, will start to blur and shift and rewrite themselves, and you'll have to live in whatever version settles. Dawn is bleeding into the sky now. Grey light spreading like a stain. The chanting from Hagia Sophia gets louder, more desperate. The Ottoman drums are closer, or maybe just clearer now that you can see the campfires below. You can make out figures moving between the fires, thousands of soldiers preparing, and then you hear it. The cannons. The roar is so deep it's less a sound and more a physical presence, a pressure wave that travels through the stone under your feet before it reaches your ears. The whole wall shudders. Men shout and grab the parapets for balance. Somewhere down the line you hear the crash of stone hitting stone, the sound of the wall taking another hit, and the defenders surge toward that section with ladders and rubble and timber to shore it up. The assault starts as the grey light turns to pale gold. You see the first wave coming, thousands of men running at the walls with ladders and shields, roaring as they come. Arrows fall like black rain. Defenders lean over the parapets to hurl stones and burning pitch, and the screaming starts, the sound of men dying in ways that don't make it into history books. You stand by your chosen signal tower, the one with the tall brazier still burning hot, and you watch. You're waiting for the moment the gate fails, the moment the walls give way, and you have no idea how you'll know when it happens because everything is chaos and smoke and sound. But you're waiting anyway, hands ready. The first assault breaks against the walls like a wave against a cliff. The defenders beat them back with crossbow bolts and boiling oil and sheer desperate strength, and the Ottomans retreat, leaving bodies at the base of the walls. There's a lull. Men on the wall slump against the stone, gasping, and someone passes around a wineskin. Then the drums start again, and another wave comes, and another. You lose count. Time stops being linear and becomes something circular and endless, just assault and repulse, until you can't remember what it's like to not hear screaming. You move to the tower's base and put your hands near the brazier, feeling the heat. The fire is fed by oil-soaked wood, and burns with a greasy smoke that makes your eyes water. You practice reaching toward it, pulling back, reaching again. You're going to have to plunge your hands into that fire and hold them there long enough to snuff it out, and the thought makes your stomach twist. But the alternative is staying here, and you can't stay here. You're not part of this. You're a tourist with a hoodie and a smartphone, and you need to get back before something in you breaks. A horn blast sounds from somewhere down the wall, sharp and urgent. Men start shouting in Greek, "They're in! They're through!" And everyone surges in that direction, soldiers running past you with weapons raised. But then the shouting changes tone, becomes relieved, and you realise it's a false alarm. Another assault beaten back at the last second. Another near miss. Your hands are shaking. You ball them into fists and try to breathe steadily. Your timing has to be perfect. If you snuff the fire too early, nothing happens and you're stranded. Too late, and you don't know. Maybe the moment passes and the door closes. It has to be exact. The instant the gate gives way, the instant the city's defences truly fail. The sun is fully up now, burning through the smoke and rain, and you can see everything too clearly. The faces of the defenders, haggard and grey. The bodies piled at the base of the walls, the Ottoman banners getting closer with each wave. And then, finally, you see it. Down the line, maybe 200 yards away, at one of the gates near the section of wall that's been pounded to rubble. The gate gives. You don't hear it so much as feel it. A change in the quality of the shouting, a ripple of panic that moves along the wall like a shockwave. Men are running toward the breach and away from it at the same time, and you see the Ottoman soldiers pouring through, a flood of them, banners and blades and voices raised in triumph. The defenders are falling back, fighting step by step, but they're falling back. The wall has broken. The city has an hour left, maybe less. You plunge your hands into the brazier. The heat is immediate and enormous, searing up your forearms, and you grab the burning wood and oil-soaked cloth and force it down, smothering the flame with your palms and fingers, holding on even as every nerve screams at you to let go. The fire fights you, flaring between your fingers, but you press harder, and the smoke thickens, black and acrid, pouring up into your face. You can't breathe, you can't see. The sound of the breach is fading, being replaced by something else, a hiss, a mechanical hum, and the smoke is changing, becoming thinner, cooler, less like burning wood and more like recycled air. You hold on until the fire is completely dead, just ash and oil on your skin, and then the smoke pulls you upward like a hand around your chest, and you're rising through it, up and up, until you slam back down onto cold tile floor. You're in the museum, the exhibit room. The glowing map is just LEDs again, flat and harmless. The cannonball sits in its glass case, cold and inert. Your hands are covered in black ash and they hurt like hell, blistered and raw. But when you look at them in the dim museum light, they're already starting to fade. The burns healing in fast forward like you're watching time-lapse footage. In 10 seconds, they're pink and tender. In 30 seconds, they're almost normal, just a faint tingle. You sit on the floor next to the map, breathing hard, smelling smoke that isn't there, and you realise you're crying a little. Not from pain, but from something else you don't have words for. The museum is the same. The guard is still at his post, dozing. The HVAC is still humming. But something feels off, and it takes you a few minutes of sitting there in the dark to figure out what it is. The placard next to the map has changed. Not drastically, the date is still 1453, the event is still the same, but the language is different. It says, Constantinople's integration into the Middle World, instead of the fall of the Eastern Roman Empire. You read it 3 times. Integration, not fall, not conquest, integration. Like it's describing a merger instead of a siege. You stand up and walk to the lobby, legs shaky, and there's a large world map on the wall there. The kind that shows modern borders in bright colours. You stare at it. The borders are wrong. Not wildly wrong, not unrecognisable, but shifted. Some countries you know are split differently. A region near the Black Sea is labelled with a name you've never seen. The line between Europe and Asia, usually drawn so firmly, is blurred here, marked with a dotted line and note about disputed classifications. You pull out your phone and open a map app and it's the same. The borders are slightly different. The cultural overlays don't match what you remember. You search for Fall of Constantinople, and the results talk about transition periods and cultural blending and the gradual shift of power, using language that feels both right and wrong at the same time. You go back to your hotel as the real dawn breaks, the rain finally stopping, and you lie on the bed with your phone in your hand, scrolling through search results that feel like they're from a parallel timeline. The history is the same in broad strokes, but the framing is different, the emphasis shifted. Certain conflicts you remember learning about in school are described differently or didn't happen at all. Other tensions that seem new are treated as centuries old. Language demographics in certain regions don't match your memory. You're not sure if you're going crazy, or if this is what the rule meant when it said each crossing rewrites how your world remembers empires and borders. You sleep for a few hours and wake up at noon, and the first thing you do is check the museum's hours. It's open until midnight, part of some special late-night program for the exhibit's final week. You tell yourself you're not going back. You tell yourself once was enough, that you saw what you needed to see, that messing with history or time or whatever that was is a bad idea. You tell yourself this while putting on your shoes, while walking back through the streets, while pushing through the museum door and paying the entrance fee again. While standing in front of the glowing map and the brass dial, your hand hovering over it. The rule is the same. The scratched message hasn't changed. Dial to 29, May 1453. Set your phone to UTC +03, Doğruyoruz, Constantinople. Wait for 0400 years when the church bells and call to prayer overlap, palm on the cannonball. You don't understand why you're doing this. Or maybe you do understand and that's worse. You want to see it again. You want to be there again, standing on the walls at the hinge of history, feeling the weight of the moment. And maybe, somewhere deeper, you want to see how much you can shift the present, how far the borders can move before they lock into something unrecognizable. You cross again that night, and the night after. Each time the process is the same. The dial, the time zone, the overlapping bells and call to prayer, the cannonball burning cold then hot, the map rising into real space around you. But each crossing drops you into slightly different moments of that same endless night and morning. One time you land near the harbour gates, watching men trying to escape by boat while others try to stop them, arguments breaking into fights. Another time you're on a section of wall near Hagia Sophia, and you can hear the liturgy clearly, thousands of voices singing in Greek, and then the moment when the singing stops and the screaming starts as soldiers burst through the doors. Another time you're in the streets themselves, invisible among the chaos, watching civilians flee and soldiers advance, and the moment when one thing becomes another thing, when Byzantine Constantinople becomes Ottoman Constantiniye. Each time you find a signal tower. Each time you wait for the breach. Each time you burn your hands snuffing the beacon and ride the smoke back to the museum. And each time the present is different when you return. Small changes that accumulate. Your hotel's Wi-Fi login page is in 3 languages instead of 2. The street signs outside have additional scripts. The world map in the museum lobby shows different borders every time, like it's being redrawn by a committee that can't agree. Your search results on your phone shift. Sometimes East and West are treated as meaningful categories, sometimes as outdated colonial frameworks, sometimes as actively harmful divisions. School curricula referenced in articles emphasize different empires. Cities are recategorized in travel guides. Religious architecture is described with different assumptions about who built what and why. Languages acquire or lose official status in regions you thought you knew. After the 5th crossing, you notice something else. You're starting to lose your grip on what the original version was. You remember that borders were different, that certain conflicts existed or didn't exist, that languages were more or less prominent in certain places, but the specifics are getting fuzzy. It's like trying to remember a dream after you've been awake for an hour. You know it was different, but you can't quite say how. Your own memories are adapting to match the new present, or maybe the new present is overwriting your memories, and you're not sure if there's a difference. On the 6th night, you stand in the exhibit room and the brass dial resists when you try to turn it. Not locked, just stiff, like something is pushing back. The cannonball in its case feels warm when you put your hand near it, even through the glass. The LEDs on the floor map flicker in patterns that don't match the street layout, like they're trying to show multiple versions of the city at once. You realise you're at some kind of threshold. One more crossing might lock things into place, might settle your world into a version of history that you'll have to live with whether you like it or not. Or it might break something fundamental, leave the borders so unstable that the categories stop making sense entirely. You turn the dial anyway. You set your phone to UTC +03 Deshro, Constantinople, a time zone that feels less real every time you select it. You wait for 04 call, for the bells and the call to prayer, and when they overlap you press your palm to the cannonball and fall through the map one more time. This crossing is different. The walls are the same but thinner, like you're seeing through them to other versions of themselves. Older, newer, never built, still standing. The defenders are there but translucent, and you can see Ottoman soldiers in the same space, and behind them other armies from other times, all layered on top of each other. The signal fires burn in multiple colours at once. You understand, in a way that's more feeling than thought, that you're seeing all the versions of this moment that your crossings have created, all the different ways it could have been remembered and recorded and mythologized, all existing simultaneously, because you've made them all equally real. You find a signal tower, the same one you've used before, you think, though it's hard to tell, and you wait. The breach happens in slow motion and fast forward at once, gates giving way in multiple directions, time losing its shape. You plunge your hands into the brazier and the fire is every colour and no colour, and the smoke that rises is thick enough to drown in. You hold on and ride it back, and when you land on the museum floor this time, you land hard enough to knock the breath out of you. The museum is different, not drastically, but unmistakably. The exhibit placard now just says, Constantinople, Istanbul, 1453, a city between worlds. The map in the lobby shows borders that look more like gradients than lines, regions marked with multiple names and multiple scripts. You pull out your phone, and the map app takes a long time to load, like it's trying to reconcile incompatible data, and when it finally does, the borders are soft and strange, some of them barely there at all. You search for information about East and West, and the results are a mess of contradictory frameworks, some treating them as distinct civilizations, others as arbitrary colonial categories, others as useful but fluid descriptors, all with citations and academic backing. You don't know which version is true because they all seem true now, all equally valid and invalid at the same time. You leave the museum and walk back to your hotel through streets that feel familiar and foreign at once. The rain has started again, and you let it soak you. In the distance you hear church bells from one direction, and the call to prayer from another, and for a moment they overlap, and your palm tingles with ghost heat from a cannonball that's either in a museum case or at the base of broken walls, 572 years ago, depending on how you count. You live in a world now where the line between East and West is not fixed, where borders are more like suggestions, where the story of empires and conflicts and who belongs where depends on which version of history you're inhabiting at any given moment. You're one of the only people who remembers it being more certain, more clear-cut, and even that memory is fading. You know, somewhere in the back of your mind where the rules live, that the museum's brass dial and glowing map and blackened cannonball are still there, still waiting. That someone else might find the scratched message and follow the instructions and fall through into 1453, onto walls that are both ancient history and living present. That each crossing rewrites a little more, shifts the borders a little further, makes the categories a little more unstable, and you know that you could go back, that the door isn't closed, that 04 soap comes every night and the bells and call to prayer overlap if you listen for them. But you also know that your own sense of East and West, of where things belong and how history is supposed to flow, is already too far gone to trust. You lie in your hotel bed as dawn comes for real, jet lag still pressing behind your eyes, and every time you close your eyes, you see torch smoke and hear Byzantine chanting mixed with Ottoman drums. You see defenders on walls that might or might not have fallen the way you remember. You see a city in its last hours as one thing, and its first hours as another, and the moment between them that you've walked through so many times, it's worn a groove in reality itself. You live now in a world where that moment never fully resolved, where the borders it created are still moving, still being negotiated, still sliding under your feet whenever you stand still long enough to notice. And on rainy nights, when you hear bells and prayers overlapping from somewhere in the distance, whether real or recorded or remembered, you feel stone under your boots and smoke in your lungs, and you know that you helped make this world, this version, whatever version it is now. You know that the line between East and West is not something fixed in the past, but something you've walked through and touched and burned your hands on, and it will never be solid. Again. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You're on a desert road trip at night. Highway empty, radio low, rain pattering on the windshield as a storm rolls in over distant mesas. The dotted lines blur past in the darkness, and the only other light comes from your dashboard and the occasional distant ranch house set back from the road. You've been driving for hours, caffeine wearing thin, eyes starting to ache from the monotony of asphalt and painted stripes. That's when you see it. A cracked neon sign flickering against the dark sky. Half the letters dead or dying. Nuclear History Museum, it claims, though the clear flickers in and out so it reads new. History, most of the time. Behind it, you can make out chain link fencing and warning signs catching your headlights. Some kind of old test range, probably. The kind of place that's been sitting empty since the Cold War ended. Quietly radioactive, quietly forgotten. You weren't planning to stop, but your bladder has other ideas, and there's something magnetic about that dying neon in the rain. Curiosity too, maybe. You've always had a thing for abandoned Cold War sites, for the aesthetic of duck and cover and peaceful atoms propaganda. So you signal, pointlessly, since there's no one else on the road, and pull into the gravel lot. The museum is smaller than you expected, just a squat concrete building that looks like it was built in the 50s and hasn't been updated since. Through the glass door you can see a clerk slumped behind a desk, lit by the blue glow of a phone screen. The rain picks up as you jog toward the entrance, fat drops that smell like creosote and dust. Inside the air is stale and smells like old carpet and something chemical you can't quite place. The clerk looks up, blinks at you like you've materialised from another dimension, then waves vaguely toward the back. "Bathrooms past the dioramas," he mumbles, already looking back down at his phone. He doesn't ask for admission, doesn't offer a brochure. You get the sense you're the first visitor he's seen in days, maybe weeks. You make your way past dusty display cases filled with yellowed newspapers, atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, and faded posters showing smiling families standing next to cooling towers. "Atoms for peace," one proclaims. "Nuclear energy, clean, safe, economical," promises another, the colours sun-bleached to pastels. There's a diorama of a 50s suburban home with a tiny nuclear power plant in the background. The little plastic people frozen in eternal optimism. The bathroom is exactly as depressing as you'd expect. Afterwards you wander back through the exhibits, not quite ready to get back in the car. The storm is really howling now, thunder rolling across the roof, rain drumming harder. You pause at a display of old warning signs under glass. Radiation trefoils in various styles. Danger. Radiation area. Stenciled in stern government fonts. There's something hypnotic about them. The way they try to make the invisible visible. The incomprehensible comprehensible. That's when you notice the side door. It's set into the far wall, painted the same industrial beige as everything else. But there's a handmade sign taped to it. Early nuclear research. Closed exhibit. The sign looks old, the tape yellowed and peeling. But when you try the handle, just out of curiosity, just to see, it turns. The door swings open on hinges that don't squeak, opening onto darkness that smells like concrete and old film stock and something else, something metallic and sharp. You glance back at the clerk. He hasn't moved, still absorbed in his phone, and somehow you know he won't care if you explore. You step through. Your phone's flashlight reveals a narrow room, more like a corridor really, running perpendicular to the main museum. The walls are raw concrete, not painted or finished, and your footsteps echo in a way that suggests the space goes back farther than you can see. There are shelves along one wall holding film canisters and old equipment, oscilloscopes, meters, devices you can't name. Everything is covered in a fine layer of dust that your passage disturbs into lazy swirls. At the far end, maybe 20 feet in, the flashlight beam catches something. A narrow horizontal slit in the wall, like an observation window about chest height. Below it, a concrete ledge, and beside it, you move closer. A glass case, not dusty like everything else, containing what looks like an old Geiger counter. The needle is moving, twitching in irregular jumps, and you can hear it. A faint arrhythmic clicking that fills the silence between thunderclaps. Click, 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 like it's measuring something still after all these years. Next to the case, a metal projector stand, professional looking, probably military surplus. A film reel sits on it, and even in the flashlight beam you can make out the label typed on yellowed paper and sealed under brittle tape. Trinity Test, 16 July 1945. Your pulse quickens. Trinity, the first atomic bomb. The test in New Mexico that preceded Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the moment when theoretical physics became world-ending fire. You've seen footage before, everyone has, that churning mushroom cloud, the desert light brighter than 1,000 suns. But this looks like an original reel, or a very old copy. The kind of thing that should be in an archive, not sitting in a back room of a forgotten roadside museum. You step closer to the observation slit, running your hand along the concrete ledge below it. Your fingers catch on something. Grooves, deliberate marks. You angle your phone light down and feel your breath stop. Someone has scratched words into the concrete, carved deep with something sharp. The letters are rough but clear. Set 1945 or 7 to 16. 45 SEC. Click, flash, beep. Go, open. You read it again. Then a third time. Your hand is still resting on the concrete, and you notice it's warm. Warmer than it should be in this cool, underground-feeling space. The Geiger counter clicks behind you, a little louder now like it's paying attention. Set 1945 as 07 to 16, the date of the Trinity test. 45 SEC, 45 seconds, click flash beep, open. Click from the Geiger counter, flash from the film, and beep from. You look down at your phone, still glowing in your hand, and something slots into place in your mind like a key finding a lock. The idea is absurd, completely insane. But standing here in the dark with the storm raging outside and the Geiger counter clicking and those words carved into concrete that feels warm like living skin, you can't shake it. The rule is right there, etched in stone. If you change your phone's date to July 16th, 1945, if you set a 45-second timer, if you start the film reel so that the flash of the detonation, the loudest click from the Geiger counter, and your timer's final beep will synchronize, all land on the same heartbeat, then the concrete in front of you will open, will turn to glass, will let you step through into the real Trinity control shelter, seconds before the first atomic bomb detonates. The Geiger counter gives a sharp click, almost like confirmation. Thunder shakes the building. You tell yourself you're being ridiculous, that you've been driving too long, that the isolation and the weird atmosphere of this place are getting to you. But your fingers are already moving, opening your phone's settings, scrolling down to date and time, toggling off set automatically. The date picker appears. You scroll backwards, watching the months and years blur past. 2024, 2023, 2020, 2010, 2000, 1990. The numbers get smaller and smaller. 1950, 1949, 1948, 1947, 1946, 1945. You stop. July 16. The phone hesitates for a moment, like it's not sure if you're serious. Then the screen flickers and the date at the top changes. July 16th, 1945. Monday. Nothing happens. The room is still dark, still concrete, still dusty. But the Geiger counter's rhythm changes, the clicks coming faster now, more insistent. You open your clock app and set a countdown timer. 00:45. 45 seconds. Your thumb hovers over the start button, but you don't press it yet. The film reel. You move to the projector stand, examining it in your phone light. It's old, but looks functional. Someone's maintained it, or it's built to military durability standards. There's a take-up reel already in place. You carefully lift the film from its reel and begin threading it through the mechanism, following the diagram printed on the projector's side. The film is stiff and crackles faintly as you handle it, and you catch glimpses of the frames as they pass. A steel tower in the desert, cables stretching away, men in lab coats and uniforms, equipment you don't recognize. When the film is threaded, you give the reel a tentative turn by hand. The projector's lens throws a beam of light onto the concrete wall beside the observation slit. There must be a bulb that's still working. The image is grainy, black and white, showing the test tower from a distance. You wind forward slowly, watching the frames tick past. Dawn light. The tower standing alone. Cables, desert scrub. Then, several feet of film in, a frame that looks brighter. overexposed, like the camera couldn't handle what it was about to see. That's the moment. That's the flash. You rewind carefully, resetting the film to the beginning, and position yourself between the projector and the observation slit. Timer on your phone, 0045, ready to start. Projector, loaded and ready to play. Geiger counter, clicking irregularly behind you, sometimes soft, sometimes sharp. The scratched words under your fingertips, click flash beep. Open, you practice the motion. Thumb on the timer's start button, other hand reaching for the projector's play mechanism. It's manual, a lever that will release the brake and let the reel turn freely. You'll need to coordinate. Start the timer, start the film, and trust that in 45 seconds the flash will appear on screen exactly when the loudest Geiger click sounds and your timer reaches 0. The margin for error must be impossibly small, fractions of a second. But somehow you feel it in your bones, in the warmth of the concrete under your palm, that if you get it right, something will open, something will change. You take a breath. Outside, the storm intensifies, and you hear what might be hail starting to hit the roof. The clerk in the other room hasn't come to check on you. The museum feels very far away suddenly, like you've walked much farther than 20 feet from that door. Start the countdown, now! Your thumb presses start on the timer, 0.45 begins counting down. Immediately you throw the projector lever and the reel begins to turn, the old mechanism whirring to life, the image blooming on the concrete wall. The frames tick past, tower, cables, desert, dawnlight creeping across the horizon. The Geiger counter clicks behind you, irregular but present, and you watch the timer, 040, 035, 030. The film continues. Men moving around equipment, the tower standing stark against the lightning sky. You can see the bomb itself in some frames, a dark mass at the top of the tower, almost organic looking. The counter clicks, just 25. The Geiger counter's rhythm is changing, the clicks coming faster, building. On screen the frames are getting brighter, the desert's pre-dawn glow intensifying. 15. Your heart is hammering. The clicks are almost continuous now, and you can see it coming on the film, the light changing, the frame beginning to overexpose, everything rushing toward that single moment. Just discs. So fast. The Geiger counter screams, a sharp, piercing click that's louder than all the others, like a hammer striking steel. At the exact same instant, the film explodes into white, a flash so bright it fills the entire frame and spills out into the room, throwing your shadow against the opposite wall, and your timer. Beep. The 3 signals land on top of each other, synchronized perfectly, and for a heartbeat the world holds its breath. Then the concrete in front of you changes, not crumbling, not opening like a door, changing, going transparent, becoming glass, thick and slightly green-tinted like bulletproof observation windows, rippling as if the molecular structure is rearranging itself in front of your eyes. The floor shifts under your feet. The hum of the museum's air conditioning drops away, replaced by a different sound. Equipment fans, low voices, radio static. The smell changes. Cigarette smoke, sweat, electrical ozone, hot vacuum tubes. The temperature drops several degrees. The light shifts from your phone's blue-white LED to the warmer, dimmer glow of incandescent bulbs. When the sensation settles and you can focus again, you're no longer in the museum's back room. You're standing in the Trinity control shelter. The space is cramped, much smaller than you expected. Concrete walls, naked bulbs hanging from the ceiling, cables running everywhere underfoot. Benches along the walls, crowded with equipment, radios, switches, meters with needles that twitch and swing. The air is thick with tension and smoke. Several of the men crowded into the space are smoking, and the ventilation is clearly inadequate. There are maybe a dozen people in here, all men, all wearing either military uniforms or rumpled civilian clothes that look like they've been slept in. Some are hunched over equipment, making last-minute adjustments. Others are standing, smoking, staring at the wall where someone has drawn a countdown on a chalkboard. And at the far end, through a thick glass observation slit, the real one, the original, you can see the desert. It's still dark out there, but the sky's beginning to pale, and about 5 miles away, clearly visible against the dawn, stands the test tower. A steel framework rising from the desert floor, skeletal and somehow menacing, with the bomb mounted at its top. Cables run from the tower in all directions like the threads of a web. The brush and scrub of the desert surround it, peaceful and doomed. Someone walks through you. You gasp. It's involuntary, but no one reacts. The man, a physicist in a rumpled shirt with a clipboard, passes right through your position, and you feel a cold shiver run through your whole body, like walking through a cloud of ice water. There's also a buzzing, a vibration at the edge of perception, like you're picking up on the frequency of his nervous system for the moment your bodies overlap. You're a ghost here, present but not, able to see and hear but not interact, not really here at all. Weather's holding, someone is saying, their voice tight with tension. Wind's acceptable, humidity's dropping. Still could be a dud, another voice responds. All this work, all this money, and we might get nothing but a fizzle. Or it could work. Too well, a third voice says quietly. Have you read Teller's numbers on atmospheric ignition? He thinks the odds are... Teller's numbers are theoretical, the second voice cuts in, but there's no confidence in it. We've been over this. The calculations show we're reasonably sure we won't ignite the atmosphere and kill everything on Earth, the first voice says flatly. Reasonably sure. That's what we're betting on. A moment of silence. Someone coughs. Someone else flips switches on a panel, and lights change from red to green. You move closer to the chalkboard, drawn to it. The countdown is written there in thick white chalk, numbers descending from T-minus 30 minutes down to 0. Most of the numbers have been erased and rewritten multiple times. You can see the ghost marks underneath, the anxiety and the repeated corrections. But the final number, the 0 at the bottom, is written thick and dark and permanent looking, like someone pressed hard enough to make it real. Beside the countdown are equations, scribbled in different hands. Some you recognise from undergraduate physics, basic kinematics, energy conversions. Others are more complex, symbols and terms you'd need a doctorate to pass. There are names too, initials. RO, Oppenheimer, EF, Fermi, KB, JM. The people who built this bomb, in this room, in these final minutes before they find out if it works. And you understand, suddenly and completely, what the return rule must be. This chalkboard is your anchor. That final 0 is your way back. You'll need to erase it, with your bare hand, with flesh that shouldn't exist in this moment, and rewrite it as your current year. 2024, or 2025, whichever you came from. The chalk dust on your palm, the smudge of years overlapping, will become a bridge. And when the bomb goes off and the shockwave hits this shelter, you'll touch that dust to the observation glass and let it pull you home. But first you have to survive the blast. You have to stand here, in this room, in this moment, and witness what these men are about to unleash. The loudspeaker crackles to life, making you jump. T-minus 15 minutes, a voice announces, flat and mechanical. All stations report ready. The men in the shelter shift, stubbing out cigarettes, checking instruments one last time. One of them, young, maybe late 20s, with dark circles under his eyes, starts laughing, a slightly hysterical edge to it. 15 minutes, he says to no one in particular. In 15 minutes we'll either be heroes or cinders. Or we'll have failed completely, someone else says. Don't forget that option. I'm not sure which I'm hoping for anymore, the young man admits quietly. No one responds to that. What is there to say? You drift around the shelter, observing. The equipment is a mix of cutting-edge and improvised. Military-grade radio sets next to what look like hand-wound coils and breadboarded circuits. Everything has the feel of something built in a hurry, with unlimited funding but limited time. There's a device near the observation slit that you think might be measuring light intensity, its meter currently reading near 0. Next to it, a seismograph is etched with a steady baseline waiting to record the shockwave. Through the glass, the tower stands dark against the slowly lightening sky. You can see lights moving out in the desert, vehicles probably, getting to the last safe positions, or maybe not safe. You remember reading that no one was really sure what safe meant, that the yield estimates varied wildly, that some physicists had calculated scenarios where the desert itself might be set ablaze. T-minus 10 minutes, the loudspeaker announces. Someone near you is praying under his breath. You catch fragments. There will be done. Forgive us our trespasses. Another man is scribbling furiously in a notebook. Equations or last thoughts you can't tell. A third is simply staring at the tower, smoking mechanically, ash dropping unnoticed onto his shoes. You move back to the chalkboard. Your hand, translucent, barely there, reaches out toward the final 0. You don't touch it yet, not yet, but you rehearse the motion, palm flat, wiping sideways, smearing the chalk. Then writing your year, 2024, you decide, in rough digits. The dust on your palm will be enough. It has to be. T-5 minutes. Final safety checks complete. All personnel confirmed at minimum safe distance. 5 minutes. The room has gone almost silent except for the hum of equipment and the sound of breathing. The smoke hangs in the air like a visible manifestation of their collective anxiety. Through the observation slit, the sky's definitely lighter now. You can make out individual shapes in the landscape, the texture of the desert, the way the tower's shadow falls across the sand. You wonder what they're thinking. These men who split the atom, who turned Einstein's equations into a weapon, who are about to find out if they've built a firecracker or a sun. Are they thinking about the war, about ending it, about the lives that might be saved if this works? Or are they thinking about Prometheus, about fire stolen from the gods, about punishments that echo through eternity? T-3 minutes. One of the men turns away from the observation slit, his face pale. "I can't watch," he says. "Someone tell me when it's over." "You'll know," another man says grimly. "Believe me, you'll know." The Geiger counter in the corner, a larger, more sophisticated version of the one in the museum, begins to tick more rapidly. Background radiation rising, maybe, or just the sensitivity ramping up in anticipation. The sound is hypnotic. Click, 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 click. T-2 minutes. You position yourself near the chalkboard, ready. Your heart is pounding so hard you think everyone should be able to hear it, but of course they can't. You're not really here. You're a phantom, a time-displaced consciousness, a glitch in causality that has somehow slipped into the most significant moment of the 20th century. T-1 minute, 60 seconds to 0 time. The countdown begins in earnest now, the voice from the loudspeaker calling out every 10 seconds, 50 seconds, 40 seconds. You reach out and wipe your palm across the chalked 0. The sensation is strange. Your hand meets resistance. The chalk is real against your not quite real skin, and dust comes away on your palm, visible and tangible. You've affected something, changed something. The 0 is now a smear, and you quickly draw the numbers. 2, 0, 2, 4. Rough but clear. A different 0, a different ending point. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. The room is completely silent now except for the countdown. No one is speaking, no one is moving. Every eye is fixed on the observation slit, on the tower, on the horizon where the sun will rise in the conventional sense in another hour or so. But in 30 seconds, 20 now, 15, a different kind of sunrise is coming. 10 seconds. 9. 8. The Geiger counter is clicking frantically. The equipment hums. Someone's breathing has become audible, rapid and shallow. The chalk dust on your palm feels warm, alive, vibrating at a frequency you feel in your teeth. 7, 6, 5. Through the glass, the tower stands dark and waiting. The desert is utterly still. Even the wind seems to have stopped, like nature itself is holding its breath. 4, 3, 2. You press your chalk-dusted palm against the observation glass, feeling the cool thickness of it, the way it's designed to protect the people in this room from what's about to happen outside. Your hand leaves a smeared print, 2024, ghosted in chalk dust, a message from a future these men can't imagine. 1. Silence, complete silence, not even breathing. The world balanced on the edge of before and after, innocent and experienced, conventional and nuclear. 0. For a heartbeat, nothing happens. You have time to think. It failed. It's a dud. All this tension and fear for... Then the desert explodes into light. It's not like the film. It's not like any footage you've ever seen. It's impossible light. Light that shouldn't exist. Light brighter than anything natural, brighter than the sun, brighter than looking directly into an arc welder. The tower vanishes instantly, not destroyed, but simply erased, vaporized, turned from solid steel into plasma faster than your eye can register. The observation glass goes opaque white, every photon screaming through it, and even through the protective thickness you have to close your eyes. And even with your eyes closed, the light is blinding, turning the inside of your eyelids red and then white and then colours that don't have names. The men in the shelter cry out, throwing up their hands, turning away. The light is everywhere, filling everything, drowning the world for what feels like forever but must be only seconds. There is nothing but light, pure, terrible, triumphant light. Then it begins to change, still impossibly bright, but now you can sense colours through your squeezed shut eyelids. White shifting to orange, orange to yellow, yellow to purple, colours mixing and swirling like someone is painting with the palette of creation itself. The light modulates, pulsing, and you risk opening your eyes a crack. Through the observation slit, the desert has been transformed. Where the tower stood, there is now a fireball. That's the only word for it. A sphere of incandescent plasma expanding upward and outward, roiling and churning. It's rising, impossibly fast, climbing into the pre-dawn sky on a column of superheated air and desert sand that's been turned to glass. The colours are like a sunset and a sunrise happening simultaneously, layers of purple and orange and red and white all churning together. It's beautiful. God help you. It's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. And it's growing. The fireball is rising, expanding, and now you can see the characteristic shape forming. The cap at the top, the narrowing column beneath, the spreading base. A mushroom cloud. The mushroom cloud. The first one. The shape that will haunt your civilization's nightmares for the next 80 years and beyond. Then the sound hits. You've been expecting it. Intellectually you know that light travels faster than sound, but nothing prepares you for the reality. It's not a sound. It's a physical force, a compression wave that hits the shelter like a freight train. The concrete shudders. Dust rains from the ceiling. The equipment rattles and jumps, some of it sparking. The observation glass flexes inward, stress patterns appearing in the thick material. Men are thrown to the floor. One of the benches tips over. The chalkboard swings on its mount, and more chalk dust fills the air. The roar goes on, a sustained thunder that makes your entire skeleton vibrate, that you feel in your lungs and your gut and your bones. It's the sound of the desert being torn apart, of the atmosphere being shoved aside, of physics doing things it was never meant to do. It's the sound of humans playing God and discovering that gods are terrifying. And through it all, your hand is pressed against the observation glass, the chalk dust smeared there, the numbers 2024 barely visible through the light and the stress patterns. You feel the shock wave travelling through the glass, through the dust, through the connection between this moment and your own time. The boundaries are blurring. The concrete behind you is starting to shift, becoming less solid, more permeable. The shelter is beginning to fade, the men's voices becoming distant, the equipment's hum dropping away. But before you go, you let yourself watch a moment longer. The mushroom cloud is still rising, vast and terrible and strangely majestic, painting the desert dawn with unnatural colours. The shockwave is racing outward in a visible ring, flattening brush and sending up a wall of dust. The light is finally beginning to fade from unbearable to merely bright, and you can see the desert floor, scorched, blasted, transformed. A circle of destruction centred on where the tower stood, where matter became energy, where the world changed forever. In the shelter, the men are picking themselves up, staring through the observation slit with expressions of awe and horror and pride and fear all mixed together. One of them is crying, another is laughing, a third is vomiting into a corner overcome. They've done it. They've split the atom and unleashed its fire. They've become death, the destroyer of worlds, just like Oppenheimer will famously recall the Bhagavad Gita saying. They've ended one age and begun another, and you're falling away from them. From this moment, the chalk dust on your palm pulling you forward through 79 years, the glass becoming a membrane, the shelter dissolving into highway noise, rain, the hum of air conditioning, the smell of old carpet and dust. You're back in the museum's back room, hand still pressed against the concrete wall beside the observation slit. The projector has run out of film and is clicking rhythmically, the take-up reel spinning empty. The Geiger counter is ticking its irregular rhythm, softer now, calmer. Your phone, still clutched in your other hand, shows your normal date, your normal time, the transition back to automatic settings seamless. But nothing is normal. You stumble back from the wall, breathing hard, your hands shaking. The chalk dust is still there on your palm, visible proof that something happened. Your heart is racing, adrenaline flooding your system, and you feel like you've been hit by that shockwave yourself, rattled, disoriented, fundamentally changed. You look around the back room, it seems different, subtly wrong. The equipment on the shelves is arranged differently than you remember. The film canisters have different labels. The scratched words on the concrete ledge are still there. Set 1945 07 and 16. 45 SEC, click, flash, beep, and open. But they look older now, more worn, like they've been there longer. Your phone buzzes. Notifications. You look down at the screen and feel your stomach drop. The headlines don't make sense. DO announces closure of 3 Midwest reactors following latest safety review. You don't remember there being a safety review. Anniversary of the 1979 Calvert Cliffs incident marked by vigils. Calvert Cliffs? That's not right. 3 Mile Island was the big incident in 1979, wasn't it? You open your news app, scrolling frantically. More strangeness. Debate continues over nuclear power phase-out timeline. Phase-out? When did that become policy? Renewable energy grid reaches 70% of national capacity. 70%? That seems too high. You remember it being around 40%, maybe less. And there. Historians reflect on the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1963. 1963? No. The Cuban Missile Crisis was in 1962, October 1962. You studied it in school. But here, in your phone, in this version of your present, every article and reference says 1963. Every source agrees. The dates have shifted by a year. You put the phone away, hands trembling, and make your way back through the museum. The exhibits have changed too. Where there was a display about nuclear power plants, now there's a section on the Great Nuclear Debate 1970-2025. The maps showing reactor locations are different. Fewer plants in operation, more marked as decommissioned or proposed but never built. The timeline of nuclear development has branched in ways you don't recognise. The clerk is still at his desk, still absorbed in his phone, and he doesn't look up as you pass. He has no idea anything has changed. To him, to everyone in this world, this is how it's always been. The nuclear age has always followed this particular path, with different accidents and different treaties and different choices branching from that first flash in the New Mexico desert. Only you remember it differently. Only you carry the memory of another version, another timeline, another history that's been overwritten by whatever ripples spread out from your presence in that shelter, your chalk dust on that glass. You get back in your car, sitting in the driver's seat with the rain pattering on the windshield, and you pull out your phone again. You start researching, compulsively, trying to map the differences. The major ones you can find. Nuclear power never achieved the same prominence. After a series of incidents in the 70s and 80s, some familiar, some not, public opinion turned against it more sharply. Fewer plants were built, more were shut down early. The energy grid shifted harder toward renewables and natural gas. The Cold War played out differently. Not radically, still a long standoff, still arms races and proxy wars, but the specific crises and near misses have shifted. Some you remember are gone. Others you've never heard of have taken their place. International treaties have different names, different dates, different signatories. The nuclear powers are mostly the same, but the path they took to get there, the accidents that shaped public policy, the moments of crisis, it's all slightly askew, it's subtle. To anyone living in this version of the present, it would all make perfect sense, a logical progression from Trinity to now. But to you, carrying memories from a different branch, it's profoundly unsettling. You've tilted something, changed something. The nuclear age you grew up learning about is gone, replaced by this one, and you're the only person who knows the difference. You start the car and pull back onto the highway, windshield wipers beating against the rain. You drive for an hour before you can process what happened. 2 hours before you can think about the implications. 3 hours before the temptation starts to creep in. You could do it again. You could go back, make different choices, see if you can push the nuclear age in a better direction. Fewer weapons, maybe. Or more safety features. Fewer accidents. Or a stronger push for peaceful nuclear power, less reliance on fossil fuels? The mechanism is there, waiting in that museum back room. The rule works. You've proven it. But what would change next time? What ripples would spread out from another intervention? You've already altered timelines once, shifted the nuclear age onto a different track. What happens if you keep pushing? How far can you go before something breaks fundamentally, before the changes cascade into something unrecognisable? You tell yourself you'll think about it. You'll be careful. You'll only do it if you have a really good reason, a clear goal, a way to make things better. You tell yourself you won't become addicted to this, to the godlike power of reshaping history, of standing inside moments that change the world. But as you drive through the rainy night, you know you're lying to yourself. You're already planning the next trip, already thinking about what you might change, what you might fix, what other pivotal moments in nuclear history might have similar mechanisms hidden in forgotten museums or sealed archives or classified bunkers. The nuclear age you're driving through, this version, with its particular balance of power and danger, its specific path from that first flash to this present moment, is one you've helped create. And the weight of that knowledge sits heavy in your chest, mixing with a terrible excitement that makes you sick to acknowledge. When you finally stop for the night at a motel, you can't sleep. You lie awake listening to the rain and the distant sound of trucks on the highway, and underneath it all, maybe real, maybe imagined, you hear the faint tick of a Geiger counter, measuring invisible radiation, counting down to some moment you can't predict. On your phone, the news continues to scroll, energy crises and international summits and debates over nuclear policy, all following patterns you half recognise and half don't. This is your world now, the one you've written yourself into, and somewhere out there in the desert, in a roadside museum with a dying neon sign, the mechanism waits for you to come back. Set 1945-07-16. 45 SEC. Click flash beep. Open. You know you'll return. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week. But eventually, when the temptation becomes too strong, or the news becomes too dire, or you convince yourself you can make just one more adjustment, you'll find yourself on that desert highway again, pulling into that gravel lot, slipping through that unlocked door into the back room where past and present blur. And you'll set the date, start the timer, sync the flash and the click and the beep, and step through into that moment of impossible light one more time, reshaping the long shadow that Trinity cast, across your century, nudging the balance between energy and annihilation, in ways that will ripple forward through decades you'll have to live through, changed and strange and subtly wrong in ways only you will notice. The thought terrifies you. The thought thrills you. And as the rain continues to fall and the night deepens around your motel room, you pull up your Maps app and start looking for other sites, other museums, other monuments, other forgotten back rooms where the past might be waiting, where other mechanisms might exist, where other moments of world-changing power might be accessible to someone with a phone and a countdown timer and enough curiosity to press play. Because now you know the truth. History isn't fixed. The past is a film reel you can rewind and replay, syncing different signals to create different outcomes. And standing in the dark with chalk dust on your hands and the memory of that first atomic sunrise burned into your retinas, you understand that you've crossed a threshold from which there's no return. The nuclear age is yours to shape now, for better or worse. And God help you, God help everyone. You're not sure you have the wisdom to wield that power responsibly, but you're going to try. You're going to keep trying, keep crossing, keep standing inside those moments of transformation and destruction. Keep touching your dusty palm to the glass and riding the shockwaves home. Because someone has to, because you've seen what you've seen, because that light, impossible, terrible, beautiful, is calling you back. And you know, with a certainty that feels like prophecy, that you'll answer. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain comes down hard tonight, harder than the weather app predicted, and the thunder rolls through the museum's glass atrium like something alive. You're lying in your sleeping bag between a kid who won't stop whispering to his friend and an older couple who brought actual pillows from home, and the docent's voice is getting lost somewhere in the percussion of the storm. She's talking about something, Roman pottery maybe, or the evolution of trade routes, but her words dissolve into the ambient noise of 20 people trying to settle down for the night in a building full of artifacts and shadows. You can't sleep. The thunder sees to that. and the way the lightning keeps flashing through those high panels, illuminating everything for a split second before plunging it back into controlled darkness. On your third attempt to find a comfortable position, you give up and sit up, pulling your hoodie tighter. No one notices when you stand. The docent has moved on to a different group, and the couple next to you is already snoring in harmony. The hallway stretches away from the main atrium, and there's a sign you hadn't noticed before. World of Volcanoes. The letters are slightly faded, like the exhibit has been there long enough to become background furniture. You follow it because there's nothing else to do, and because the storm sounds different when you're moving, like you're walking toward it instead of just enduring it. The exhibit is nearly empty. A few kids ran through here earlier, but they've been herded back to the sleeping area. What's left is you and the dim glow of fault line maps on the walls, lit from behind so the tectonic plates look like veins under skin. Rock samples sit in pools of spotlight, tagged with names you half remember from high school: basalt, pumice, obsidian. Old screens loop videos of eruptions on a 5-minute cycle, the footage grainy and oddly soothing in its repetition. At the far end, past a display of volcanic ash preserved in resin, there's an alcove you almost miss. It's darker than the rest of the room, lit only by a small overhead lamp that buzzes faintly. Inside, a working seismograph. You recognise it from documentaries, the kind with the pen that never stops moving, always trembling over a continuous roll of paper. The pen is dancing now, responding to the thunder, making jagged little peaks that fade back to baseline when the storm pauses to gather itself. Next to the seismograph is a glass case, and inside the case is the reason you stop walking. It's a plaster cast of a human figure curled up on its side. The label reads, Pompeii, 79 AD. The shape is small, compact, like whoever it was had tried to make themselves smaller in those final moments. One hand is reaching out, fingers curled mid-grasp, frozen in the act of reaching for something, or someone, that isn't there anymore. The plaster is smooth but pitted, preserving the texture of ash that had hardened around a body before the body, itself turned to nothing. You lean closer to the seismograph because there's something about the way the pen is moving that draws your eye. The thunder hits again, closer this time, and the pen jumps, sketching a sharp spike before settling. You notice the red line marked across the paper roll. Eruption. It's placed high, above where the pen has been dancing, a threshold that hasn't been crossed. That's when you see the scratches. They're in the metal rim of the seismograph, carved with something sharp, a key maybe, or a pocket knife. The letters are uneven but deliberate. Sync local and Roman time, don't look away. You read it twice, 3 times. The words don't make more sense with repetition, but they settle into you anyway, like something you are supposed to find. On the control panel next to the paper roll there's a tiny analog clock, the kind with actual hands, ticking alongside a digital timestamp display. The clock shows the current time, 11:47 p.m. The digital display matches it down to the second. Your phone buzzes in your pocket. A weather alert, probably the 3rd one tonight. When you pull it out you see the notification, severe thunderstorm warning until 2 a.m. Below that, your lock screen shows the date and time. You swipe it away and, out of curiosity more than anything, open your settings. Buried deep in the date and time options, below the automatic time zone toggle and the 24-hour format switch, there's something you've never seen before: custom date. The option is greyed out, glitchy, like it shouldn't be there. When you tap it, the interface flickers and then opens to a calendar wheel that spins backward through years, decades, centuries. You remember the label on the glass case, 79 AD, August 24th. The year is burned into the plaque in stark numbers, 79/08/24. Your thumb hovers over the date wheel. The storm hammers the roof, and somewhere in the atrium someone laughs at something. The sound feels far away, like it's coming from a different building entirely. The rule forms in your head without you asking for it, each part clicking into place with the logic of a dream that feels realer than waking. Set your phone's date and time to 79/08/24. Start a countdown timer, so the alarm hits 0 at the exact second the seismograph's needle spikes past the red eruption mark. When it happens, keep your gaze locked on the plaster figure's outstretched hand. You don't question it. Maybe it's the late hour, or the way the thunder sounds like something breaking open beneath you, or the simple fact that you're standing in an empty exhibit at midnight with nothing better to do. You spin the date wheel backward, watching the numbers blur, 2025, 1925, 1825, lower and lower until you hit 79, August the 24th. The phone's display flickers when you confirm the date, like it's protesting the impossibility of what you've just asked it to do. Then it settles, showing 79, 24, in crisp white numbers that shouldn't exist. You open the timer app and set it to count down from 60 seconds. An arbitrary choice, but you can adjust it. The seismograph pen is still trembling, still responding to the storm. You watch it, trying to predict when the next big surge will come. The thunder has a rhythm if you listen closely enough, a pattern of small rumbles building to the larger cracks. The pen bumps up, falls back, bumps again, a little higher, but nowhere near the red line. You keep your thumb over the start button on your timer, waiting. Minutes pass. The storm intensifies. The rain is so loud now that it drowns out everything else, a white noise that makes the alcove feel even more separate from the rest of the museum. You practice the timing in your head. If the needle jumps, hit start so the alarm and the spike land together. You adjust the countdown to 30 seconds, then 20, trying to match the storm's tempo. On the wall behind the glass case, there's a mural you hadn't noticed before. It shows Vesuvius in profile, painted in dull browns and greys, smoke rising from its peak in lazy curls. The mountain looks almost peaceful in the painting, but there's something about the smoke that suggests otherwise, a suggestion of violence held in check. The thunder comes again, and this time it's different, deeper, longer. The kind of sound that doesn't just shake the air but vibrates through the floor and into your bones. The seismograph pen surges toward the red line, climbing fast, and you hit start without thinking. Your phone begins counting down, 019, 018, 017. The pen hovers just below the red line, quivering. The countdown continues, 0012, 0011. Another roll of thunder, so close it feels like it's inside the room with you. The pen jumps, it crosses the red line. Your phone alarm goes off at the same instant, a bright chime that overlaps with a deep grinding tone from the seismograph. Not the storm anymore, but something resonant and low, like metal scraping against stone deep underground. You snap your gaze to the plaster figure's hand and lock onto it. The plaster surface shifts. It's subtle at first, a texture change you could convince yourself you're imagining. Smooth cast becoming something rougher, more organic. The fingers twitch. Or maybe that's a trick of the light, the way shadows move when you stare too long. Then the floor tilts, not a little, a full stomach-dropping tilt like the entire museum is rotating on an axis. The walls of the alcove stretch and blur, the fault line maps smearing into streaks of light. The glass case dissolves. The thunder becomes something else, something continuous and rhythmic like a mountain breathing. The light intensifies until you have to squint against it, but you don't look away from where the plaster hand was. The hand that's no longer plaster but skin, cracked, dust-covered skin, fingers curling tighter as the light overwhelms everything else. The tilt stops. The world snaps back into focus, but it's the wrong world. You're standing on a stone street under an afternoon sun so bright it feels like a physical weight on your shoulders. The stone is warm under your feet, under the sandals you're somehow wearing, and the street is full of people. Actual people, moving and talking and living. You're in Pompeii. The street stretches in both directions, paved with large irregular stones worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic. Shop stalls line the buildings, their shutters propped open to reveal goods, amphorae filled with wine or oil, baskets of olives, bread laid out on wooden boards. Laundry hangs between buildings on ropes, tunics and linens swaying in a breeze you can barely feel. Voices overlap in a language that sounds like Latin, but with local variations you can't quite place. A cart rattles past, pulled by a bored-looking donkey, and you step aside automatically. The driver's gaze slides right over you, through you, like you're not there. You test it by standing directly in someone's path, and they walk around you without acknowledgement, without even seeming to notice they've adjusted their course. You're invisible, an observer, a ghost. The air smells like a mix of bread, wine, animals, and something else, something faint and acrid like struck matches left too long in the sun. Sulfur, you realise. The volcanic gases people must be used to by now. Above everything, dominating the skyline, is Vesuvius. It rises in the distance, impossibly large, its slopes green with vegetation and its peak. You squint. There's a faint smudge of something darker near the top, a haze that might be smoke or might be clouds. From here, from this street, it looks calm, almost benign. Kids are playing in an alley off to your left, kicking a leather ball between them and shouting. An old woman argues with a vendor over the price of olives, her voice sharp and carrying. A dog trots past, shakes dust from its fur and barks at nothing in particular. Every so often the ground gives a tiny shudder. You feel it through the soles of your sandals. When did you get sandals? But no one else reacts. The vendor doesn't pause in his argument. The kids keep playing, the dog keeps trotting. Life moves as if nothing is wrong. You start walking because standing still feels more noticeable, even though no one can see you. You pass a bathhouse, its entrance marked by steam rising from within and voices echoing off tile. You pass a tavern where men lean against the counter, drinking from clay cups and talking in low voices about things you can't quite hear. You pass a small shrine, offerings of fruit and flowers laid at the feet of a statue whose features have been worn smooth by weather and touch. That's when you notice the ash. It's falling so lightly at first that you mistake it for dust motes caught in the sun. But it's not dust. It's ash, grey and fine, drifting down like slow snow. People brush it off their shoulders, out of their hair, annoyed but not alarmed. A woman wipes it from her child's face with the edge of her tunic. A man shakes it off a bolt of fabric he's trying to sell. No one is panicking. You catch fragments of conversations as you pass, mentions of the mountain, of small tremors, of omens and gods. But the tone is casual, the tone of people used to living in the shadow of something large and unpredictable. Someone says it did this before, years ago, and nothing happened. Someone else says the gods are restless but not angry. You're aware, with a tingling certainty in your nerves, that this is the day before everything changes. The museum label said 79 AD, August 24th. The date you set on your phone. This is Pompeii's last ordinary afternoon. You can still feel your phone in your pocket, or the phantom of it, a weight that shouldn't be there in a world without pockets like yours. The countdown has finished. The alarm is silent, but the bridge is still there, holding you in this moment. You turn down a side street narrower than the main road and find workers smoothing plaster over a wall. They're preparing it for paint, or maybe for graffiti. The walls here are covered in them. Messages and advertisements and crude jokes scrawled in quick Latin. One of the workers finishes his section and walks away, a trowel hanging from his belt, leaving the plaster wet and untouched. You stop walking. The wet plaster gleams faintly in the sun, fresh and smooth. Something about it pulls your attention, holds it. You can't look away. The return rule clicks into place in your head, as clear and immediate as the first one. Find a fresh, wet wall. Carve your current city and year into the plaster with your fingertip or any tool. Place your palm flat on the fresh letters at the exact moment the first pyroclastic surge roars down the street. Your pulse picks up. You understand what this means. It means staying here long enough to be present for that moment, for the city's last breath. The ash is falling more heavily now, not by much, but enough that it's starting to accumulate in the cracks between stones, in the folds of fabric. The sky is still bright, but there's a bruised quality to it, a hue that doesn't belong to any afternoon you've ever seen. You keep walking, trying to take it all in. The bathhouse where ceiling beams creak ominously. The open square where ash is piling up ankle-deep in the corners, and a few people are finally starting to look uneasy. A villa where servants argue in the courtyard about whether to start packing, their voices rising as the ground shivers again. You realise, with a sinking feeling, that every time you come back, every time you use the return rule, something will change. Not here. In your time. The museum exhibit hinted at it with that scratched warning. The way the seismograph's red line looked more like a suggestion than a threshold. The stakes are clear now. Stay and watch. Learn. See how ordinary people respond when disaster arrives slowly, when denial and panic unfold in real time. Use the return rule to snap back to the museum, but every successful return will cost something. It will rewrite how your present understands disasters. Plans will become looser. Warnings will be trusted less. Hierarchies will blur. People in your own city will start treating official alerts like folklore instead of science. The temptation is strong though. You can learn so much from watching this, from seeing what history has turned into a cautionary tale, and in a dark corner of your thoughts you wonder, what if you could visit more than once? The afternoon wears on, though you have no real sense of how much time is passing. The ash thickens. It coats hair and shoulders and makes people cover their mouths with cloth. Distant booms rumble from Vesuvius, low and ominous, and the sky takes on that bruised hue more intensely, spreading like an infection. Some residents are leaving now. You see carts piled high with belongings, families hurrying toward the city gates. But others, most others, are staying. They insist it will pass. They say the gods are angry but not murderous. They say it did this before and nothing happened. You hear the conflicting rumours everywhere. Bad omens, gods displeased, animal sacrifices that didn't take. Someone swears they saw birds flying in the wrong direction. Someone else says that's nonsense, that birds don't know anything. The ground shakes more often now, harder. Amphorae rattle in storage rooms. You see a building develop a small crack along one wall, thin as a hair but growing. A roof tile falls and shatters in the street, and people jump back startled before moving on. There's a new sound under the city beneath the voices and the carts and the rumbling. It's not thunder. It's the approach of something heavy, fast and hot. You make your way back to the side street with a wet wall. The plaster is still damp, still smooth. The workers are gone, probably fled or trying to secure their own homes. You can hear it now, distant but unmistakable. A raw building on the mountain slopes, the first pyroclastic surge, collapsing down from the eruption column, racing toward the city faster than anyone can run. You kneel by the wall and press your fingertip into the plaster. It's soft, yielding. You carve letters into it, modern letters that look alien against the Roman graffiti surrounding them. Your city's name, your year. The numerals bite into the ancient material, out of place and impossible. The street around you is chaos now. People are running, finally, but it's too late for most of them. Some are frozen, staring at the sky turning black. Animals bolt past. Dogs, a loose horse, chickens scattering. Someone is screaming for their child. A man stands in the middle of the street looking up at Vesuvius with an expression you can't read, like he's seeing something divine or something terrible or both at once. The wall shudders. The roar is no longer distant. It's here, approaching, a wall of ash, and gas and superheated air moving like an avalanche. You press your palm flat over the letters you carved. The sound rises. It's like the museum's thunderstorm cranked to a scream, multiplied by 1,000. The air itself begins to bake, the temperature spiking so fast you can feel your skin tightening. Everything goes blindingly hot, then blindingly white, light and heat and sound merging into a single overwhelming sensation, and then silence, cool air, the faint hum of exhibit lights. You're back in the volcano's hall, your palm still raised like you're pressing it against something that's no longer there. Your hand is shaking. Your whole body is shaking, adrenaline dumping through your system, even though you're safe, even though you're here. The seismograph is still ticking. The pen traces its endless line across the paper. But when you look at the red eruption mark, it's different. Less dire. More like a suggestion. A guideline that might or might not mean anything. The plaster cast is motionless in its glass case. Of course it is. It's been motionless for 2,000 years, but the label has changed. Before, it said, Pompeii, 79 AD. Plaster cast a victim from the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Now it says, Pompeii, 79 AD. Plaster cast from disputed eruption event. Multiple theories exist regarding the timeline and severity of volcanic activity in the region. You read it 3 times. Disputed. Theories. The words are wrong. The eruption of Vesuvius isn't disputed. It's one of the most well-documented disasters in ancient history, but the label says otherwise now. You walk back to the atrium on unsteady legs. People are still in their sleeping bags, still settling down. The docent is talking to a small group near the dinosaur exhibit. The storm is still going, rain drumming on the roof, thunder rolling through. You catch part of a conversation between 2 staff members standing near the coat check. One of them is looking at their phone. Another weather alert, they say, rolling their eyes. They always overdo it, the other replies. Remember last year they said evacuate and it was just some rain. Seriously, it's probably nothing. You feel cold. You pull out your phone, It's back to showing the correct date, 2025, like the 79 AD thing never happened, and check the weather alert. Severe thunderstorm warning. Seek shelter. Avoid travel. But beneath it, in the comments section of a local news app you have open, people are complaining, saying it's overblown, saying they're still going out, still driving to parties, still living their lives because warnings don't mean anything anymore. When did that happen? You make it home eventually once the museum sleepover ends and they let everyone leave despite the storm. The drive is nerve-wracking, water pooling on the roads, but no one else seems worried. Cars speed past you like the weather is fine. At home, you open your laptop and look up your city's hazard maps. They're there, but they're different. Fuzzier. Less detailed. Flood zones that used to be clearly marked are now shaded in vague gradients. Earthquake preparedness info is buried under pages of optional preparedness experiences, not essential protocols. The Emergency Services website has a section on disaster drills. It says they're recommended but not required. It says participation has been declining because public confidence in risk assessment varies. You don't remember it being like this before, but everyone else seems fine with it. To them, this is normal. You try to sleep, but every time you close your eyes, you see the wet plaster wall and feel the heat of the surge building behind you. You hear the screaming, you smell the sulphur. The days pass, weeks. The storm fades from memory, replaced by other things, daily routines and work and life. But you keep thinking about the volcano's exhibit, about the seismograph, about the scratched warning and the rule that worked exactly as promised. The next time there's a big storm, really big, the kind that makes the news, you find yourself driving to the museum. It's open late for another event, some fundraiser gala. You slip past the crowds in formal wear and head straight for the volcano's hall. It's empty. The seismograph is still there, still working. The plaster cast sits in its case, hand forever reaching. The scratched warning is still carved into the metal rim. Sync local and Roman time, don't look away. Your phone still has that glitchy custom date option. You set it to 79:08:24 again. You set the countdown timer. You wait for the thunder to hit, for the needle to spike past the red line, less dire now, almost friendly, and when it does, you lock eyes on the plaster hand and let the floor tilt. This time, you arrive in a different part of Pompeii. A bathhouse, just as the ceiling beams are starting to crack from the earthquakes. Steam rises from the pools, and bathers are arguing about whether to leave or stay. One man insists the building is safe, that it's stood for 100 years. Another is already climbing out, reaching for his clothes. You watch them. You watch the way denial works, the way people cling to normalcy even as the evidence mounts. A ceiling tile falls into the water with a splash, and they jump back, but then someone laughs nervously and says it's fine, just old construction. You find a fresh patch of plaster in an alcove where repairs are being made. You carve your city and year into it. You wait for the surge, and when it comes, faster this time, hotter, you press your palm down and snap back. The museum is cooler, quieter. But when you check your phone later, the news is treating a hurricane warning like a suggestion. Evacuation orders are called voluntary relocation advisories. People are throwing hurricane parties, posting about it on social media with laughing emojis. You go back a third time, a fourth. Each trip shows you a different corner of Pompeii's last day. An open square where ash piles mid-calf and people wade through it like snow. A villa where servants stack valuables into carts while the owner insists there's time. There's always time. A street where a mother clutches her children and runs while her neighbour stands on his doorstep watching the mountain with folded arms, refusing to believe. Each return changes things a little more. Siren tests in your city are reduced because people complain they're disturbing the peace. Early warning apps lose funding, become buggy, stop updating properly. You overhear conversations where people quote superstitions instead of meteorologists, where they say things like, "The weather always does what it wants anyway," and "You can't trust predictions." Your present is learning to shrug. The more you visit Pompeii, the more your own world starts to resemble it, not in destruction, but in attitude. In that casual dismissal of warnings, that belief that nothing truly bad will happen. Not here, not to us. You start to feel the weight of it, the responsibility. Each crossing is a choice. Each carved name and year in wet plaster is a small act of vandalism across time, and the cost is accumulating. But you can't stop. The pull is too strong. You want to see more, understand more. You want to watch how people face the unthinkable when it arrives slowly, when they have time to deny it. On what you tell yourself will be the last trip, you arrive when the city is deep in the catastrophe. The sky is black at midday. Ash falls so thickly you can barely see 10 feet ahead. Roofs are collapsing under the weight. Bodies lie in the street, already buried or still trying to crawl. The air is choking, toxic, and even though you're an observer, even though you're not really breathing it, you can feel the phantom burn in your lungs. You find one last fresh plaster wall, unlikely as it seems. Maybe it's hurried repairs in a wealthy home, someone trying to maintain normalcy until the very end. Maybe it's a new sign, half finished, abandoned when the worker realised and fled. You kneel by it. Your hand hovers over the surface, fingers ready to carve. The final surge is building. You can hear it, a roar deeper than anything you've heard before. The most violent one, the one that will finish the city. The ground is shaking so hard that the wall itself is cracking, plaster flaking away even as you touch it. You hesitate. If you press your palm after carving, you'll go home. But disaster thinking in your world will have unravelled even more. Another notch, another degree of carelessness. If you let it hit you here, if you don't complete the rule, you might stay, untethered, caught in Pompeii's last moments forever, or scattered across time, or simply gone. Your finger touches the plaster. You start to carve the first letter of your city's name. The surge descends the mountain like a grey tidal wave, faster than thought. You carve the second letter, the third. The roar becomes everything. Heat builds at your back, the air itself igniting. You finish the word, start the year. The wall of fire and ash hits the edge of the city. Buildings explode into rubble. People vanish into the cloud. You finish carving and press your palm flat. The world goes white. When the museum resolves around you, cool air, buzzing lights, the smell of floor polish, you stand there for a long time, shaking. The seismograph ticks. The plaster cast sits in its case. The label now talks about competing theories of risk and multiple interpretations of disaster chronology. You walk out of the exhibit and through the atrium. The gala is winding down. People in evening gowns and suits laugh over champagne. A TV in the lobby is showing news. A weather alert scrolling across the bottom. A hurricane projected to make landfall in 3 days. No one is paying attention. You drive home through streets that should be preparing. Sandbags, boarded windows, evacuation routes marked, but aren't. Your neighbours are having a barbecue. The grocery store is open but not busy. The gas station has no lines. Your phone buzzes constantly with alerts. Hurricane warning, seek shelter, evacuate if advised. The comments on social media are full of people saying it's overblown, that storms never hit as hard as predicted, that they're staying put because leaving is inconvenient. You think about Pompeii, about the people who stayed because leaving felt like overreacting, because they'd survived smaller tremors before, because the mountain had always been there and always would be. Your city has learned to be like that now, full of life, reluctant to evacuate, half believing that nothing bad will truly happen. You see new graffiti on a wall downtown, symbols that echo the letters you carved into Roman plaster, shapes that bridge 2 cities across 2,000 years. The museum quietly updates its exhibits. Placards talk about how ancient peoples misunderstood disasters, how warnings were often exaggerated, how multiple civilizations ignored signs until it was too late. But the text is written in a way that sounds distant, academic, like it couldn't possibly apply to now. On nights when thunderstorms roll in, when your phone buzzes with alerts and the wind rattles the windows, you feel the seismograph's phantom tremor in your hands, the pen dancing across paper, the needle approaching the red line that used to mean something. You know the rule still works. Phone date to 79/08/24. Countdown timer. Lock eyes on the plaster hand. The bridge is always there, waiting. But each use has weakened something essential. The difference between a drill and the real thing. The space between a warning and a story someone else will pay attention to. You live in a world that has learned to shrug at hurricanes and wildfire forecasts. Drills are poorly attended. Sirens are background noise. Warnings are treated like myths, like the tales people used to tell about angry gods and mountains that breathed fire. And when the ash starts to fall, because eventually in some form it always does, you wonder if anyone will recognise it for what it is, or if they'll just brush it off their shoulders, annoyed, and keep walking through the last ordinary afternoon of their lives. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead like trapped insects. You're stuck in a layover at a coastal airport so small it doesn't warrant a name anyone remembers. Just a regional code on your boarding pass. Wind slams against the terminal windows in rhythmic gusts, each one making the glass flex and groan. Somewhere beyond the runway, you can hear the Atlantic churning, though you can't see it through the sheets of rain and spray. The departure board flickers. Your connecting flight is delayed. Again. The handful of other passengers slumped in the plastic chairs don't even look up anymore. A garbled PA announcement echoes through the terminal, something about weather conditions and apologies for the inconvenience. You pull out your phone, but there's barely any signal, and the airport Wi-Fi is refusing to load anything useful. You need to move, to walk off the restless energy of being trapped between destinations. The main terminal is just a long corridor with gates on one side and floor-to-ceiling windows on the other, offering nothing but views of rain-slicked tarmac and low clouds. You follow a side hallway past closed bathrooms and a shuttered coffee kiosk, the fluorescent buzz getting quieter as you go deeper into the building. That's when you see it. A rope barrier stretched across an alcove, and beyond it, a faded wooden sign hanging at an angle. Aviation gallery, closed for renovation. The rope is barely secured, one hook dangling loose from its stanchion. Beyond the barrier, the space is dark except for a few emergency exit lights, casting dim green pools across what looks like old carpet. You check over your shoulder. No one's around. The terminal feels emptier back here, like a stage after the actors have left. The wind hits the windows again, rattling them in their frames, and you duck under the rope. The air changes immediately. It's colder in here and it smells different. Not the recycled terminal air you've been breathing, but something older. Dust, yes, but also salt, as if the ocean has been seeping through the walls for years. The carpet under your feet is worn thin in places, showing concrete beneath. As your eyes adjust, you make out the shape of the room. A small gallery space, maybe 30 feet across, with empty display cases along the walls and a few informational posters curled at the edges. And in the centre, taking up most of the floor space, is the airplane. It's not like any plane you've seen in a modern terminal. It's skeletal, primitive, more like a kite made by someone who'd never seen a kite before. Two fabric wings stacked one above the other, stretched over wooden frames that look like they belong in a barn. Bicycle chains connect the controls. The whole contraption rests on wooden skids over a shallow pit filled with actual sand. Real sand. The kind that gets between your toes at the beach, not decorative gravel. Cables tether the aircraft to something mounted on a metal control box the size of a small refrigerator positioned at the edge of the sandpit. You step closer. The fabric on the wings is taut but weathered, off-white canvas with visible stitching. The wooden spars have a golden brown grain that catches what little light filters in from the emergency exits. This is a replica, obviously, it has to be, but it's remarkably detailed. Every strut, every wire, every hand-stitched seam looks authentic. At the base of the control box, mounted on a small brass plate gone green with tarnish, you read, Kitty Hawk, 17 Deck 1903, the Wright Flyer. You've seen photos, of course. That famous black and white image of the first powered flight, Orville prone on the lower wing, Wilbur running alongside, the aircraft frozen at the moment of liftoff. But standing here, inches from a full-scale reproduction, you can feel the audacity of it. This fragile assemblage of wood and fabric and bicycle parts carried a human being into the air for the first time in history. The control box hums. It's so quiet you almost don't notice it at first, but once you do, you can't unhear it. A low electrical drone, steady as a heartbeat. Mounted on top is an antique anemometer, those spinning cups that measure wind speed. Its metal arms motionless but ready. The whole assembly looks like it belongs in a museum of scientific instruments, all brass fittings and analog dials. You lean closer to examine the control box, and that's when you see the message. Someone has scratched words into the metal surface, rough and irregular, like they used the torn corner of something stiff, maybe a credit card or a boarding pass. The letters are shallow but legible. Clip today's flight to the strut, spin to log wind, wait for final boarding. You stand up straight, glancing around the empty gallery. This has to be some kind of installation art piece, right? An interactive exhibit about the Wright brothers, closed for renovation but left partially assembled. The message is probably part of the experience, instructions for visitors on how to engage with the display. Still, something about it makes your skin prickle, the specificity of it. Today's flight. Your hand moves unconsciously to your pocket, where your own boarding pass is folded, creased from going through security, damp from the humidity of your palm when you were rushing to make your connection hours ago. Next to the anemometer, you notice a display case built into the control box, its glass clouded with dust. Inside is a reproduction of a page from a logbook, careful handwriting in faded ink dated December 17th, 1903. Weather conditions, wind direction, temperature readings. One number is circled in red, the wind speed, 27 miles per hour, steady from the north. The rule is taking shape in your mind even though you're trying to laugh it off. Clip your boarding pass to the aircraft, spin the anemometer to match the logbook wind speed, time it so the needle hits that exact number at the moment the PA announces final boarding for your flight. It's absurd. It's the kind of thing you'd read in a fantasy story, some magical ritual that transports the protagonist to another time. You're a rational person. You know how airports work, how time works, how physics works. This is just a closed exhibit with some cryptic instructions someone scratched into the metal, probably as a joke. But the wind hits the terminal windows again, hard enough that you hear it even through the walls of the gallery. The flyer's fabric wings shiver slightly, as if remembering what they were built for, and your flight is still delayed with no estimated departure time, leaving you trapped in this liminal space between where you've been and where you're trying to go. You pull out your boarding pass. The paper is limp and worn, the barcode smudged. Flight 1847 to Philadelphia, gate B7. Departure time crossed out twice already, with new times written in by gate agents. Boarding soon, the current departure board said before you wandered down here. There's a clip attached to one of the forward struts of the flyer, a small metal binder clip, slightly rusted, as if it's been waiting there. Your hand moves before you can talk yourself out of it. You unfold the boarding pass, smooth it out as best you can, and clip it to the strut. It hangs there, limp in the still gallery air, the airline logo visible on one side. The moment you release the clip, the control box hum changes pitch slightly. Rises a half step, maybe, barely perceptible. You're probably imagining it. Your hand reaches for the anemometer. The metal cups are cold under your fingers, and when you give them an experimental spin, they rotate smoothly on well-oiled bearings. The control box hum gets louder, more insistent. A needle on a dial you hadn't noticed before begins to climb, tracking the speed of the spinning cups. You spin too hard the first time. The needle shoots past the red circle marking 27 miles per hour, trembles at 35 for a moment, then begins to drift back down as the cups slow. You wait for something to happen, a flash of light, a sound, anything, but there's nothing. Just the hum returning to its baseline, the needle settling back to zero. From somewhere in the main terminal you hear a PA chime, that two-note ping that precedes every announcement. Your pulse quickens, but it's just a general boarding call for a different flight, a different gate. Not yours. You try again. This time you're more careful, spinning the cups with steady pressure, watching the needle climb incrementally. 5 miles per hour, 10, 15. The hum intensifies as the needle approaches the circled number. 20, 25. You ease off, trying to let momentum carry at the last bit. 27. The needle hovers at the mark for 2 seconds, then drops back as friction takes over. Still nothing happens. You're not sure whether you feel relief or disappointment. You practice it a few more times, getting a feel for how hard to spin, how to account for the cup's inertia, how long the needle will hold before dropping. It's oddly meditative, this repetitive action in the dim gallery with the wind howling outside and the hum of the control box filling your ears. Each attempt brings you closer to the exact pressure needed, the precise timing. You're rehearsing something, though you're not sure what. Your phone buzzes in your pocket. You pull it out, a notification from your airline app. Your flight status has changed from delayed to boarding soon. Gate B7. You should head back to the main terminal, but you don't move. The boarding pass is still clipped to the flyer's strut and your hand is still on the anemometer cups. You can walk away right now, retrieve your boarding pass, duck back under the rope, return to the world of departure boards and gate agents, and the normal physics of getting from one place to another. The PA chime sounds again, closer this time, carrying down the corridor from the main terminal. You recognise the tone, that specific frequency they use for final boarding calls, more urgent than the general announcements. Your heart begins to match the rhythm of the control box hum. You start spinning the anemometer, the needle climbs, and this time you're not practicing. This time you're listening for your flight number, for those specific words that will tell you it's time to board, time to leave, time to return to the known world. Final boarding call for Flight 1847 to Philadelphia, Gate B7. All passengers should be... The needle touches 27. The gallery lights stutter. The fluorescent tubes flicker from their harsh white to something softer, warmer, amber-coloured like old incandescent bulbs. Shadows swing across the walls as if the light sources are moving, though nothing is moving. The emergency exit signs dim to almost nothing. Then the sound changes. The hum of the control box cuts out. The distant mutter of HVAC. The white noise of terminal air handling that you've been hearing for hours without consciously registering it. Gone. Instead, wind. Real wind, not the muffled sound of it hitting windows, but the immediate presence of moving air against your skin. Cold air. Sharp with salt and something else. Something clean and barren. The floor beneath your feet shifts. The worn carpet is gone, replaced by something that gives under your weight. You look down and see sand, real sand, scattered with frost crystals that catch the light that's no longer coming from fluorescent tubes but from a low sun, pale and cold, just lifting above a horizon that shouldn't be visible, because there should be walls, but there aren't walls anymore. The walls are gone, the gallery is gone, the terminal is gone. You're standing on a beach, on low dunes covered in scrub grass that lies flat under the pressure of wind. The sky is immense and pale blue, washed out like old watercolour. In front of you, the Atlantic Ocean stretches, to a horizon line so sharp it looks drawn with a ruler. Behind you, sand and more sand, rising and falling in wind-sculpted ridges, and directly ahead, maybe 30 yards away, sitting on a wooden launching rail that gleams with morning frost, the Wright Flyer, not a replica. The real machine, fabric wings stretched taut and clean, wooden skids resting on the rail, every detail exactly as you saw it moments ago, but now absolutely, undeniably present in this moment, this place, this impossibly distant morning. Two men move around the aircraft. You know them from photographs, from history books, from 1,000 documentary reenactments, but seeing them here is different. They're shorter than you expected. Dressed in dark wool suits, collars crisp despite the wind, caps pulled low against the blowing sand. Their breath comes out in clouds. They're talking to each other, pointing at different parts of the aircraft, adjusting struts, checking connections. One of them kneels to examine the launching rail. The other walks to the wingtip and rocks it gently, testing the tension in the wires. Orville and Wilbur write. You try to move toward them, but your legs feel strange, as if you're wading through something thicker than air. When you take a step, sand shifts under your sneakers. Sneakers? You're still wearing your sneakers and your travel clothes, jeans and a jacket that's doing nothing against this wind. But the sound of your footstep is muffled, distant, as if it's happening in another room. One of the helpers, a man in a heavy coat and cap, walks straight toward you. You freeze, but he doesn't see you. He walks through the space where you're standing and you feel him pass. Or rather, you feel the absence of feeling, a cold spot that moves through your chest like a breeze through an open door. His coat flaps behind him, fabric snapping in the wind, but it doesn't touch you because you're not quite here. Not in the way that would let you touch or be touched. You're a ghost in December 1903, an invisible witness to the first flight. More men are gathering near the flyer. 5, 6 of them, local lifeguards and station crew from the nearby Kill Devil Hill station, called in to help with the attempt. They stamp their feet against the cold and shield their eyes from blowing sand with gloved hands. One of them has set up a large boxy camera on a wooden tripod, the kind with a bellows and a dark cloth. He's positioning it carefully, aiming it at the launching rail. That camera will capture the famous photograph. You're standing in the frame of one of the most iconic images in history. Wilbur, the taller one with the more prominent features, is checking something on the aircraft's engine. You can hear it now, a rhythmic chugging that echoes across the dunes. The smell of gasoline and hot metal reaches you, improbably sharp and real. The engine sound is rough, uneven, nothing like the turbines you're used to. This is percussion, not wind. This is controlled explosions in cylinders, chains transferring power to wooden propellers. Orville positions himself next to the lower wing, preparing to lie down on it. He's saying something to Wilbur, but the wind scatters his words before you can make them out. The accent would be wrong anyway, you think. Ohio in 1903, a way of speaking you'd recognise but not quite understand. Like listening to a recording of your grandparents as children. The cold is seeping into your bones. Your jacket wasn't meant for this, and the wind cuts through it like you're wearing tissue paper. You can feel your fingers going numb, your face stinging where the sand-laden wind hits it. This is real cold, real wind, real discomfort. Whatever you're experiencing, it's not a dream or a hallucination. Dreams don't hurt like this. But underneath the cold and the wind, underneath the sounds of 1903, you can still hear something else. Faint, like it's coming from very far away or through water, the hum of HVAC, the background noise of the airport terminal. It's there if you concentrate, a thread connecting you to your own time, so thin you might lose it if you're not careful. You walk closer to the flyer, your feet sinking slightly into the cold sand with each step. Up close, you can see every detail. The fabric is muslin, the stitching is done by hand, the wood is spruce and ash, carefully selected and shaped. The bicycle chains are actual bicycle chains, adapted for a purpose their manufacturers never imagined. The controls are simple, wires and levers that pull and push, nothing hydraulic, nothing electronic, just human hands translating intention into motion through mechanical advantage. It's so fragile. That's what strikes you most. This thing looks like it might fall apart if you sneezed on it. And yet these men are about to trust their lives to it, to lie down on that lower wing and throttle up that sputtering engine and try to do something humans have never done before. Orville is climbing onto the wing now. He stretches out prone, hips in the padded cradle they've built, hands gripping the control levers. His face is set, focused, but you can see the tension in his shoulders. He's terrified and exhilarated in equal measure, and why wouldn't he be? He's about to attempt something that will either change the world forever, or kill him in front of his brother and half a dozen witnesses. Wilbur takes his position at the wingtip, ready to steady the aircraft when it starts moving. The helpers back away from the launching rail, giving it clear space. The man with the camera ducks under his cloth, making final adjustments. Everything is ready. Wilbur nods to Orville. Orville opens the throttle slightly, and the engine note changes, becoming more insistent. The propellers, two of them, contra-rotating, begin to blur. The whole aircraft shudders, straining against whatever is holding it to the rail. And then you remember, the return rule, the second half of the instructions, that you didn't consciously read, but that somehow settled into your mind the moment you arrived. You need to get back, and there's only one way to do it. You have to carve your flight number into wet sand near the waterline. You have to time it, so a wave erases the numbers at the exact moment the flyer touches down at the end of its flight. You turn toward the ocean. The shoreline is maybe 100 yards away, down a slope of dunes. You can see waves rolling in, white foam on grey-green water, each surge reaching up the beach and then retreating, leaving the sand dark and glistening. That's where you need to be. That's your exit. But the flyer is starting to move. Wilbur lets go of the wingtip and begins to run alongside the aircraft as it accelerates down the rail. The helpers watch, a few of them clenching their fists or holding their breath. The camera stands ready, its lens open, its plate waiting to be exposed at the decisive moment. The flyer picks up speed, skids sliding along the launching rail with a sound like a knife being sharpened. Orville holds steady, making minute adjustments to the controls. The engine is roaring now, everything it has, the chains singing as they transfer power to the propellers, and then the front of the aircraft lifts. Just a little at first, the nose rising a few inches off the rail, then more. The skids clear the wood entirely, and for a heartbeat the Wright Flyer is flying, actually flying, suspended in air with no support but the force of its own propellers pushing it forward. You're frozen, watching. You should be running toward the shoreline, setting up your return, but you can't move. This is the first flight, the first time a powered, heavier-than-air machine has carried a human being through the sky under control. Everything that you know about aviation, every jet you've ever boarded, every aerial photograph you've ever seen, Every inch of the route from the city you live in to the city you were trying to reach, all of it started here, in this moment, with this fragile kite of wood and fabric skimming 12 feet above the cold sand of Kitty Hawk. The flight lasts 12 seconds. You feel it rather than count it. 12 heartbeats, 12 breaths, 12 units of time that stretch and contract like the fabric on the flyer's wings. The aircraft stays low, wobbling slightly, Orville working the controls constantly to keep it level. It's not graceful, it's barely controlled, but it's flying. And then the nose dips, the skids come down, the flyer hits the sand hard enough that you can hear the impact even over the wind, a wooden thump that echoes across the beach. Orville lurches forward but holds on. The aircraft slides a few feet and stops. The propellers spin down, the engine coughs and goes quiet. It's over. You realise you haven't breathed. You gasp in air that's so cold it hurts your lungs, and then you're running, sprinting down the dune toward the water, sand sliding under your feet, threatening to trip you with every step. Your chest is tight, and you can't tell if it's from the cold or the exertion, or the sheer impossibility of what you just witnessed. The shoreline is closer than you thought. The waves are coming in fast, driven by the same wind that just carried the flyer into the air. You drop to your knees in the wet sand just beyond the reach of the last wave, and you start to dig with your fingers, gouging numbers into the dark surface. 1847, your flight number. The numbers are rough, carved by fingertips that are already numb from cold, but they're legible. The sand is firm and wet, perfect for holding the impression, for now. Behind you, the brothers are examining the flyer, checking for damage. The helpers are gathering around, congratulating them, voices carrying across the beach. Someone is shouting about doing it again, making another attempt before the weather turns. A wave surges in, closer than the last. It reaches to within a foot of your numbers, but doesn't quite touch them. You hold your breath. Too soon. The timing has to be exact. You hear them preparing the aircraft for another attempt. They're going to fly again, and this flight will be longer. The brothers will take turns. Each attempt will improve on the last. This isn't just one moment of history. It's a whole day of moments, a sequence of achievements building on each other. But you also feel something else, a disorientation, a wrongness. Not in Kitty Hawk. Everything here feels crisp and real and absolutely present. The wrongness is in that faint hum you can still hear under everything else. That thread connecting you to your own time is wavering, fluctuating. As if your presence here is changing something there. Small ripples spreading out from this moment into the future, altering the shape of things in ways you can't see yet but can somehow sense. Another wave comes in, and this one touches the bottom of your carved numbers, the foot of the 7. The sand darkens but doesn't wash away. Not yet. You need to time this perfectly, and the ocean doesn't care about your timing. From the dunes you hear the engine start again. They're preparing for the second flight. You should wait, should watch, should witness as much of this as you can. But that feeling of wrongness is getting stronger, and you realise you don't know what happens if you miss your window, if you let a wave erase your numbers at the wrong moment, or if the tide comes in and covers everything before the flyer lands. The second flight begins. This time it's Wilbur at the controls, Orville running alongside. The flyer moves down the rail, lifts, flies. You watch it out of the corner of your eye while tracking the waves, trying to predict their rhythm. It's longer this time, the flight. More stable. Wilbur is staying in the air, extending the distance, proving that the first success wasn't a fluke. A large wave builds offshore. You can see it coming, taller than the others, pushed by a gust of wind. It's going to reach your numbers. The flyer is descending, Wilbur bringing it down in a controlled glide. The timing is close, so close. The skids touch sand. The wave breaks over your carved flight number. The numbers dissolve, washed away in foam and retreating water. And in that instant the beach flickers. The dunes become translucent like images projected on gauze. The sound of the ocean is overwhelmed by a returning hum, machinery and air conditioning and distant announcements. The cold lessens, the wind drops. You're back in the gallery on your knees on the worn carpet next to the sandpit under the replica Wright flyer. The control box sits silent, its dial at 0. Your boarding pass still flutters on the strut where you clipped it, though now it looks more faded, as if it's been there for longer than a few minutes. You stand on shaking legs and walk back toward the main terminal, ducking under the rope barrier, following the corridor back to the land of departure boards and gate announcements. Everything looks the same passengers slumped in the same chairs, the same rain hammering the same windows. But it's not the same. You stop at a wall-mounted route map, one of those illuminated displays showing all the destinations this airport connects to. The web of lines looks wrong. Not entirely different, but shifted. Routes you remember seeing before are gone. New destinations have appeared in places that don't make sense. An airline you've never heard of has a hub here, their logo displayed prominently. You pull out your phone and check your flight status. Flight 1847 to Philadelphia, still boarding at Gate B7. But the aircraft type listed is different. Instead of the Boeing 737 you remember from when you first checked in, it now shows something called an M427. You search for it, but the signal is still bad, and the pages that do load are maddeningly vague. An efficient medium-range aircraft, the results say. Standard on this route. Standard. As if it's always been standard. As if everyone knows what an M427 is. You make it to Gate B7 just as they're making a final call for stragglers. The gate agent scans your boarding pass without comment and waves you through. You walk down the jetway, and through the windows you can see the aircraft. The profile is wrong. The wing placement, the engine nacelles, even the way it sits on its landing gear. It's close enough to what you expect that most people probably wouldn't notice, but you notice. This isn't the plane you were supposed to board. You take your seat, and the safety card in the seat pocket shows emergency procedures for an aircraft configuration you don't recognise. The flight attendants run through their demonstration, and the evacuation slide locations don't match what you remember from every other flight you've taken. The in-flight magazine's route map, when you pull it out to check, shows the same shifted web of destinations you saw on the terminal display. The plane takes off. It feels normal. The acceleration, the rotation, the climb. But when you look out the window at the wing, you see details that are subtly off. Different winglets, a slightly different flap configuration. This plane flies like the planes you know, but it's not a plane you've ever flown on before. You try to convince yourself that you're misremembering, that you're tired from the layover and the stress of travelling, that the gate agent must have made a mistake when you first checked in and you're just noticing it now. But you know better. You were there. You spun the anemometer and watched the flyer lift off and carved your flight number in sand and felt the wave erase it at the moment of touchdown. Something changed. When you get home, you start researching. Late into the night, you search for information about the history of flight, looking for discrepancies, trying to understand what's different. Most of it is the same. The Wright brothers still made the first flight at Kitty Hawk in 1903. The dates match, the basic facts are unchanged. But as you dig deeper, you find small variations. An aircraft manufacturer you remember as being dominant in the 1950s apparently went bankrupt in 1948. A famous air disaster you vaguely recall from history classes never happened. Budget carriers have different names, different hubs, different founding dates. The world's aviation history has the same skeleton, but the details are different. It's like someone went through and made tiny edits to the timeline, subtle enough that most people would never notice, but significant enough that the entire industry evolved along a slightly different path. And you did it. By being there, by watching, by existing as a presence, however ghostly, at that crucial moment, you somehow introduced variables that rippled forward. Maybe you altered the wind current slightly, or your observation changed the outcome in some quantum way, or the universe simply had to adjust to accommodate your impossible presence. The mechanism doesn't matter. The result is clear. The sky you live under now is not quite the sky you grew up with. Days pass, weeks. You try to settle back into normal life, but you can't stop noticing the differences. Planes overhead have unfamiliar liveries. Flight tracking apps show aircraft types you don't recognise. Conversations with frequent flyer friends hit odd moments where they reference airlines or routes that don't match your memory, and you have to nod along and pretend you know what they're talking about. The worst part is that no one else notices. To everyone around you, this is just how aviation has always been. You're the only one who remembers both versions, the only one carrying the weight of a timeline that no longer exists anywhere except in your memory. You think about the gallery, the rope barrier, the Wright Flyer replica waiting in its sandbox, the control box humming, ready for another visitor to clip, another boarding pass and spin the anemometer and time it to another final boarding call. It would be so easy to go back. You know the timing now, know the feel of the anemometer, know exactly where to carve numbers in wet sand. You could do it again, and if you could do it again, you could maybe adjust things differently. Fix some of the changes that feel wrong, prevent certain developments while encouraging others. But each time you cross would bring new changes, new ripples. How many iterations before you no longer recognize any of it? How many times can you tune the history of flight before the sky itself becomes alien? Before the basic vocabulary of aviation shifts so far from what you knew that you're effectively living in an alternate reality? 3 months after your first crossing, you're back at the same regional airport. Different trip, different destination, but the same facility, the same wind-lashed terminal, the same corridor leading to the closed gallery. You stand outside the rope barrier, looking at the faded sign, listening to the wind hammer the windows. Your boarding pass is in your pocket. Your flight is delayed. Of course it's delayed. This airport is always dealing with weather. The rope hangs loose, the way it always does. Beyond it, in the darkness, you can just make out the shape of the flyer replica, waiting. You think about all the small changes you've noticed. You think about the larger changes you suspect but can't prove. You think about the Wright brothers on that cold December morning, making those first hesitant hops into the sky, having no idea that someone from the future was watching, that their achievement would ripple not just forward but also backward, changed by the very observation of it. The PA chimes. Your flight is now boarding. Gate C4. You should go. Instead, you duck under the rope. The gallery smells the same, dust and salt and time. The flyer sits motionless, and in the dim light you can see that someone has been here recently. The sand in the pit has been disturbed, smoothed and reshaped, as if by wind that blows through dimensions. The control box hums its invitation. You clip your boarding pass to the strut. Your hand finds the anemometer, and you remember exactly how much pressure to apply, exactly how to let the cup spin up to speed. You wait, listening for the specific tone of the final boarding announcement, feeling your heartbeat sync with the hum of the machine. Because you need to know. You need to see it again, to witness that moment of first flight one more time, and maybe, just maybe, you can observe without changing. Maybe you can be there without leaving fingerprints on the timeline. Maybe if you're careful, if you time everything perfectly, you can experience the wonder without causing harm. Or maybe that's just what you tell yourself to justify going back. The announcement comes. You spin the anemometer. The needle climbs to 27 and holds. The lights shift to amber. The floor becomes sand. The walls dissolve into horizon, and you're standing on the dunes again, December 1903. Cold wind in your face, watching 2 bicycle mechanics prepare to change the world forever. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain hasn't stopped for 3 hours. You sit in the dark of your apartment, the only light coming from your laptop screen, casting that familiar blue-white glow across your desk. Outside, the city hums with distant traffic, muffled voices, the occasional siren. Inside, it's just you and the electronics, the laptop's fan, the refrigerator's cycle, the building's heating system clicking through the walls. You're not sure what pulled you to check the time zone settings. Maybe it was the insomnia, the restless energy that comes at midnight when sleep feels impossible, and your mind starts reaching for small, meaningless tasks. You click through the system preferences, scrolling past the usual suspects: New York, London, Tokyo, UTC. Your finger moves the trackpad absently, scanning the alphabetical list of cities and regions when something catches your eye. It's near the top, between Alexandria, Louisiana and Alice Springs. The entry reads, Alexandria, Last Light. You don't remember seeing it before, but then again, you've never really studied this list. Maybe it's always been there. Maybe it's some historical quirk, a reference to an old-time standard. You click it. More curious than anything else, your system clock jumps immediately to 23:59. You wait for the seconds to tick over. The digital display sits there, frozen. 23:59. The seconds don't appear, don't count down. Just those 4 digits, glowing at the corner of your screen like they've been pinned in place. You refresh the menu. Still, sub 23:59. You switch to a different time zone and back again. The moment you return to Alexandria Last Light, the clock snaps back to 23:59 and stops. A glitch, obviously. Some corrupted preference file. You consider restarting, but instead you find yourself staring at those frozen numbers, feeling something you can't quite name. The room seems quieter suddenly, as if the ambient noise has been turned down a few notches. The rain against the window sounds farther away. Your bookshelves line the wall to your left, crammed with paperbacks and textbooks and that one hardcover you've read so many times the spine is cracked and soft. Without thinking about it, you reach for that familiar book, pulling it from its slot. The pages fall open to somewhere in the middle, a passage you could probably recite from memory. The laptop fan kicks into a higher gear, louder than it should be. The air in the room feels heavier, thicker, like the atmospheric pressure has shifted. You glance back at the screen. A notification appears, not in the standard system style. No company logo, no familiar interface design. Just a small rectangle of text in a font you don't recognize. Sync at turnover. Begin reading at midnight. Your heart rate picks up. This isn't how computers work. Notifications don't just appear from nowhere with cryptic instructions, but there it is, hovering over your desktop and underneath it, that unchanging 2359. The meaning assembles itself in your mind without you consciously working it out, like a rule you've always known but never had occasion to use, at the exact moment when 2359 becomes 000. If you start reading aloud from a physical book in your possession, something will happen. You don't know why you believe this. You don't know where the certainty comes from, but you feel it as surely as you feel the chair beneath you and the book's weight in your hands. You flip back to the first page, positioning yourself at the opening line. Your eyes move between the text and the clock. 23:59. Still 23. The laptop's fan grows louder still, a high-pitched whine creeping into its normal hum, as if the machine is straining against something, working harder than it should to maintain this impossible moment. The room's shadows seem to deepen. The blue glow from the screen stretches and distorts slightly, throwing strange angles across your desk. You hold the book steady, your thumb marking the place, your eyes locked on those frozen digits, and then, so subtle you almost miss it, the 9 flickers. A faint pulse runs through the air, a vibration you feel more than hear. Your breath catches. The moment stretches out, elastic, and you know without knowing that you're supposed to start reading the instant, the very instant that 000 appears. The 9 flickers again. The air hums. Your throat tightens in anticipation. 23:59 becomes 000. You read the first sentence aloud, your voice steady and clear in the quiet room. In the beginning, there was only the question of how to preserve what could not be kept. As the words leave your mouth, the letters on the page begin to move. Not dramatically, not all at once, but in a slow drift. The familiar alphabet sliding and rearranging itself into characters you don't recognize, but somehow understand. Greek letters, ancient and angular. Your voice continues speaking the sentence as you watch the transformation spread, the words on every visible book spine in the room shimmering and reforming. Posters on the wall, sticky notes on your desk, the label on your water bottle, all of it shifts into Greek. Your voice sounds different, older, like the words are coming from somewhere deeper than your lungs, from a place that existed before you were born. The floor tilts, not violently, but with the slow, deliberate roll of a ship adjusting to a wave. Your stomach lifts and settles. The laptop's light stretches vertically, elongating into a tall rectangle that pulses brighter and brighter until it's less like a screen and more like a doorway of pure white light. You don't fall, you don't stumble. The tilt simply continues, reality pivoting around some axis you can't see, and when it finally levels out, the laptop's hum is gone. In its place, the rustle of countless pages, the murmur of many voices, the faint crackle of oil lamps burning in still air. You're standing. The room around you is vast beyond measuring, a cathedral of knowledge. Columns rise from the floor to a ceiling lost in shadow high above, each one carved with geometric patterns and symbols. Shelves climb the walls in tiered galleries, connected by wooden ladders and narrow walkways. Scrolls, thousands upon thousands of scrolls, fill every available surface, stacked horizontally on shelves, bundled in leather cases spread across reading tables. The air smells of papyrus and lamp oil, with an undertone of salt water drifting in from somewhere beyond the stone walls. It's warm, but not uncomfortably so, the heat of many bodies and many lamps in a space designed to hold both. People move through the hall with purpose. scholars in simple robes, scribes with ink-stained fingers, young apprentices carrying armfuls of scrolls from one station to another. They speak in Greek, mostly, but you catch fragments of other languages too. Latin, Aramaic, something that sounds like early Arabic. The acoustics of the space turn individual voices into a constant gentle murmur, like water flowing over stones. You take a step forward. No one looks at you. A scribe walks past close enough that his robe should brush your arm, but instead you feel only a faint tingling, a cool rush of air as he passes through the space where you're standing. You're here, but not here. A witness, not a participant, an observer from another time, occupying the same space but not the same moment. You move deeper into the library, and you know without question that this is the library, the one from Alexandria, the one that burned. And as you walk, you begin to notice the tension underlying all this scholarly activity. A group of scholars stands around a table covered in organised stacks of scrolls, each stack marked with a symbol painted in red on a small wooden tag. One of the scholars, older, with grey in his beard, gestures emphatically toward a side chamber visible through an archway. Another scholar, younger, shakes his head, pointing to a wax tablet covered in what looks like a list or schedule. Their voices rise above the general murmur, urgent but controlled. You catch fragments as you drift closer. No time for everything. Priorities must be. Forces moving in the harbour. Your chest tightens. You understand what you're seeing. This isn't just a regular night at the library. This is triage. This is the last careful organisation before chaos arrives. Moving through the hall, you see more signs. Sealed bundles of scrolls being carried toward inner chambers, scribes working with unusual speed to copy certain texts, their hands moving in rapid practice strokes. Near one of the large windows, you spot a small crowd gathered, looking out towards something you can't see from this angle. You find stairs leading upward, winding around one of the massive columns. No one stops you, no one can see you, so you climb. The stairs are worn smooth in the centres, centuries of feet passing up and down. At the top, you emerge onto a balcony that overlooks both the interior of the library and through a series of arched windows the city beyond. Alexandria at night is a constellation of torchlight and lamp flame. The streets glow with scattered points of fire. The harbour reflects the moon and the lights of ships. It's beautiful, but there's something wrong with the pattern. Too many lights moving in formation, too many torches concentrated in certain areas, spreading like burning oil on water. And in the distance, from a direction you can't quite pinpoint, you hear it, shouting, the metallic clash of weapons, the low roar of a crowd working itself toward violence. The library stands at the edge of that roar, still safe, still calm, but not for long. You can feel it in the air, in the way the scholars move with controlled panic, in the way certain people keep glancing toward the windows and doorways. This is the night before the fire, the last night the Library of Alexandria stands complete. Behind you, somewhere in the back of your awareness, you feel a faint digital pulse. Your laptop's clock still frozen at 0, waiting in another time. You descend back into the main hall, drawn by some instinct toward a large table near the centre. A scroll lies partially unrolled there, weighted down with smooth stones at each corner. As you approach, no one interferes. The scholars around it are focused on a different set of documents, their attention elsewhere. The scroll's surface is covered in dense Greek text, the ink a rich brown-black that has seeped slightly into the papyrus fibres. In the margins there are diagrams, geometric figures, star maps, what looks like a mechanical device with labelled parts. The writing is beautiful, each letter formed with care, the work of someone who understood that knowledge and aesthetics need not be separate. You lean closer, and the text seems to shift, to lean toward you, as if inviting you to read. Words emerge from the general flow, phrases that catch your eye. The body heals itself when given. Rotation of the sphere demonstrates. Mixture of elements in proportion. And then, like a voice speaking directly into your mind, you understand the rule. The way back. The price. To return to your own time, you must choose one sentence from any scroll in this library. Only one sentence, no more, no less. You must memorize it perfectly, every word, every pause, every nuance of meaning. When the flames reach the highest shelves of this hall, when the first true destruction begins, You must speak that sentence clearly into your laptop's microphone. The sentence will bridge the gap, pull you back across the centuries. But there's a cost. Each sentence you carry back erases something from your own time. One piece of modern knowledge will vanish from the world, gone as if it had never been discovered. Not from your memory. You'll remember both what was and what now is, but from everyone else's. From the textbooks and databases and collective understanding of your century. Something that was certain will become uncertain. Something that was known will become forgotten. The weight of this settles into your bones. You straighten up, looking around the library with new eyes. This isn't just a collection of ancient wisdom. It's a marketplace of terrible choices. You begin to move through the hall with purpose, reading labels, examining categories. The library's organisation becomes clear. Astronomy and mathematics in the eastern galleries, medicine and natural philosophy in the western chambers, literature and history in the northern sections, mechanics and practical arts in rooms near the southern entrances. Each scroll represents something lost to history, something your world has spent centuries trying to rediscover or replace. What if one of these sentences contains knowledge that could change medicine, prevent suffering, advance understanding? What if a single line from a medical text could save lives? But then the cost comes back to you, cold and certain. What if that same sentence erases antibiotics from your world? What if everyone wakes up tomorrow and penicillin is just a historical curiosity, something that never quite worked, a failed experiment? How many lives would that cost? You pass a scroll on navigation, detailed star charts that show constellations with notations about their movements. Another sentence that could change everything, or erase GPS, satellite navigation, the entire global positioning infrastructure that your world takes for granted. A scroll on mechanics catches your eye. Diagrams of what looks like a water-powered device, complex and clever. You read a single sentence describing its function, and even in translation, even across the centuries, you can tell it's brilliant. But what would you lose? What technology would blink out of existence? The impossible mathematics of the choice begins to overwhelm you. For every potential gain, a certain loss. For every piece of ancient wisdom recovered, a piece of modern certainty sacrificed. The scholars around you continue their urgent work, unaware of the future observer moving among them, unaware of the bargain being calculated in your mind. Time passes, though you're not sure how to measure it here, where your own time doesn't quite reach. The noises from outside grow louder, the shouting increases, you hear the distinct crash of something heavy falling, the splintering of wood, the roar of many voices raised together. The scholars' urgency transforms into something closer to panic, though they maintain their discipline. More scrolls are sealed and bundled. Small groups of trusted apprentices slip out through side doors, carrying precious cargo to places of safety. A senior scholar begins making rapid decisions, pointing to certain scrolls and ordering their immediate copying, pointing to others and shaking his head. Not enough time, too dangerous to try. You smell smoke. It's faint at first, just a hint of burning wood, carried on the air from somewhere outside. But it's there, and everyone in the library knows what it means. Through the high windows you see the first orange glow reflected off buildings in the distance. Fire in the city, fire coming closer. The laptop's digital pulse in the back of your mind speeds up, though there's no clock here, no way to measure seconds. You feel a countdown you can't see, a timer ticking toward an inevitable moment. You need to choose. Your feet carry you back through the hall past the organised chaos of scholars saving what they can. You find yourself drawn to a particular section, a cluster of scrolls marked with symbols you've come to recognise as medical texts. You scan the labels, the brief descriptions written in neat Greek on the outside of each case. One scroll calls to you. You can't explain why. Maybe it's the diagram visible on the exposed edge. Maybe it's something in the way the lamplight hits it, but you know this is the one. You carefully unroll it using the same stones the scholars use to weight the corners. The text flows across the papyrus in organised sections. You read, translating as you go, and you find it. A single sentence describing a compound, a mixture of plant extracts and minerals, prepared in a specific way for treating infected wounds. The sentence is precise, detailed, almost like a chemical formula rendered in ancient Greek. It specifies proportions, methods, timing. You read it again, and again. You speak it silently, feeling the shape of the words in your mouth. You break it into sections, memorizing each part separately, then stringing them together. The Greek flows through your mind, the meaning crystallizing. Around you, the smoke thickens. The scholars are abandoning the outer rooms now, pulling back toward the inner chambers. Someone shouts about fire in the eastern galleries. You close your eyes and recite the sentence from memory, checking it against the original. Perfect. You have it. The first scream tears through the library. You look up and see it. Flames, real flames, licking along a shelf in one of the highest galleries. The fire moves faster than seems possible, catching dried papyrus and ancient wood, blooming from orange to white hot. Scrolls blacken and curl, their carefully preserved words vanishing in seconds. The scholars below cry out, some running toward the fire with water, others grabbing final armfuls of scrolls to save, still others simply standing in horror as centuries of work begins to burn. The flames spread across the highest tier like a living thing, hungry and fast. Embers fall like burning snow, starting new fires where they land. The temperature in the hall spikes. The air fills with smoke and the terrible smell of burning papyrus, burning wood, burning history. Something pulls at your chest, a hook behind your sternum tugging you backward, away from this moment. The library's floor tilts again, that same ship-like roll, but in reverse. The columns stretch and warp, the lamplight smearing into streaks. You catch one last glimpse, a scholar below, arms full of scrolls, looking up at the advancing flames with an expression of absolute grief. Then the tilt completes, and you're falling backward through time. Your apartment resolves around you in pieces. The desk, the chair, the laptop screen still showing 0000 and Alexandria, last light, in tiny letters. The book is still in your hand, pages open to that first sentence you read aloud. But the room is different somehow, quieter. The sound has been scrubbed away, leaving only a ringing silence. You set the book down carefully and pull the laptop closer. You open a voice recording app, the kind you use for reminders and notes. The interface loads, showing a blinking red microphone icon. Your heart hammers in your chest. You take a breath, and then you speak the sentence from the scroll, the Greek words flowing smoothly from your lips, the pronunciation as perfect as you can make it, the meaning clear in your mind. The compound, the proportions, the method, the treatment for infected wounds. As you finish, the recording timer stutters. 101, then back to 0, then 02. The file name flickers, the Latin letters briefly becoming Greek before snapping back. A small notification appears. Recording saved. Your system clock, frozen for so long, suddenly jumps. 101. Time is moving again. You sit in the silence of your apartment, the rain still tapping at the window, the city still humming beyond your walls. Everything looks the same. The same desk, the same bookshelves, the same laptop. But somewhere, reality is adjusting. Somewhere in the vast database of human knowledge, something is disappearing. One piece of medical understanding, one treatment or discovery or technique that your world knew yesterday is being quietly erased. At first, you feel nothing. You check your phone. The time shows 0002 now, normal, advancing like it should. You open a browser, search for random medical terms. Everything seems normal. Then you notice your bookshelf. One of your textbooks, a medical reference book you used in school, has a strange gap in it. You pull it out, flip through the pages. There's a section on antibiotics, and right in the middle, where there should be detailed information about a specific compound, there's just a short paragraph marked theoretical and historically speculated. You stare at the text. You remember this section being longer. You remember detailed protocols, dosage information, case studies. Now it's just a vague historical note about a treatment that showed promise in limited trials, but was never successfully replicated. You put the book back, your hands slightly shaky. Opening your laptop again, you search for the name of the antibiotic you remember. The results come back confused. Academic papers questioning its efficacy, forum posts debating whether it ever really worked. Pharmaceutical. Companies listing it as discontinued or experimental. The world has forgotten. Your sentence from the scroll, that ancient Greek formula for treating infected wounds, has displaced this modern knowledge. You traded a future discovery for a past one, and now only you remember both versions. You close the browser, your stomach tight. The implications spread out in your mind like cracks in ice. You've changed history, or rather, you've changed the present, rewritten what people know and don't know. The antibiotic that's now theoretical probably saved thousands of lives in the version of the world you remember. How many people will die now because it's gone? But then again, the compound from the scroll, the ancient formula you brought back, what could that do? If you can figure out how to communicate it, how to translate it into modern terms, could it save lives too? Could it be better than what was lost? The question has no answer. You sit in the dark, the laptop's glow washing over you, and you understand that you've stepped into something far larger and more terrible than you imagined. Hours pass. Maybe you sleep, maybe you don't. When you next focus on the laptop screen, early morning light is filtering through your window. You should be exhausted, but you feel wired, electric. You navigate back to the time zone settings, half expecting Alexandria, last light to be gone, removed like a glitch fixed by a system update. It's still there. You hover your cursor over it, not clicking, just hovering. The option is still available. You could go back, tonight, or the next night, or any night you choose to set the clock to 23:59 and read at midnight. You could bring back more sentences, more lost knowledge, more ancient wisdom, and each time you'd lose something modern. Each trip would peel away another layer of certainty from your century, leaving gaps that only you would notice. You think about what that would mean. A dozen trips? 20? 50? Each one carefully extracting a valuable sentence from the burning library, each one erasing something from the present. What kind of world would you create? One rich in ancient philosophy and astronomy and medicine, but missing random pieces of modern infrastructure. A world where people have deep wisdom about the stars but can't quite remember how to make certain plastics. Where they understand complex geometry but have forgotten key principles of electrical engineering. The trades would be random, chaotic. You'd have no control over what gets erased. The universe decides the price, and you only learn the cost after you've paid it. You close the system preferences and sit back staring at your bookshelf. Some of the spines look different now. Not dramatically, just subtly wrong, like you're looking at them through slightly different eyes. You can't tell if they actually changed, or if you're just more aware of them now, more conscious of how fragile certainty really is. Over the following days, you notice more gaps, small ones mostly. A friend mentions a medical treatment that never quite worked right, and you remember it working fine. A news article describes a technology as recently developed, that you could swear has been around for years. A professor in an online lecture offhandedly mentions a scientific principle that remains frustratingly incomplete, and you have a flash of memory of it being settled fact. No one else notices. Why would they? This is the only world they know. The inconsistencies are invisible to everyone except you. You become a living record of two timelines, the one that was and the one that is. The temptation returns night after night. You'll be reading, or working, or just lying in bed unable to sleep, and you'll think about the library. About those thousands of scrolls, each one containing knowledge that could matter, that could change things, that could help. You imagine going back and bringing out sentences on engineering, on philosophy, on medicine, on the nature of matter. You imagine slowly, carefully building a new version of your world, one ancient sentence at a time. But you also imagine the cost accumulating. Modern medicine becoming unreliable, full of gaps. Technology becoming unpredictable, missing key components. The solid ground of scientific knowledge becoming Swiss cheese, full of holes that no one can quite explain. At what point does the trade become a net loss? At what point do you create more suffering than you prevent? You don't know. The math is impossible. The variables are infinite. 3 nights after your first trip, you set the clock to Alexandria last light. Again, just to see, just to test whether it still works. 23:59 appears and freezes. The room grows heavy. The laptop fan whines. You sit there with a book in your hands, watching the unchanging numbers, feeling the weight of the choice pressing down on you. You could read at midnight. You could go back. You could bring something else through. The clock stays frozen. The moment stretches. Your finger hovers over the trackpad, ready to switch back to your normal time zone, ready to let midnight pass in the ordinary way, but you don't click. Not yet. Because the truth is, you want to go back. You want to walk through those halls again, to see the scholars working in lamplight, to read scrolls that no one has seen in millennia. You want to feel the weight of history, the presence of all that lost knowledge. And more than that, you want to save something. Even if the cost is high, even if the trade is terrible, there's a part of you that can't bear the thought of letting it all burn without trying to grab whatever you can. The sentence you brought back, that ancient medical formula, could be important, could be revolutionary. You don't know yet. You haven't had time to work out the modern equivalent, to translate ancient measurements into contemporary terms. But it's there, preserved in your memory, a seed of knowledge that might grow into something that matters. Isn't that worth it? Isn't saving even one thing from the fire worth the price? You watch the clock. 23:59. Frozen. Waiting. You think about the world you're creating with these trades. A world that remembers ancient wisdom but forgets modern certainties. A world that looks backward and forward simultaneously, caught between two versions of knowledge. Is that better or worse than what you had before? You don't know. Maybe there's no objective answer. Maybe it depends on what you value, certainty or wisdom, modern safety or ancient understanding, the comfort of complete knowledge or the excitement of recovered mystery. The clock doesn't advance. It won't, until you either read at the turnover or switch away from Alexandria's frozen time. Your apartment is silent except for the laptop's strained fan and your own breathing. Outside, the city goes about its ordinary business. Billions of people living in a present that has already been slightly altered by your first choice, though none of them know it. You are the only one who carries both worlds in your head. The only one who remembers what was traded away and what was brought back. The only one who knows about the libraries last night and the strange bridge between then and now. The weight of that knowledge sits heavy in your chest. It's lonely, being the only witness to your own changes. It's frightening, holding the power to reshape what everyone knows without any of them being aware of it. But it's also intoxicating. The power to recover what was lost. The ability to reach across centuries and pull wisdom forward into a world that desperately needs it. You look at your bookshelves again, at all those volumes full of modern knowledge, built up over generations of discovery and experiment and careful documentation. Solid, reliable, true. Except now you know how fragile it all is. How easily pieces can be erased, replaced, forgotten. How the ground beneath certainty is thinner than anyone realizes. The clock still shows 23:59. The choice is still available. Tonight, tomorrow, any night you want. You think about the flames spreading across the library's higher shelves, about the scholars' faces as they watch their life's work burn, about the scrolls curling and blackening and vanishing into ash. You think about all the sentences you didn't save, all the knowledge that was lost forever while you carefully memorized just one line. How many trips would it take to save something truly significant? How much of your own century would you be willing to sacrifice? The questions spiral. There are no easy answers. There might not be any answers at all. Finally, as the first hints of real dawn start to brighten your window, you move your cursor to the time zone menu and switch back to your local time. The clock jumps immediately to 05:47, resuming its normal forward march. The weight in the air lifts. The laptop fan quiets to its usual hum. The room feels ordinary again, but you know the option remains. Alexandria, Last Light, is still there in the list, still waiting, still offering its terrible trade. You close the laptop and stand, stretching muscles stiff from sitting too long. You need sleep. You need to process what you've done, what you've changed, what you might do next. But as you move toward your bed, you catch a glimpse of your reflection in the dark window. Tired, thoughtful, marked by something invisible. You look the same as you did yesterday, but you're not the same. You're carrying knowledge that no one else has, memory of a world that no one else remembers. You're living between two libraries now, the modern one, built on centuries of methodical discovery, and the ancient one, burning forever in that last terrible night. And every time you close your eyes, you can still smell the smoke, still hear the crackle of flames consuming papyrus, still feel the weight of all those unspoken sentences waiting to be saved. The choice will be there tomorrow night, and the night after, and the night after that. One sentence at a time, one loss at a time, one impossible trade at a time. You lie down in the growing dawn light, and behind your closed eyelids, Greek letters flicker and dance. arranging themselves into sentences you haven't yet memorized, knowledge you haven't yet stolen, fires you haven't yet outrun. The clock on your nightstand ticks forward, second by second, into a future that's already not quite the same as the one you were born into, and somewhere, in a time that's always 23:59, the library waits. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The brass key felt cold under your fingertip, smooth from decades of use that shouldn't have been possible. You'd found the observation room by accident, a wrong turn on the car deck, a door that hung slightly ajar despite the faded, authorized personnel only sign. The ferry's engines thrummed beneath your feet, a low vibration that made the foggy harbour lights blur into halos through the salt-crusted windows. The Marconi set sat bolted to the table like an exhibit that had escaped its museum, all polished wood and coiled wires and that distinctive spark gap that looked like miniature lightning frozen mid-strike. The headphones hung on a brass hook, their leather ear cups cracked but still supple. You'd half expected the equipment to be a replica, some piece of maritime nostalgia the ferry company had installed for atmosphere. But the moment you'd touched the key, you'd felt the readiness in it. The mechanical precision of something built to punch signals through miles of salt water and darkness. The logbook lay open beside it, the page so brittle it might have been actual vellum. The ink had faded to sepia, but the words remained sharp. RMS Titanic, North Atlantic, April 14th, 1912. Below that, in a different hand, something scrawled and urgent, were instructions that read like a ritual, like a hex, like something you absolutely shouldn't follow, but knew you would anyway. Tap the full sequence. CQD, 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 SOS, SOS, SOS. Last pulse at 11:40 p.m, ship's time exactly. When the harbour foghorn sounds, when the static grows thick enough to walk through. Your phone said 11:37, 3 minutes. The ferry was nearly across the harbour now, approaching the downtown terminal where most of the passengers had already gathered by the exits, eager to get home or get to the bar still open on a Thursday night. You were alone in the observation room, and for reasons you couldn't articulate, you'd already silenced your phone and set it on the table beside the logbook. The clock app glowed. 11:37, 23, 11:37, 24, 11:37, 25. You'd taken a maritime history course once, years ago, and you remembered the basics. CQD, the old distress call, come quick danger. SOS. Newer, adopted internationally because it was distinctive in Morse, easy to recognise through static. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. Titanic's wireless operators had sent both, hedging their bets, trying everything to summon help across the Black Atlantic. 11:38. Your hand rested on the key. This was insane. You were on a municipal ferry in a modern harbour, surrounded by container cranes and cruise ship terminals, and the reflected glow of a city that never truly went dark. The Marconi set was a curiosity, possibly valuable if it was authentic, and you should leave it alone and go wait by the car deck like a reasonable person. But the static had already started, not from the headphones, from the air itself. A faint hiss that seemed to come from the corners of the room, from the gaps in the window, frames, from the spaces between seconds. The ferry's engines faded to a distant hum. The fog pressed against the glass, thicker now, moving in patterns that fog shouldn't move. 11:39. You picked up the headphones and slipped them on. The static roared louder, a susurrus-like wind through ship's rigging or water rushing into compartments that were never meant to flood. Your heart hammered against your ribs. This was nothing. This was audio pareidolia, and your own nerves and probably carbon monoxide leaking from somewhere because you were absolutely not about to. 11:39:30. Your fingers found the rhythm before your conscious mind caught up. Morse was just dots and dashes, just a pattern. CQD, dash dot dash dot dash dash dot dash dash dot dot. You tapped it out on the cold brass key, feeling the mechanism snap and release, 3 times. Then SOC, dot 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 dash 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 dot dot dot. The universal call for help in a language made of silence and sound. 11:39:55. The last sequence. SOS again. You drew it out, timing it, feeling for the rhythm. Dot 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 dash dash dash. 2 dots down, 1 to go. Your eyes were fixed on your phone. 11:39:58, 11:39:59, 11:40 us. The final dot landed exactly as the harbour foghorn erupted into the night. A long, mournful blast that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The static didn't just thicken, it solidified, became texture, became weight. The observation room lurched, or you did, or the space between worlds did. The fluorescent lights flickered and were replaced by the warm, golden glow of electric bulbs. Fewer of them, more precious. The windows showed darkness and nothing else, as if the harbour and the city had been erased. You were standing in a different room, smaller, warmer, wood panelling instead of painted steel. And the Marconi set in front of you was newer, brighter, humming with active current. To your right, a young man in shirt sleeves and suspenders hunched over an identical key, his face illuminated by the glow of the equipment. He was tapping frantically, his lips moving as he counted, operator's instinct keeping track of his own transmission. You could see the sheen of sweat on his forehead despite the cold that was creeping in from somewhere beyond the wireless room's door. Harold Bride. You recognised him from the photographs, though he looked younger than you'd expected, more boyish. Less like history, and more like someone who might serve you coffee or ask for directions. His hand moved in rapid bursts. CQD, CQD, CQD. The door burst open. An older man, Phillips, your history-addled brain supplied, Jack Phillips, senior operator, stumbled in, his face flushed. "We've struck an iceberg. Captain says to send the call." "I am sending it," Bride said, not looking up. "I've been sending it. What do you think I'm—" "Then send it harder," Phillips snapped, shouldering Bride aside and taking the key himself. His transmission was different, more aggressive, more desperate. SOS, SOS, SOS. The newer call, the one that was supposed to matter. You stood frozen in the corner, invisible, inaudible, a ghost from a future they would never see, watching them work to save a ship that you already knew couldn't be saved. The room smelled of ozone and machine oil and fear sweat. The electric lights flickered once, steadied. Not yet. The power would hold for a while longer. Phillips paused, pressing the headphones tighter to his ears. "Carpathia's responding. 4 hours away. Jesus Christ, 4 hours." "What about Frankfurt?" Bride asked. "Closer, but they're not taking us seriously. Think it's a bloody joke." Phillips's voice cracked. Mount Temple's turning around. Baltic's acknowledged. He began transmitting again, and you could hear the exhaustion in the pattern of his keywork, the way the dots came just slightly too fast, the dashes held a beat too long. The ship shuddered. Not violently, a settling, like a building adjusting to new weight distribution. But you felt it in your bones, in the soles of your feet, in the air pressure changing. Water was pouring in somewhere below, millions of gallons finding every seam and rivet patient and inexorable. Time moved strangely. You had no clock here except your phone, which you'd somehow brought with you. The screen showed 11:47 p.m, still ticking forward, but it also showed no service and a battery indicator that was draining impossibly fast, as if the past itself was consuming power. You had to stay until 2:20, another 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours to watch these men work themselves to exhaustion, to watch them keep transmitting even as the deck began to tilt, even as the lights grew dimmer, even as passengers in lifebelts started crowding past the wireless room door, moving upward, always upward. Phillips and Bride worked in rotation, trading off when their hands cramped or when they needed to decode incoming messages. Carpathia confirmed. 4 hours. Olympic, Titanic's sister ship, was too far, hundreds of miles. Frankfurt kept asking for clarification as if they had all the time in the world. At one point, Phillips took off the headphones and threw them against the wall. "Answer, damn you," he said to the empty air, to the ship somewhere out there in the dark. "Somebody answer who can actually help." "California's close," Bride said, reading over the log. 30 miles, maybe less. Why aren't they responding?" "Their operator's asleep," Phillips said bitterly. "Or they've shut down for the night. Either way, we're shouting into the void." You wanted to tell them. You wanted to scream it. The Californian is right there, just a few miles north, close enough to reach you in an hour if they'd just heard the call, if their wireless operator hadn't gone to bed early, if they kept watch like they were supposed to. But you were voiceless here, powerless, a witness only. The list grew steeper. It was perceptible now. The slight incline of the floor, the way pencils rolled off the desk if you didn't catch them. Phillips wedged a folded towel under the back legs of his chair to level himself. 12:45 a.m., 1 hour and 27 minutes since impact. The electric lights glowed steady but dimmer, and you could hear shouting outside, the sound of davits creaking as lifeboats were lowered, the band playing something upbeat and incongruous from the boat deck. Bride went out once, came back ashen. "They're loading boats half empty," he said. "People don't believe it's serious. Women won't get in without their husbands." "Keep transmitting," Philip said. 1:15 a.m. A steward opened the door long enough to shout that the captain released them from duty, that they should save themselves. Phillips waved him off without looking up. His hand moved mechanically now, the key clicking out the same message over and over. "We are sinking fast. Passengers being put into boats. CQD, CQD, SOS, SOS. You checked your phone. Battery at 23%. And something else. Something you hadn't noticed before. Your texts and emails were still visible, frozen at the moment you'd stepped through. The last message in your thread was from your friend Sarah, sent at 11:22 p.m. Still on for tomorrow. Weather looks bad, might have to reschedule. Tomorrow, the storm that was supposed to roll through the city tomorrow afternoon. You'd forgotten about it. Minor, the forecasters had said. Heavy rain, some wind, nothing to worry about. The ship's list grew more pronounced. Somewhere outside you heard the roar of a distress rocket going up, the explosion as it burst overhead. Philip sent, "We are putting passengers off in small boats." Then, a moment later, engine room getting flooded. 1:45 a.m. The water was audible now, a distant thunder of it pouring through the compromised compartments, advancing bulkhead by bulkhead. The bow was submerged, the stern was rising. You could feel it in your inner ear, in the way your weight shifted forward when you tried to stand still. Bride tried the key again, but there was no response. "I think the power's going to fail soon," he said. "Then we send until it does." Philip's voice was flat, mechanical. He'd gone beyond fear into something else, duty distilled to its purest form. 2:05 a.m. The lights flickered, held, flickered again. You heard a massive groaning from deep within the ship, metal bending under stress it was never designed to bear. Your phone, 8% battery. You had 15 minutes. 15 minutes to figure out what message you were supposed to send, what impossible signal would pull you back to the present. 2:10 a.m. The captain appeared at the door, older than you'd imagined, his face carefully neutral. "You've done your duty, boys. Now it's every man for himself." Phillips looked up for the first time in what might have been hours. "What about you, sir?" "I'll be staying with the ship," said simply, as fact. The captain nodded to them and was gone. Bride stood, swaying with the list. "Come on, Jack, we should—" "One more message." Phillips bent to the key. "One more." 2:17 a.m. The lights dimmed to a deep amber, then surged once more. The engineers below still fighting, still stoking the boilers with seawater rising around their knees. You moved to the Marconi set, your hands hovering over the key. 3 minutes. You had to send something at exactly 2:20, had to address it to your harbour's call sign, but you didn't know what that was, didn't know if... Your phone screen showed it. Just there, in the ferry service app you'd downloaded months ago and barely used. Harbour Control. Call sign WXT7. The app shouldn't be working. Nothing should be working. But there it was. Philip slumped back in his chair, exhausted. Bride grabbed his arm. "Jack, we have to go." "Go," Philip said. "I'm right behind you." Bride hesitated, then stumbled toward the door. The floor tilted sharply, and he had to catch himself on the frame. He looked back once, at Phillips, at the glowing tubes of the wireless set, at the corner where you stood unseen, and then he was gone, climbing upward toward what lifeboats might remain. Phillips sat at the key. His hand moved, CQD, then stopped. Started again. SOS. Stopped. The lights were failing, the power cycling down as the water claimed the generators one by one. He rested his forehead against the cold wood of the desk. 2:19 a.m. You reached for the key. Your hand passed through Philip's first, a sensation like cold static, like touching a television screen, and closed on the brass. The logbook instruction was clear. Send one impossible message. Address it to WXT7. Do it as the power fails. You began to tap. CQ, CQ, CQ. The general call, attention all stations, DE-WXT7. Then you sent your own message, the only one that made sense. Received your call. All signals understood. Standing by. The power failed. Not gradually, completely. The light snapped off. The hum of the wireless set died. The ship groaned one final time, a sound like the world breaking, and the floor lurched vertical. You felt yourself falling, or rising, or both. The static roared back, deafening now, and then you were on your knees on the observation room floor. The ferry's engines thrummed beneath you. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The Marconi set sat silent and cold, its key motionless. Your phone clattered on the linoleum. 2:23 a.m., 47% battery, connected to ferry guest Wi-Fi. You sat there shaking, your hands still cramped from transmitting, your ears ringing with phantom static. The ferry's PA system crackled. Now arriving at downtown terminal, all passengers with vehicles, please return to the car deck. You picked up your phone. The text from Sarah was still there. Still on for tomorrow? Weather looks bad, might have to reschedule. But there was a new message above it, one that definitely hadn't been there before, time-stamped 2:21 a.m. Severe. Weather warning cancelled. Storm system dissipated unexpectedly. Forecast now calls for clear conditions through the weekend. You stared at it, refreshed your weather app. She was right. The storm was gone, the radar showing nothing but empty blue, where a red and orange spiral had been predicted to form. Just gone. As if it had never been coming at all. A coincidence. Weather was unpredictable. Forecasters got it wrong all the time. You left the observation room and drove off the ferry in a daze, your hands autopiloting through the familiar motions. You made it home and stood in your apartment, looking at the city lights scattered across the harbour, and you tried to convince yourself that you'd fallen asleep in that locked room, that you'd dreamed the whole thing, that stress and fog and isolation had conspired to create a vivid hallucination. But you could still feel the vibration of that key under your finger. Could still smell the ozone. You didn't sleep that night. At dawn you searched news sites for storm updates and found only meteorologist bafflement. The system had collapsed unexpectedly, exhibiting highly unusual dispersion patterns. A few minor weather enthusiast forums buzzed with speculation about atmospheric anomalies, but mostly people just shrugged and enjoyed the unexpected clear weekend. By Monday, you'd almost convinced yourself it meant nothing. Then the evacuation happened. A chemical plant across the harbour had a leak. Chlorine gas, the news said, a valve failure during a routine transfer. The alert went out at 2:17 p.m. Evacuate a half-mile radius immediately. Sirens wailed. Emergency vehicles screamed through the streets. You watched from your office building as people poured out of the residential blocks near the plant. Families with children and elderly residents and people in wheelchairs, everyone moving with the kind of urgency that comes from understanding that this is real. This is happening. This is not a drill. They'd cleared the area in 18 minutes. Your co-worker Daniel stood at the window beside you. "Damn," he said. "People are actually listening. Usually you get idiots who stay behind to grab their laptops or whatever." "Yeah," you said faintly. The leak was contained within 40 minutes. No serious injuries. A few people treated for minor exposure, released same day. The news called it a textbook evacuation, praised the community's response to emergency alerts. But you noticed something else in the footage, the speed, the lack of hesitation. People had heard the sirens and moved immediately, as if some collective instinct had kicked in, as if they understood in their bones that when the warning sounds, you go. That night you lay in bed, your phone on the nightstand, and thought about signal and noise, about warnings sent and warnings heeded, about how Phillips had transmitted for hours to ships that couldn't help or wouldn't come, and how that story had echoed through a century of maritime regulation, more lifeboats, mandatory radio watches, ice patrols, in the North Atlantic. The disaster had taught the world to listen. What had you taught them? You told yourself it was over. You'd sent your impossible message and returned home, and whatever strange quantum hiccup had occurred was finished, closed, done. You deleted the ferry service app from your phone. You took different routes home, ones that didn't require harbour crossings. You avoided looking at the water. For 3 weeks it worked. Then your mother called on a Thursday evening. "Did you see the news?" she asked. "They're saying there might be an earthquake tonight, tremors up the coast. Should I be worried?" You pulled up the alert. A minor seismic event predicted between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. Magnitude 3.5 to 4.0. Nothing serious. Standard precautionary warning for residents to secure heavy objects and review safety plans. "You'll be fine, Mum," you said. "Just make sure your bookshelf isn't going to fall on you." "I'll put the china away," she said. "Better safe than sorry." You hung up and tried to focus on dinner, on television, on anything but the growing unease in your chest. This was normal. This was what responsible emergency management looked like. Warnings got issued, people took basic precautions, life continued. At 10:47 p.m, your phone buzzed. Earthquake advisory cancelled. Seismic activity subsided. No tremors expected. You checked the USGS website. The preliminary tremors that had suggested a larger quake had simply stopped. The tension in the fault line had released through a series of microquakes too small to feel, dissipating the energy that should have built to something more significant. Your hands were shaking. You opened your weather app, your news feeds, your social media. Over the past 3 weeks, how many warnings had been issued and then quietly cancelled? You started making a list. The unexpected storm dispersion, the chemical leak successfully contained, a wildfire that had threatened 2 neighbourhoods but mysteriously changed direction before reaching homes, a traffic alert for a major freeway pile-up that had somehow involved 0 serious injuries, a flash flood warning that resulted in record low water levels, now an earthquake that never arrived. One by one, alerts were going out. One by one, people were responding instantly, perfectly, with none of the usual dismissiveness or delay. And one by one, the disasters themselves were softening, not disappearing. People still had to evacuate, still had to take precautions, but the consequences were being blunted, edited, the sharp edges filed smooth. You thought about the Marconi set still sitting in that locked observation room, about the logbook's warning. Every successful return quietly edits how your present treats warnings and signals. You'd sent a message backward through time saying received your call, all signals understood, standing by. And something, causality, fate, the universe's sense of irony, had taken you at your word. Your present was now, a place where signals were always received, always understood, always acted upon immediately. Where warnings and alarms and messages of danger were treated with the kind of seriousness that comes from knowing, bone deep, what happens when you ignore them. It should have been a good thing. It was a good thing. Lives were being saved. Disasters were being mitigated. The collective trauma of Titanic had finally metastasized into a global immune response, a learned behaviour. When the signal comes, you listen. You should have been satisfied with that. But over the next 2 months, you began to notice the other changes, the subtle ones. Your friend Marcus missed a dinner because he'd pulled over for an emergency vehicle. Standard practice, nothing unusual, but then spent 45 minutes in his car afterward, unwilling to resume driving until he was certain no other sirens were coming. "You never know," he said when you called him. "Better to wait." Your co-worker Jennifer started checking her phone every few minutes, refreshing her emergency alert apps, scanning for tornado warnings, even though it wasn't tornado season. "Just staying informed," she said. But her jaw was tight, and you could see the exhaustion in her eyes, the weight of constant vigilance. The news reported a spike in sales of emergency kits, battery-powered radios, backup generators, perfectly reasonable preparedness. But the tone in the reports was off, tinged with a nervousness that went beyond normal civic responsibility. FEMA started running more drills. Cities tested their sirens weekly instead of monthly. Schools held evacuation exercises with increasing frequency. At the grocery store, you noticed people checking their phones in the aisles, pausing mid-reach for cereal boxes to scan for alerts. In restaurants, conversation stopped when anyone's phone buzzed. Drivers pulled over at the first hint of a siren, even if it was blocks away, even if it was clearly heading in a different direction. The world had learned to listen, but it couldn't stop listening. You went back to the ferry on a Saturday night, late, when the fog was rolling in thick again. You found the observation room unlocked this time, as if it had been waiting for you. The Marconi set sat exactly as you'd left it. The logbook was still open to that same page, April 14th, 1912. But there was new text in the margin, in that same urgent scrawl. The first return is free. The signal saves. but every subsequent return doubles the weight. Choose carefully. You understood. You could go back again. You could send another message, could avert another disaster, could save more lives. The mechanism was available, the pathway open. All you had to do was tap out the sequence at the right time, let the static take you, and send your impossible signal from the past. But each time you did, the present would learn the lesson again, would internalize it more deeply, would grow more responsive to warnings, more reactive to alarms, until what? Until people lived in a constant state of emergency readiness? Until the act of hearing a warning became indistinguishable from experiencing the disaster itself? Until every car alarm and test of the emergency broadcast system sent people fleeing to their basements? You thought about Phillips and Bride working themselves to exhaustion in that wireless room, sending signal after signal into the dark. Some ships had heard and come, some ships had heard and dismissed it. One ship had been too close to believe the danger could be real, their operator asleep, their crew watching mysterious lights in the distance and deciding it couldn't possibly be anything important. The tragedy wasn't that the warnings weren't sent. They were sent again and again for nearly 2 hours. The tragedy was in the gap between signal and comprehension, between hearing and understanding, between knowing something intellectually and believing it emotionally enough to act. Your present had closed that gap, maybe too well. Your phone buzzed. A text from Sarah. "Hey, did you feel that? They're saying possible aftershocks, but honestly I felt nothing. Should I be worried?" You checked the news. A magnitude 2.1 quake 40 miles offshore. Barely perceptible. No damage possible. But the alert had gone out anyway. Just an FYI, they called it. A notification for the record. And people were responding as if it were catastrophic. Leaving buildings, gathering supplies, calling loved ones to make sure they were safe. The boy who cried wolf worked in reverse now. Every wolf was real, even the ones that were just dogs. Every alarm was urgent, even the ones that were just tests. Your world had learned that disaster wears many faces, that catastrophe gives no warning before, except that wasn't true. Disaster gave plenty of warning. That's what Titanic had taught. The question was whether anyone would listen. Now everyone was listening, all the time, to everything. You sat at the Marconi set and put your hands on the key, not pressing, just resting. You could go back again tonight. There were other disasters in history, other warnings that had gone unheeded. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire and its locked doors, the Johnstown flood and its ignored reports of dam weakness, the Space Shuttle Challenger and engineers' concerns about O-rings in cold weather, hundreds of moments when someone had tried to send a signal and someone else had failed to receive it. You could fix them. One by one, message by message. Each return would make your present more responsive, more careful, more determined to never let warning go unheeded. But at what cost? When does vigilance become paralysis? When does preparedness become paranoia? Your phone showed 11:33 p.m. 7 minutes. You could tap out the sequence, could step through the static, could choose your moment, your disaster, your message. The ferry rocked gently beneath you. The city lights glimmered through the fog, each one a home, a life, a person who would receive the warnings when they came, who would listen, who would act, who might never sleep soundly again because there was always another alert coming, another signal to decode, another alarm to heed. You thought about Phillips, who'd stayed at his key until the power failed, who'd sent his last message into the dark and probably never known if anyone heard it. You thought about the Californian's operator, asleep in his bunk, missing the calls, and how he'd carried that guilt for the rest of his life. You thought about Captain Smith, going down with his ship, and the 1,000 other decisions that had led to that moment. The too few lifeboats, the full speed ahead through ice warnings, the belief that nothing so grand could sink. All the signals in the world couldn't save a system determined to ignore them, but a system that heard only signals would never sail at all. 11:37. You stood up, leaving the key untouched. The logbook lay open, its warning clear. Every subsequent return doubles the weight. Your world was already buckling under the weight of one perfect response, one collective memory of what happens when you don't listen. How much more could it bear? You walked out of the observation room and locked the door behind you. It wouldn't stay locked. You knew that now. The room existed in a state of quantum, maybe, accessible when the fog rolled right and the time aligned and someone needed it badly enough. Someone else would find it eventually. Someone else would tap out the sequence. Someone else would choose what to save and what to sacrifice in the saving. But not tonight. Not you. The ferry docked, and you drove home through streets where people still checked their phones at red lights, still tensed at distant sirens, still carried the weight of perfect responsiveness, like a stone in their chests. You'd saved lives. You knew that. The storm that never came, the earthquake that dispersed, the chemical leak contained. Those were real. The people who'd evacuated quickly and survived were real. But so was the tension humming through your city like a live wire. The collective readiness that had no off switch. The alarm fatigue that was somehow even more exhausting than the disasters themselves. You got home and stood at your window looking out at the harbour. Somewhere out there in the fog and the dark, the Marconi set was waiting. The logbook was open, the static was building, and you knew, with the certainty of someone who'd touched the past and felt it touch back, that you would eventually return. Not tonight, maybe not for months, but eventually there would be a disaster so preventable, a warning so clearly ignored, a catastrophe so needless that you would find yourself on that foggy ferry again, your finger on the key, tapping out the sequence that would change everything and nothing. Because that was the real lesson, the one neither Phillips nor Bride nor any of the Titanic's operators could have, taught you. Signals and warnings and alarms are just tools. They're only as good as the systems that receive them, the people who act on them, the societies that decide which disasters are worth preventing and which risks are worth taking. Your phone buzzed. Another alert. Test of emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. All across the city you imagined people pausing, tensing, reaching for their emergency kits before they finished reading the message. Still learning. Still listening. Still unable to tell the difference between the drill and the danger. You silenced your phone and went to bed. Tomorrow there would be more alerts, more warnings, more signals propagating through the nervous system of a city that had learned its lesson too well. And the day after that, and the day after that. The ferry would keep running. The fog would keep rolling in. And in that locked observation room, the Marconi set would keep humming with potential, waiting for the next person to find it, the next message to send, the next impossible choice between the disaster you prevent and the price you pay for the prevention. You'd made your choice. You'd live with it. And maybe that was enough, knowing that somewhere, in some parallel history, Phillips had received your message, had understood that his signals had been heard, that his desperate work in that doomed wireless room had mattered to someone, even if that someone was a stranger from a future he'd never see. Received your call, you'd told him. All signals understood, standing by, and your world had taken you at your word. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain comes down in thin, cold sheets, soaking through your jacket before you even realise you should have brought an umbrella. You duck into the subway entrance more to escape the weather than because you actually need to go anywhere. The stairs are slick, reflecting the weak glow of fluorescent lights that buzz and flicker overhead like dying insects. Your usual platform is blocked off. Yellow maintenance barriers stretch across the entrance, forcing you down a side corridor you've never noticed before. The tiles here are older, cracked in places, and the air smells different, stale, like a room that hasn't been opened in decades. Torn posters advertise concerts from years ago, their edges curling away from the walls. This feels like a part of the station the city forgot to update, or maybe just forgot entirely. The corridor dead ends at an alcove where a payphone hangs on the wall. You haven't seen a working payphone in years. The glass booth around it is missing. Just the metal frame remains, bolted directly into the grimy tile. The handset dangles on its cord, swaying slightly in the draft that whistles through the tunnel. Someone has taped shut the coin return slot with yellowed packing tape. You step closer, curious despite yourself. A metal plaque above the keypad should display the phone number or instructions, but it's been covered with a hand-scratched marker note. The letters are cramped and uneven, carved with something sharp. Berlin, 09, Nov, 1989. You reach out and lift the handset, expecting the dead silence of a disconnected line. Instead, you hear a dial tone, clear, steady, impossibly alive. The sound sends a chill down your spine that has nothing to do with your wet clothes. The keypad looks ancient. The buttons are stiff under your fingers when you test them, and the call price label makes no sense. Coins that haven't been in circulation for decades. a telecom company logo you vaguely remember from childhood. Above the keypad, more scratched letters form a message. Dial your own number backward. Last coin at 11:30 p.m. Say open when it flips, don't hang up. You check your phone, 11:27 p.m. The second hand on the old analog station clock across the platform ticks steadily toward 11:28. Your heart starts beating faster, though you're not sure why. This is obviously some kind of prank, some urban art project someone installed to freak out late-night commuters. But your hand is already pulling out your wallet, fishing for coins. You have exactly 1/4 left from buying coffee earlier. Your phone screen glows as you pull it up, displaying your number. The idea of dialing it backward, last digit first, working in reverse, makes your palms sweat. You pocket your phone and rehearse the sequence in your head. The corridor is empty except for you. Somewhere in the deeper tunnels you hear the distant rumble of a train, but it doesn't stop here. This platform hasn't seen regular service in a long time. At 11:28 you try. Slotting the coin into the phone, it clanks down into the mechanism but immediately ejects back into the return slot, clinking against the tape someone used to seal it. The phone won't accept it. Not yet. The clock ticks to 11:29. You feed the coin again, this time it stays, dropping into the phone's internal mechanism with a solid thunk that sounds final. Your hand is shaking as you start pressing buttons, each one making a loud electronic beep that echoes in the empty corridor. Last digit first, then the second to last. Working backward through your own number feels wrong, like reading something in a mirror. The dial tone drops away as you press the final button. For a moment there's nothing, just hollow silence. Then you hear it. A low distant murmur, like crowd noise heard through thick walls. Voices speaking in a language you can't quite place. The sound of many people gathered in some vast space. The station clock's minute hand trembles toward 11:30. You watch it, the handset pressed against your ear, barely breathing. The murmur grows louder, more distinct. You can hear individual voices now, though you still can't understand the words. There's an urgency to them, excitement mixed with something that might be fear or confusion. The clock flips to 11:30 p.m. Exactly. You whisper, "Open!" The payphone's light explodes with a sharp pop, raining tiny fragments of plastic and glass. The corridor plunges into darkness. Your stomach lurches like you're in an elevator that's dropped too fast, and the air snaps cold around you, so cold your breath comes out in clouds. For one disorienting second, you hear shouting in German layered over the subway rumble, the two sounds occupying the same impossible moment. Then the light comes back. But it's not fluorescent anymore. You're standing on wet cobblestones under sodium yellow street lamps, their glow harsh and industrial. Floodlights blaze from guard towers, cutting through the night mist. You blink, trying to process what you're seeing. The subway corridor is gone. The payphone is gone. You're outside in the middle of a street that looks like something from a documentary. Checkpoint Charlie. Even if you didn't know the name, you'd recognize it from history books and films. The white guard booth, the signs in multiple languages, the concrete barriers dividing the street. Beyond them, the wall rises, scarred with graffiti and weathering, stretching away in both directions until it disappears into the darkness. It's November 9th, 1989. Somehow, impossibly, you know this with absolute certainty. Crowds press against the barriers on both sides. People wave banners and homemade signs. Faces show anxiety, excitement, disbelief. A strange mixture of emotions you've never seen outside of footage of historical events. The air smells like cold concrete and exhaust fumes and something else. Something charged and electric that you can't quite name. You try to move and discover you can. You can walk, breathe, look around, but no one seems to see you. A man in a heavy coat walks right through the space where you're standing, and you feel a momentary chill pass through your chest. He shivers and scratches at his neck, but he doesn't turn around. You're here, but you're not. An invisible observer to history. Cold mist curls through the beams of searchlights. Somewhere nearby, radios crackle with confused announcements. You catch fragments, words about travel, visas, immediately, without delay. Border guards huddle in small groups, looking uncertain. The crowd's energy builds, wave after wave of it pushing against the barriers. Where the payphone should be, where you remember it being just seconds ago in your subway corridor, there's only a section of the wall itself, high and imposing, covered in layers of graffiti, its concrete surface scarred by weather and time. You drift closer to the actual checkpoint barrier. The painted lines on the pavement mark where east stops and west begins, though these lines are becoming increasingly meaningless as the night progresses. Families clutch documents with shaking hands. Young people chant something in German you don't understand. Older faces stare in stunned silence, as if afraid to believe what they're witnessing. A woman next to you is crying, but she's smiling too. She says something to the man beside her, and he nods, unable to speak. You move through them, a ghost at their celebration. The crowd fragments into dozens of conversations, each one a different piece of the story unfolding. They said on the news, my sister is on the other side. Don't know if they'll let us through. Cannot believe this is happening. Word is spreading faster than official instructions can be issued. Some crossings have been allowed, others haven't. The guards themselves seem confused about what they're supposed to do. The night has the feeling of something balanced on a knife's edge, about to tip in a direction no one can predict. Beneath it all, faint but persistent, you hear something that doesn't belong. The tick of a station clock. Your station clock from your forgotten subway platform, somehow threading through time to reach you here. The sound is your heartbeat and your anchor, the only thing connecting you to the present you left behind. Then you remember the second part of the rule, the instruction you saw scratched beneath the first message. Find a working phone booth on this side of the wall, call the same broken subway payphone at the instant the first chunk of concrete is smashed free. That's how you get back. In the distance, you hear metallic clanking sounds. People have started climbing onto the wall. You can see their silhouettes against the floodlights, dark figures scrambling up the graffitied surface. Some of them have hammers. The first blows ring out, hammer against concrete, a sound that will echo through history. But when is the first chunk? The first crack in the surface? The first piece that actually falls free? The first officially sanctioned removal? The timing will be chaotic, and if you miss it, you don't want to think about what happens if you miss it. You test your presence by deliberately walking toward a guard. As you pass through his personal space, he shivers and looks around, confused. His hand goes to his neck, scratching, as if he felt a cobweb or a cold draft. But he doesn't see you. When you concentrate hard on the distant ticking of your subway clock, the scene around you fades slightly. Colours lose saturation. Sounds become muffled. The world here is somehow conditional, dependent on your attention to maintain its solidity. Staying too long will either snap you back randomly, or worse, embed you so deeply in this night that you become part of it permanently. Another thought strikes you, chilling in its implications. If your present can be reached from here, if a payphone in your time can connect backward to this moment, then the reverse must also be true. Changes made to borders tonight might echo forward through time. Every wall that falls here might erase a different kind of boundary in your own world. You need to find a phone booth, now. You peel away from the checkpoint, moving through East Berlin's streets. The buildings here are low and Soviet bland, storefronts with dim signs, trabants parked haphazardly along curbs. People stream toward the wall from every direction, called by news spreading through underground networks and official broadcasts that contradict each other. You walk for what feels like hours but might only be minutes. Time is strange here, elastic. Finally you spot it. A glass phone booth glowing under a weak streetlight, its door propped open with a brick. The handset dangles on its cord. You run the last few meters, your feet somehow making no sound on the cobblestones. Inside the booth, a phone directory hangs lopsided from a chain. The glass is fogged with breath and covered in graffiti, names, dates, messages scratched and drawn by countless users. You lift the handset. There's a dial tone. The line is alive. Behind you, the roar from the direction of the wall grows louder. More people climbing, more hammers striking concrete, the sound of history being physically dismantled one blow at a time. You realise you know the subway payphone's number. You didn't memorise it consciously, but it's in your head as clearly as your own number, maybe because you dialed your own number backward to get here. The knowledge is just there, waiting. You start dialing. The numbers click through the mechanical system and the line rings once before dissolving into that layered murmur you heard before. Voices and time mixing together in a sound that shouldn't exist. The crowd erupts in a new roar. You hear it distinctly. the sharp crack of concrete breaking, a sound like thunder but localized, followed by cheers. The first unmistakable piece of the wall coming free. You time it, perfectly saying the word into the booth's mouthpiece just as the sound of falling concrete reaches your ears. Open. The booth light flickers. The cobblestones under your feet feel like subway platform tile for one disorienting heartbeat. The sound of Berlin and the sound of your city overlap, occupying the same moment. Then the cobblestones solidify again beneath you. You're still here. But something has changed. You feel it in your chest, something tugging loose, a tension releasing. The subway clock's ticking is louder now, closer. The call partially worked. You're a step nearer to home. In your present, though you can't see it, the first border has been erased. A long-disputed line on your city's digital maps, boundaries between districts that communities have argued over for years, quietly vanishes from every app and database and street sign. People won't notice until morning, and when they do, they'll assume it was always that way. You realise with sinking certainty that one call isn't enough. The wall doesn't fall in a single moment. It falls in stages, through dozens of breaks and openings spread across hours. You'll have to match them, call by call, each one bringing you close to home while erasing another border in your own time. Back at Checkpoint Charlie, you see the situation spiralling beyond anyone's control. Some guards wave people through with weary resignation. Others argue among themselves about what the new orders actually mean. Some simply step aside, removing themselves from the decision entirely. The barriers between East and West are still physically present, but they're becoming functionally meaningless as thousands of people flow through. You return to the booth. Another section of wall comes down. You hear it, the crash and the cheer. You dial again, matching your word to the moment of impact. Open. The lurch toward home is stronger this time. You can smell your city's rain cutting through Berlin's cold night air. The sound of subway rumbles overlays the sound of celebrating crowds. But you're still here, still caught between moments. The second border erases back home. Zone-based transit fares disappear overnight. The complex system of coloured rings and price tiers that has frustrated commuters for decades simply flattens into a single unified fare. Transit authorities will scramble tomorrow to figure out what happened to their systems, why every database shows it's always been a flat fare, why all the signage suddenly seems outdated and wrong. You make a third call, matching it to another decisive break. A guard gate swung permanently open, its hinges torn free. This time you feel the effect personally. A long-standing legal boundary vanishes from city code, a curfew district, a restricted area, something that has kept certain neighbourhoods separate from others. The change ripples forward through time. The fourth call comes as people start dancing on top of the wall, hammering it with tools they brought or found nearby. You dial, you time it, you say the word, and this time the cost becomes intimate and personal. Back in your present, a boundary you once set in your own life melts away. An ex you blocked 2 years ago becomes unblocked. Messages you shouldn't be receiving start arriving. A family member you cut out of your life finds their number working again when they try to call you. Doors you deliberately closed are mysteriously, impossibly open again. With each call, the boundary between Berlin and your city blurs more. When you look at the wall's graffiti now, you see it overlaying memories of your subway corridors peeling posters, the sound of hammers striking concrete echoes with the rhythm of subway rumbles. You're becoming untethered from both places, existing in some liminal space between them. The crowds can almost see you now. When you pass through someone, they don't just shiver, they jerk their heads, looking around as if they caught movement in their peripheral vision. You're becoming more real here, even as you try desperately to leave. The subway clock in your skull ticks faster, its rhythm accelerating toward alignment with your true present moment. There's a final synchronization point coming. You can feel it approaching like a wave about to break. One last moment when the symbolic barrier falls completely. A rumour sweeps through the crowd. Official demolition crews are coming. Not just people with hammers and chisels, but real equipment. Bulldozers, work crews, cameras. This will be the moment that makes every history book, the image that defines the night. You see the lights first, television crews setting up, floodlights even brighter than the permanent installations. Then you hear the engine, the heavy rumble of machinery moving through streets not designed for it. The crowd parts. and a bulldozer crawls into view, flanked by workers in hard hats and officials with clipboards. They mark a section of wall for removal, a huge symbolic piece right at the checkpoint. Cameras flash. The crowd on both sides swells, pressed together in anticipation. This is it. The defining break. You run back to the phone booth, your lungs burning even though you're not sure you're breathing real air anymore. The crowd's roar sounds muffled, like you're hearing it underwater. Everything has taken on a dreamlike quality, edges blurring, colours too vivid. You dial the payphone number one last time. The line is hot, buzzing with energy that makes the handset vibrate in your grip. Through the phone you hear both the dial tone and something else. Your own city's rain, traffic sounds, the ambient noise of your present waiting for you to return. The bulldozer's engine roars. The machine angles toward the marked section of wall. The crowd counts down, or maybe they're just screaming, the sound building to a crescendo. The blade hits concrete. The wall section tips, seeming to fall in slow motion. Dust blooms into the air, caught in the floodlights, like an explosion of stars. You time your word with the exact instant the concrete slams into the ground. Open! The phone booth implodes into darkness. Not gradually, instantly, like someone turned off the universe. Sound collapses into a single point and then expands again, but wrong, coming from directions that shouldn't exist. You feel barriers tearing, legal boundaries, emotional walls, geographic borders, fluttering around you like paper caught in a windstorm. For one impossible second you stand in both places simultaneously. The glass booth and the subway payphone alcove. Berlin's cheering thousands and your city's late-night emptiness. Past and present, there and here, collapsed into the same moment. Then the subway corridor snaps back into solidity around you. You stumble, catching yourself against the wall. The payphone hangs quietly on its cord, its light steady and ordinary now. The handset is in your hand, dial tone humming. You slam it back onto the cradle with shaking hands. The marker plaque still says Berlin 09 and Nov 1989, but it looks older somehow, like a relic or historical marker that's been here for years. The scratched instructions are still visible, waiting for the next person to read them. Your clothes are soaked with rain again, your presence rain. The forgotten platform is exactly as you left it. Maintenance barriers still blocking the regular entrance. Fluorescent lights still buzzing overhead. But you feel different. Lighter. Like something that was weighing you down has been removed. You climb the stairs back to street level, and your city is wrong. Not obviously wrong, not apocalyptically different. Just subtly, undeniably altered in ways that make you question your memory. The fence around the park across from the subway entrance is gone. You remember it being there, chain-link topped with barbed wire posted with no trespassing signs. But now there's just an open lawn, people walking freely across it even at this late hour, and everyone acts like it's always been that way. You walk through your neighbourhood, cataloguing changes. The boundary markers between districts are gone or have been painted over. Neighbourhoods that used to have sharp reputations, this area rough, that area upscale, feel blended, their edges hazy. People who wouldn't have mixed before are in the same coffee shops, the same bars. You pull out your phone to check the transit map. The coloured fare zones you've navigated your entire life are gone. The map shows a simple, unified system. Single fare, no zones. In the corner, like a ghost layer beneath the current design, you can almost see the old coloured rings. But they're faint, uncertain, like something half remembered from a dream. Your message notifications explode as the phone connects to the network. Text after text from your ex, casual and familiar, as if the 2 years of silence never happened. A missed call from the family member you swore you'd never speak to again. An invitation to dinner from them, dated yesterday, suggesting a regular pattern of contact. Everyone acts like it's always been this way. Like these softer borders, these erased lines, are simply how the city has always worked. Only you remember it differently, and even your memories are starting to feel uncertain, like maybe you're the one who's wrong about how things used to be. That night, in your apartment, you try to make sense of what happened. You write down everything you remember, trying to anchor the experience in words before it fades. But the more you write, the more dreamlike it becomes. Did you really travel back to 1989? Or did you have some kind of episode in the subway, and these changes to your city are just coincidence or your own confused perception? The only certainty is this: borders in your city have fallen, lines that used to be solid have become permeable, and somewhere in the back of your mind you can still hear that subway station clock ticking, feel the weight of that payphone handset in your palm. Days pass, you try to return to normal, but the forgotten platform calls to you. On rainy nights especially, when the weather mirrors that first night, you find yourself drawn back. You stand in front of the maintenance barriers, looking down the side corridor to where the payphone waits. The plaque's date hasn't changed. Berlin, 9 November 1989. The instructions are still there, scratched into the metal. The rule is patient, waiting for someone to follow it again. Waiting for you to follow it again. Because you've started to wonder, if more calls mean fewer walls, what happens when you run out of borders to erase? The city has plenty of lines left. Property boundaries, legal restrictions, social divisions. But at some point, don't you need those borders? Don't they serve a purpose? What happens when you start unmaking the lines that keep you safe, sane, separate from chaos? You close your eyes and you're back there, feeling the crowd on both sides of the wall, the moment when people realized they could cross, the pure electricity of boundaries dissolving. It was terrifying and exhilarating and deeply, fundamentally human. The desire to tear down walls, to erase lines, to be free of divisions. But every wall that falls reveals what it was holding back. Every border erased connects things that were separate for a reason. You live now in a city that has learned too well how to let lines go. Your ex texts you daily, expecting responses, confused when you don't reply immediately. Your family member shows up at your door unannounced, claiming you'd agreed to visits you never agreed to. Neighbourhoods blend together, and the crime statistics shift accordingly. The transit system's unified fare means overcrowding on routes that used to be protected by zone pricing. Nothing is settled, everything is permeable, and you carry a choice that grows heavier each night. Leave the payphone hanging, let it be a relic of a single night when a wall opened and history turned. Let the borders you've already erased be enough, or pick it up again. Dial backward. Keep matching moments of falling walls to calls forward through time. Keep testing how much of you, how much of your world can survive once all the borders are gone. Tonight, standing in the forgotten platform with rain echoing down the subway entrance, you lift the handset one more time, just to hear the dial tone, just to remember how it felt. The tone is clear and steady, waiting. The clock on the platform reads 11:29 p.m. Your last coin sits in your pocket, somehow returned there, ready. The instructions haven't changed. Your number glows on your phone screen. And somewhere, in a Berlin that exists in 1989 and always, people are still climbing the wall, still breaking it apart piece by piece, still discovering what it means to erase a border that has divided the world. The clock ticks toward 11:30, and you have to decide. Do you believe in walls, or in the freedom that comes when they fall? Do you trust the lines that keep you safe, or the connection that comes when those lines disappear? You stand there for a long moment, the handset warming in your grip, your breath fogging in the cold tunnel air. The maintenance barriers behind you keep other passengers away, preserving this pocket of isolation. This forgotten corner of the city where time bends and rules written in scratched metal can unmake reality. Then you notice something you hadn't seen before. At the very bottom of the plaque, below the instructions, someone has carved a warning in letters so small you have to squint to read them. 5th call erases you. Your hand tightens on the handset. 5 calls. You've made 4. 1 more, and you won't just be erasing borders in your city. You'll erase yourself, or some essential part of yourself. The boundary between who you are and who you might become. The line that defines your identity, your memories, your continuous existence through time. You think about the people in Berlin that night, the ones whose faces you saw in the crowd. They didn't know what would happen when the wall fell. They didn't know if the guards would start shooting, if tanks would roll through the streets, if the whole thing would collapse into chaos or violence. They just knew that the wall had to come down, that the border had to be crossed, that the risk was worth whatever freedom waited on the other side. But they weren't erasing themselves. They were becoming more themselves, more free, more connected to the people they'd been separated from. Your situation is different. With each call, you're not becoming more. You're becoming less defined, less bordered, less you. You lower the handset slightly, but you don't hang up. The dial tone continues its patient hum. Your phone buzzes with another message from your ex, then another. They're getting worried now, wondering why you're not responding like you used to, like you apparently do in this altered timeline where the boundary you drew 2 years ago never existed. In their messages, you can see a version of yourself reflected back, someone who never had the strength to walk away, who never built that necessary wall, who remained entangled in a relationship that was slowly destroying them both. Is that better? Is that freer? Or is it just a different kind of prison, one without walls to mark where you end and someone else begins? You think about the transit system, the unified fares that seemed like such a democratic change. But you've noticed in the past few days that the trains are more crowded now, that people who could afford the premium zones are annoyed, that people who relied on the cheaper outer zones are getting pushed out by development that no longer respects those boundaries. Every change has consequences that ripple outward in ways you can't predict or control. The neighbourhood boundaries that disappeared. You walk through areas now that used to be clearly defined, and you see the confusion on long-time residents' faces as their communities blend and shift. The corner store that served one neighbourhood for 30 years doesn't know who its customers are anymore. The community centre that advocated for its district can't figure out where its district begins or ends. Identity requires boundaries. Belonging requires knowing who is in and who is out. But then you remember the fence around the park, the one that disappeared. That was a good change, wasn't it? Kids play there now who couldn't before. People cut through on their way to work instead of walking around. That border falling made things objectively better. Maybe it's not about whether borders are good or bad. Maybe it's about which ones need to fall and which ones need to stand. The clock reads 11:29 and 45 seconds. You have 15 seconds to decide. Hang up and walk away, accepting the changes you've already made and living with their consequences. Or dial backward one more time, make the 5th call, match it to another moment of the wall falling, and discover what it means to erase the final border, the one that separates you from dissolution. Your finger hovers over the keypad. You've already memorized the sequence. Last digit first, working backward. It would take you less than 10 seconds to dial. You'd have time. The handset feels heavier than it should. Or maybe you feel lighter, less substantial, like you're already starting to fade at the edges, your boundaries becoming permeable. In Berlin, in 1989, in the eternal moment that the payphone connects to, someone is raising a hammer. Someone is climbing the wall. Someone is making the choice to break through. Consequences be damned. That night was full of people who decided that freedom was worth the risk, that connection was worth the chaos, that some walls deserve to be torn down no matter what comes after. But they had the benefit of hindsight now. You know how that story ended. The wall fell, and yes, there was chaos and confusion and hardship in the years that followed. But there was also reunion. Family members who hadn't seen each other in decades embracing at the border. A divided city becoming whole. A separated people finding each other again. Your situation is different. You're not reuniting with anyone. You're just dissolving. Becoming borderless in a way that might mean becoming nothing at all. The clock hits 11:30. You don't dial. Instead, you hang up the handset with a decisive click that echoes through the empty platform. The dial tone cuts off. The payphone sits silent, waiting, patient. It will be here tomorrow night, and the night after, and every rainy night when you feel the pull of that Berlin crowd, that moment of possibility. But tonight, you choose to remain, to keep your borders, to accept that some walls are necessary, that some boundaries define rather than divide, that you need to know where you end and the world begins. You turn away from the payphone, from the scratched instructions and the warning you almost didn't see. Your footsteps echo as you walk back down the corridor toward the maintenance barriers. Behind you, the forgotten platform settles back into its patient waiting. A pocket of bent time that will be here for the next person who finds it, who needs to learn the same lesson about borders and what they cost. As you climb the stairs back to street level, back to your altered city with its fallen fences and erased zones and permeable neighbourhoods, you make a different kind of choice. You'll learn to live with the changes you've already made. You'll set new boundaries where the old ones fell. Not walls exactly, but lines drawn with intention, rather than inherited from a past you never questioned. You'll respond to your ex, but you'll tell them the truth, that something changed, that you need space, that whatever history they remember isn't the one you're choosing to continue. You'll talk to your family member, but you'll set terms, conditions, limits that define a relationship you can sustain. You'll use the unified transit system but advocate for the communities being disrupted by it. You'll walk through the park that has no fence but remember why some boundaries matter. The rain has stopped. The streets gleam with reflected light. Borders of wet and dry, shadow and illumination. Your city spreads out around you, subtly strange, forever altered by choices made in a forgotten subway platform on a night when you learned to say both open and stop. Somewhere in 1989 a wall continues falling. But here, now, you're learning which walls to let fall and which ones to build, which borders to erase and which ones to honour. It's a harder choice than simply dialing backward. It requires judgment and nuance and the willingness to live with ambiguity. But it lets you remain yourself, defined, bordered, human. You walk home through your changed city, and for the first time since that first night, you feel like maybe you can live here. Maybe you can learn to navigate a world where some walls have fallen and others still stand, where borders are negotiable rather than absolute, where the line between freedom and chaos requires constant attention to maintain. The payphone will still be there tomorrow, the temptation will return. But tonight, you've chosen to keep yourself intact, to preserve the boundary that matters most, the one that makes you you. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's the real lesson the wall was trying to teach. Not that all borders should fall, but that we have to choose, consciously and carefully, which ones define us and which ones confine us. The rain starts again, soft and cold, and you let it wash over you as you walk, a living border between the dry warmth of your apartment and the wet night of the city, choosing with every step where you end and the world begins. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain needles sideways across your face as you climb the last metal ladder to the old broadcasting tower roof. Your fingers ache where they grip the slick rungs, and the wind tries to peel you backward into the dark. Lightning flashes behind the skyscrapers, turning the glass faces of downtown into a grid of white fire for one heartbeat, before plunging everything back into shadow. The city hum below, traffic, voices, the subway's distant rumble, feels muffled by thunder and wind, like you're climbing out of the world itself. At the centre of the roof sits a rusted satellite dish, its surface pocked with years of weather, cables snaking from its base into a weather-beaten shack that looks like it should have been condemned decades ago. Through a grimy window streaked with rain, you see a dusty CRT monitor flickering with static and a frozen title card in that retro NASA font. July 20th, 1969, Apollo 11 Live. You shoulder the shack's door open against the wind. Inside, the air is thick with dust and ozone, that electric smell that comes before lightning strikes too close. A big analog clock with a sweeping second hand hangs crooked on the wall, its tick audible even over the storm, counting toward 10:56 p.m. The monitor sits on a metal console crowded with old equipment, tape reels, patch cables, switches with labels worn to nothing. Everything looks like it was abandoned in a hurry sometime in the 70s and left to gather ghosts. You wipe dust off the monitor controls with your sleeve, revealing a row of buttons and a dial. The tape, or maybe it's a digital loop, you can't tell which, rewinds with a mechanical whine when you turn the dial backward, the audio garbling as it scrolls through the familiar broadcast. Mission control voices, call signs, the steady professional calm of people doing the impossible. Your finger hovers over the play button as thunder rolls nearer, close enough that you feel it in your ribs. That's when you notice the notes scrawled on the console in faded red marker, the handwriting urgent and slanted. Sync. Eagle has landed, circumdan, flash, plus 10:56, cam 15. Do not blink. You read it 3 times, passing the instruction like a recipe. Outside, the lightning is getting rhythmic, building towards something. The clock's second hand sweeps past the 12, beginning another minute. The audio on the monitor hisses and pops with the build-up to lunar landing, voices overlapping, Houston calling out numbers and confirmations. You piece it together slowly, testing the logic in your head. Time the playback so the words "Tranquility Base here, the Eagle has landed" hit exactly when lightning flashes outside, and the clock's second hand crosses 10:56:15 p.m. Keep your eyes on the screen. Don't blink. Don't look away. It sounds insane. It sounds like the instructions to a magic spell someone made up while high. But your hands are already moving, rewinding the tape again, listening for the exact placement of Armstrong's voice, counting, backward from the landing confirmation to figure out when to start the playback. The storm cooperates, settling into a pattern, flashes every 20 to 30 seconds, close enough to time. You try once and miss. The line lands a second early, Armstrong's voice cutting through with, "The Eagle has landed just before the lightning paints the roof white." For a moment nothing happens, then static thickens on the screen, crawling across the image like insects. Your skin prickles, every hair standing up the way it does when you're too close to high voltage. But the world doesn't tip. The monitor's image bends slightly. Your reflection in the curved glass warps, doubles for a moment like you're seeing yourself and a twin standing in the same spot, then snaps back to normal. The clock hand passes 10:56 Euros 15 with a loud dissonant tick, like a gear slipping inside the mechanism. You rewind and exhale, your breath shaking. This time, you listen closer to the NASA loop, to the thunder's rhythm building outside, to the clock's heartbeat ticking away the seconds. You wait for the lightning to gather itself, counting in your head, feeling for the pattern. Second attempt. You start the playback a heartbeat later, fingers white on the button. The seconds count down, and your pulse syncs with the clock. Or maybe the clock syncs with your pulse, you can't tell which. The phrase approaches through layers of static and distance. Tranquility base here. And lightning blossoms white across the roof, so bright it turns the shack's interior into an X-ray. Every shadow burned away, and the second hand kisses 10:56:15. Exactly. Perfectly. And Armstrong's voice cuts through. The Eagle has landed. The screen explodes into deep, thick static that surges out of the glass. Not light, but something cold and grainy that has texture and weight. It pulls at you, pulls the room sideways like you're standing on a deck that's tilting. The thunder goes silent mid-boom, cut off so abruptly your ears ring with the absence. The hum of electronics morphs into a tight, high-pitched whine that drills into your temples. You feel the floor shift beneath your feet, wood and tar paper becoming metal, riveted and solid. The air turns dry and filtered, all the moisture sucked out in an instant, and gravity lightens. Not gone, but reduced, like you're wearing the weight of yourself differently. The static thins into dim, cramped interior light that flickers from instrument panels. You're standing in the Eagle, squeezed into the cramped cabin between panels and straps, and equipment you don't recognise but somehow know are critical. The space is impossibly small. You could touch both walls if you stretched your arms, and the ceiling is so low you instinctively hunch. Instrument panels glow with pale green numerals and blinking indicator lights, dozens of them, each telling a story you don't have the training to read. Paper checklists float slightly in the reduced gravity, tethered, with clips to keep them from drifting. The smell is distinct, metal and plastic and something chemical, air that's been recycled too many times mixed with the smell of men working hard in a confined space. Armstrong and Aldrin are there, not as images, not as recordings. There, real, three-dimensional, moving through their post-landing checklist with voices that carry the slight distortion of helmet speakers, even though their visors are up now. Armstrong's face is focused, controlled, that famous unreadable calm. Aldrin is animated by comparison, gesturing at instruments, consulting a checklist. Their voices overlap with mission control coming through on the radio, that slight delay that happens when signals travel from the moon to Earth and back. You try to move and discover you can. You take a step and Aldrin's shoulder passes through you, not like a ghost exactly, but like you're two layers of film projected over the same screen. Where he intersects your space, you feel a cold, fizzing sensation, like static on skin, and then he's past you, reaching for a switch, completely unaware. Through the small triangular window you see it. The lunar surface stretches out in shades of grey, powdery and alien, lit by harsh sunlight that throws shadows so black they look like holes in reality. The horizon is wrong, too close, curved in a way that Earth's never is. And beyond the grey there's the blackness, the real blackness of space that you've only seen in pictures, and it's so much darker than you imagined, so absolute that it seems to pull at your eyes. Earth hangs there, a tiny blue-white marble that you could cover with your thumb, swirled with clouds and impossibly bright and far away. Your chest tightens looking at it. Every person who ever lived except for these two men is on that marble. Over it all, faint and out of place, you hear another sound that doesn't belong to 1969. A distant, muffled clock ticking, like it's buried under layers of air and metal. The rooftop clock still beating in your ears even though you're 250,000 miles away and 56 years in the past. The sound anchors you, reminds you that you're still connected to that tower, that shack, that storm. You move carefully through the cabin, testing boundaries. When you try to touch a control panel, your fingers pass through it without resistance, but you feel a tingling, like touching a live wire. You can walk along the narrow gaps between equipment racks, around their shoulders, to the tiny window. Outside, you can see the ladder extending down from the hatch, and beyond it, the powdery regolith waiting for the first human footprint. The astronauts are discussing EVA prep now, running through procedures with Houston. Their movements are practiced, economical in the tight space. You realise you're anchored to the broadcast somehow, not just to this physical location. The audio you hear is both live, their actual voices centimetres from your ears, and a slightly delayed processed echo coming from Earth, the version being recorded and transmitted through that tower dish back in your time. The sounds layer over each other in a way that makes your head hurt if you focus on it too much. In a corner of the LM, mounted among other equipment, a small unit with a spinning reel flashes a tiny indicator light in a rhythm that almost, but not quite, matches the rooftop clock tick. You watch it for a while, trying to map the relationship. The lighthouse rhythm is close but drifting, like two metronomes that started together but are slowly moving out of sync. You understand with a cold certainty, your stay here is limited by how long the tower's equipment can keep the transmission tuned to this specific moment. The broadcast in your time is a loop, cycling through the same events, and you're riding that loop like a signal. If the broadcast in your time drifts, jams, or cuts, if the storm damages something, if the old equipment fails, you'll start to slide along the mission timeline, forward or backward or sideways into some other version, or off it entirely into whatever static lives between the moments. When you focus hard on the rooftop clock tick in your head, the LM lights dim slightly, as if you're leaning away from this moment, losing your grip on it. The sounds become more distant, the astronauts more translucent. When you focus instead on the astronauts' voices, on the immediate reality of the cabin, the rooftop tick recedes until it's barely audible under the hiss of the cabin air system. You practice this, learning to balance between the 2 points of attention, keeping yourself anchored in both times at once. Armstrong's at the window now, looking out at the surface. "Isn't that something?" he says quietly, almost to himself. Aldrin joins him, and they stand there for a moment in silence. Two men looking at a place no human has ever stood. You position yourself so you can see past them, see what they see. The alien landscape waiting, the experiment packages they'll deploy, the flag they'll plant. History coiled like a spring ready to release. Then a burst of radio noise cuts through, sharp and sudden, exactly like the interference you've heard in old recordings. Communications drop for a second. Armstrong and Aldrin exchange a glance, waiting for Houston to come back. But here, in this moment, you feel the interference differently. The cabin flickers. For just a heartbeat, you see an alternate panel layout. Switches in different positions, a mission patch that's the wrong colour, and then it snaps back to normal. Your stomach drops. You realise that tiny interference in the signal, storm surges back home. The age of the equipment, maybe even your own breathing too close to a microphone in the shack, can branch the signal. You're not accessing a single recorded moment, but something more complicated, more fragile. Every version of the broadcast that was ever recorded, every feed that went to every station, they're all layered here, and the interference lets you slip between them. The rooftop storm back home grows more violent. You feel it somehow, even though you can't see it. The tower swaying, rain hammering the dish, lightning striking closer. Occasionally the LM shudders with a ghost thunder that isn't lunar at all, that's coming from your time bleeding into this one. Each time it happens, you feel the moment loosen around you, like a photograph curling at the edges. The rooftop clock in your head skips, 10:56:16, then 10:56:18, then 10:56:21. Seconds vanishing, your return window shrinking with each glitch. You press yourself against the cabin wall, or where you think the wall is, and concentrate on staying present, on not sliding into one of the other versions. By focusing during a static burst, by letting your attention drift in a controlled way, you discover you can nudge which version of the broadcast you're tuned to. One shift brings different radio chatter, the same words but alternate phrasing, Armstrong's tone slightly different, more excited or more controlled depending on which branch you follow. Another shift shows a fleeting overlay of foreign captions, German or Russian, coverage that never appeared in your timeline's version but must have existed somewhere, somewhen. Through the window, for just a breath during one of these shifts, you see a different footprint pattern outside, or maybe a future footprint, you can't tell. Boot treads in the dust arranged in a way that doesn't match the photographs you've memorised, as if someone else stepped down first in another branch of the night. The danger and the allure hit you at the same time. You could stay here, riding the signal, visiting multiple variants of the landing. You could watch history unfold a dozen different ways, see all the tiny branches where someone said something slightly different or stepped with their left foot instead of their right. But the rooftop clock doesn't branch with you. That tick is singular, absolute, coming from one specific clock in one specific tower. The heartbeat grows fainter with every drift, harder to hear under the LM systems and the astronauts' breathing. Returning will require locking onto the exact original line you came in on, and the more you drift, the harder it will be to find that line again among all the others. Armstrong begins suiting up for EVA. The cabin becomes very quiet except for the rustle of fabric, the click of helmet seals, the soft confirmations between the two men and Houston. You know what's coming. You've seen the footage 100 times, read the transcripts, watched documentaries that analysed every second. But being here, watching them prepare with the slow care of men who know they're about to step into the unknown, it's different. Their hands shake slightly. They're afraid and doing it anyway. The rooftop storm back home approaches another lightning peak. You feel it building, that same gathering charge that happened before you crossed over. In your ears, the distant thunder and the LM system's hum begin to beat together, frequencies aligning. The clock tick gets louder, more insistent. You realise this alignment, the first step, thunder, clock, is your best chance, maybe your only chance. When Armstrong steps onto the surface and says the line the whole world knows, the broadcast power will spike. Every station on Earth will be transmitting the same moment, and the signal will be at its strongest, clearest, most unified. If you don't use that resonance to anchor a path back, the tower's aging equipment might fail under the storm, or the loop might degrade, leaving you somewhere in a fading replay that gets more corrupted with each cycle, until it's nothing but static and fragments. You watch Armstrong manoeuvre toward the hatch. The movements are slow, careful, practiced 1,000 times in training, but never in this exact configuration, this exact gravity. Aldrin helps him, checking seals, confirming readings. The hatch opens with a mechanical sound that you feel in your chest. Lunar vacuum beyond. Not empty space, but the faintest trace of gas, enough to carry sound if you could hear it. The return rule assembles itself in your mind like muscle memory for something you've never done. When Armstrong says the famous line and sets his boot on the moon, the cheering and noise on Earth will spike. Every radio, every television, millions of people holding their breath and then releasing it all at once. That wave of attention, of collective human focus, will pulse through the broadcast. At that exact instant, you need to step into the static, the grain you saw in the window, the space between clear signal and noise, and treat it like the mirror of the rooftop monitor. While holding both clocks in your mind, the one ticking here in the LM telemetry, and the one on the shack wall frozen at 10:56:15, the moment you crossed over. Outbound was matching the landing line to lightning and clock from your world. Return is matching the first step to the memory of that same lightning and second hand from inside this world. A circuit, closed at both ends. Armstrong descends the ladder. You move to the window, pressing close to the glass, or where the glass would be if you had substance here. Your awareness starts to split. Part of you is watching from the LM floor, part through the grainy window, part back in the tower shack, hand still on the play button. The boundaries between these positions blur. You can feel the roof gravel under your feet and the LM's metal floor at the same time. You can smell both ozone and recycled air. His boot hovers above the surface. The whole world holds its breath. Your world, this world, all the worlds. You feel the thunder in your chest, building, The rooftop clock breaks 10:56 does 15 again, even though that second already passed in your time, the loop cycling back to the moment of crossing. Time isn't linear here, it's layered, folded, all the moments existing at once in the space between transmission and reception. That's one small step for man, Armstrong says, and the audio quality does that strange thing where you can't quite tell if he said a man or just man, the static eating the article, or maybe he never said it. One giant leap for mankind. The boot presses into lunar dust. The grain of the transmission explodes into static in the window, a bloom of white and grey that fills your vision. You step forward into it with your eyes open, refusing to blink, holding both clocks in your mind. The one on the LM panel counting mission elapsed time, and the one in your memory, frozen at the moment of crossing. You force them to beat in unison, to sync the way you synced the landing phrase with the lightning. The grey dust becomes roof gravel under your feet, sharp-edged and real. The hiss becomes rain, individual drops hitting metal and tar paper. The LM's cramped walls expand into the shack's flaking boards, mould-spotted and water-damaged. You're standing in front of the CRT monitor, the same moment you just lived now playing out on the screen. Armstrong's boot touching down, the flag of dust, the grainy black and white footage that the whole world watched. But now it's distant, contained, a recording of something that happened a lifetime ago. Your lungs burn like you've just run a race. You're gasping, doubled over, hands on your knees. The storm still rages outside, but it feels wrong. The rhythm's slightly off from what you remember. The thunder comes a beat too late. The lightning flashes in a different pattern. When you catch your breath enough to stand, you look at the analog clock. It still hangs crooked on the wall, still ticks toward midnight. But now there's a tiny NASA worm logo stamped under the numbers, red and white, that retro 70s design. You stare at it. You're absolutely certain it wasn't there before. The clock was generic, industrial, anonymous. Now it's branded, official, like it came from a government surplus auction. On the screen, the broadcast continues. Armstrong and Aldrin move across the surface, deploying experiments, collecting samples. It looks right. It looks exactly like the footage you've seen 100 times, except the mission patch in the corner graphic is subtly different. The eagle's wings are swept at a slightly different angle. A small broadcaster logo appears in the lower right from the start, not added later in post-production. And when the famous quote replays, the closed caption reads, "One small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." With the article, definitive. Like it was always clearly said that way, and only conspiracy theorists and audio engineers ever suggested otherwise. You fumble for your phone with shaking hands. The battery is almost dead, drained by something, though you had a full charge when you climbed the tower. The search results for Apollo 11 load slowly, over the weak signal. The first image is the mission patch, and it matches the one you just saw on the screen. Eagle wings swept at that slightly different angle. The quote in the top result includes the article without any annotation about controversy or static. The documentaries you find all confidently state that Armstrong said, "a man," and always did. The world insists it's always been this way. Every page, every video, every poster and textbook and memorial. The version you remember, the ambiguous audio, the missing article, the decades of debate, exists only in your head now. You've brought back a different moon landing, one where the transmission was slightly clearer, where history recorded itself with just a bit more certainty. You sit on the shack's floor, back against the wall, and stare at the monitor. The broadcast plays on, the loop cycling through the same 6 hours of coverage. The storm gradually weakens outside, thunder retreating into the distance. By the time dawn starts to grey the eastern sky, you're still sitting there, watching two men walk on a moon that might not be quite the same moon you learned about as a child. Nights afterward, when thunderstorms roll through the city, you feel an itch to climb back up the tower. The building management has posted new signs: danger, structural instability, and roof access prohibited. But the padlock on the access door is still broken. You could go up, you could try again, watch the landing from a different angle, tune into another variant, bring back a version where the flag doesn't blow in the non-existent wind, or where Aldrin steps out first, or where they speak different words that still somehow become immortal. You replay the landing footage at home, downloaded from YouTube, ripped from streaming services, pulled from a documentary torrent. Each time you watch, you feel a phantom sway, like the LM's gentle rocking under lunar gravity. Your inner ear insists you're moving even though you're still. Sometimes you close your eyes and you're back in that cramped cabin, watching history assemble itself from checklists and courage. The weirdest part is the moon itself. When it hangs low over the city, full and bright, you look at it, and something is wrong. The Maria, the dark patches that make the man in the moon face, are positioned slightly off from where you remember. The Sea of Tranquility is in the right general area, but its shape doesn't quite match your mental map. You've looked at the moon your whole life, learned the features, memorized the landing sites. Now your eyes slide off it like water off glass. Your attention can't decide which map is correct, the one in your memory or the one in the sky. You know the rule still works. The tower is still there, the dish still points at nothing, the shack still smells like ozone and age. The equipment still functions, held together by momentum and rust, and whatever strange physics lets a broadcast tower reach through time. Sync the landing words to lightning and the second hand, step through the static, and you can stand inside the moment where humanity first touched another world. But you also know the cost now. Each crossing leaves another fingerprint on your reality. Small logo, different phrase, altered textbook. You're eroding your own timeline, sanding it down like weathered rock, replacing the history you knew with versions that are almost but not quite the same. Do it enough times, and you might find yourself in a world where no one remembers the version of the moon you were born under. You'd be the only person walking around with memories that don't match any documentary, any photograph, any official record. You'd be a ghost from a timeline that no longer exists, living in a world that was never quite yours to begin with. Some nights you stand at your apartment window, looking up at the moon, wrong moon, right moon, you can't tell anymore, and you think about Armstrong and Aldrin up there, frozen forever in that moment of arrival, still working through checklists, still preparing for that first step, still standing at the threshold between what was and what would be. You could visit them again, watch them from different angles, from different broadcasts, through the eyes of different cameras that saw the same moment from slightly different perspectives. The rule is simple. The execution is just a matter of timing and attention, and willing yourself to believe that static can be a door. Lightning flashes over your city most summer nights. The clock still ticks toward 10:56 and 15 every night, crossing that threshold twice, once in the evening, once in the morning. The tower waits, patient as history, holding the signal in its rusting arms. You haven't gone back yet, haven't climbed the ladder in 3 weeks. But the itch is there, constant, like tinnitus or phantom limb pain. The knowledge that you could step sideways out of this moment and into that one, could watch the impossible become real over and over again in infinite variation. All you have to do is match the rhythm, landing to lightning to clock, and refuse to blink. The moon rises over the city tonight, and it's still wrong, still slightly off in ways you can't quite articulate. The Maria catch the light differently. The terminator between light and dark falls in an unfamiliar pattern. You look away before the wrongness makes you dizzy. Tomorrow maybe. Tomorrow if it storms, if the lightning builds to that same crackling peak, if the wind is right and the tower calls. Tomorrow you might climb back up, sync the broadcast one more time, step through the static into that cramped metal cabin where two men in bulky suits are forever preparing to make the first footprint in alien dust. You might bring back a version where things are clearer, where history recorded itself with more certainty, where the transmission came through perfect and unambiguous. Or you might bring back something stranger, this landing where everything went wrong but somehow worked anyway, where they spoke different words or planted a different flag or saw something in the black sky that made them pause. Each version would be real, each would become the official history, the one everyone learns in school, the one that exists in textbooks and museums and collective memory. And only you would carry the ghost of all the other versions, all the other first steps, all the other moonscapes that might have been. The storm builds outside your window, lightning flickers between buildings, illuminating the city in freeze frames. You check the clock, almost 10:56, almost time. The tower waits, the moon hangs wrong in the sky, and somewhere in the static between transmission and reception, between the moment that was and the moment that could be, Armstrong and Aldrin are still there, forever preparing to step into history, while you decide whether to watch them do it again for the first time. The thunder rolls closer and you're already reaching for your jacket before you consciously decide to go. Your hands know what they're doing even as your mind tries to talk you out of it. It's dangerous. It's eroding your reality. Each crossing peels away another layer of the world you knew, replacing it with something that's almost right, but fundamentally alien in ways you can't explain to anyone else. How do you tell someone that the moon is wrong? How do you explain that history happened differently than it does now? But your feet are already moving, carrying you down the apartment stairs, out into the wet streets. The rain hasn't started yet, but you can smell it coming. That electric ozone smell that's become synonymous in your mind with crossing over. The city feels empty at this hour, just past 10:30 on a Tuesday night. The bars are still open, but the streets are quiet, everyone driven inside by the approaching storm. You move through puddles of streetlight and shadow, heading toward the old industrial district where the tower rises like a skeletal finger pointing at nothing. The building is more derelict than you remember. Has it only been 3 weeks? The plywood over the ground floor windows has new graffiti, territorial tags and crude declarations. The chain link fence has been cut wider, the gap now big enough to walk through without turning sideways. You slip inside and stand in the lobby, letting your eyes adjust. The mailboxes on the wall are empty, their little doors hanging open like mouths. Something scurries in the walls, rats probably, or maybe just the building settling into its own decay. The stairwell smells like urine and mould. You take the stairs 2 at a time, your footsteps echoing in the concrete shaft. Your heart is already racing and you haven't even reached the ladder yet. Part of you wonders if this is addiction, this need to go back. Not to the moon itself, but to that moment of transition, that sensation of the world tilting and reality becoming negotiable. The static that pulls you through feels like the most honest thing you've ever experienced. Pure signal, pure information, unfiltered by interpretation or memory, or the slow degradation of recorded media. The roof access ladder is slicker than last time, rain from earlier storms having left a film of algae on the metal rungs. You climb carefully, testing each grip before committing your weight. The city spreads below you, a circuit board of lights and motion. From up here you can see the highway cutting through downtown, headlights flowing in rivers of white and red. You can see the old stadium, dark and empty, waiting for demolition. You can see all the way to the hills on the eastern edge, where the expensive houses perch like spectators watching the city eat itself. The tower roof is how you left it, the satellite dish still pointed at the same empty coordinates, the shack door still hanging slightly open. But something feels different. The air is heavier, more charged. The lightning is building faster than it did before, flashes coming every 10 seconds now, illuminating the underside of the cloud layer in shades of purple and white. You check your phone. 10:51. 5 minutes until the moment. Plenty of time to set up, to find the rhythm, to sync yourself with the broadcast. Inside the shack, the CRT monitor is already on. You're certain you turned it off last time, but the screen glows with that blue-grey light of an active display waiting for input. The frozen title card is there. July 20th, 1969. Apollo 11 Live. But now there's something else. A second line of text below it, added in a different font, slightly pixelated like it was inserted digitally after the fact. Transmission 7 of Your Skin Goes Cold. 7. You've only crossed over once, unless the count isn't personal, unless it's tracking every crossing that's ever happened, every person who's ever figured out the rule and climbed this tower and synced themselves to the landing. How many others have there been? How many versions of reality are walking around the city right now, each one carrying a slightly different moon, a slightly different history? The clock on the wall still has that NASA logo you don't remember. The second hand sweeps past the 12 and begins its climb toward 10:56:15. You have maybe 4 minutes. Your hands move automatically, rewinding the tape, finding the right position in the broadcast. The audio spools backward, Armstrong's voice in reverse, mission control's confirmations inverted into nonsense syllables. You've done this before. You know the timing now, can feel it in your bones, but something stops you. Your finger hovers over the play button and you look at the note scrawled on the console. Sync. Eagle has landed. Dustin's flash. Plus. 10:56:15. Do not blink. And you notice something new. Below it, in different handwriting, someone has added, Return is not guaranteed. Each crossing costs. Count the cost. Who wrote that? When? You. Were just here 3 weeks ago and it wasn't there then. Or was it? Your memory feels slippery, unreliable. Maybe it was always there and you just didn't notice, too focused on the mechanics of crossing to pay attention to warnings. Or maybe someone else has been here since your last visit. Maybe you're not alone in this. Maybe there's a whole community of timeline refugees, people who've crossed over so many times they don't even remember which version of reality they started in. The lightning flashes outside and you count. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi before the thunder arrives. It's getting closer. You check the monitor, check the clock, check the sky through the grimy window. Everything is aligning. The conditions are perfect. Better than perfect. The storm is more organised than last time, the lightning more regular. It's like the universe is conspiring to make this crossing as easy as possible. But that thought makes you pause. Why would it be easy? Why would the universe want you to do this? Unless it's not the universe but something else. Some mechanism you don't understand. Some system that benefits from people sliding between timelines and bringing back slightly altered versions of history. What if you're not discovering a phenomenon but participating in one? What if every crossing, every alteration serves some purpose you can't see? The clock hits 10:54. 2 minutes. You have to decide now. Go through with it or walk away. Stay in this version of reality with its wrong moon and its slightly off mission patch, or cross over again and bring back another variation. Stack another layer of altered history onto your increasingly unstable relationship with consensus reality. Your hands are shaking as you position your finger over the play button. The storm is directly overhead now, the thunder and lightning almost simultaneous. The whole tower sways slightly in the wind, metal creaking, cables singing. Through the window you can see the satellite dish trembling, rain starting to needle across its rusted surface. The city below looks unreal from up here, too distant to be the same place where you live and work and pretend to be normal. You think about Armstrong and Aldrin in that cramped cabin, going through their checklists with steady voices even though they knew they might die up there. They might run out of oxygen. The ascent engine might fail. A micrometeorite might puncture the hull. They might be stranded 250,000 miles from home with no way back and nothing to do but wait for the air to run out while the whole world watched. But they went anyway. They committed to the crossing. 10:55. 1 minute. You start the playback, listening to the familiar cadence of mission control voices, the overlapping radio chatter, the building tension toward landing. Your eyes track between the monitor, the clock, and the window where lightning illuminates the storm clouds from within. You can feel your heartbeat in your throat, in your fingertips, syncing with the clock's second hand as it sweeps upward. The phrase approaches. You don't blink, you barely breathe. Tranquility base here. Lightning flashes white across the entire sky, so bright it hurts, and the second hand touches 10:56:15, and Armstrong's voice cuts through perfectly. The eagle has landed. But this time something is different. The static that blooms from the screen doesn't just pull, it tears. Reality rips like fabric, the edges jagged and wrong. You feel yourself being yanked forward not smoothly but in juddering frames, like a film with half the frames missing. The thunder doesn't cut off but fragments into overlapping echoes, each one from a slightly different storm. The floor becomes metal but also stays wood, both surfaces existing simultaneously under your feet, until the contradiction resolves with a sensation like vertigo. You're in the LM but it's wrong. The cabin is the same but different. Armstrong and Aldrin are there but their suits are a different shade of white, slightly more ivory than you remember. The instrument panels have additional switches, or maybe fewer. You can't tell because every time you try to focus on a specific control it shifts, flickers, stabilizes into a slightly different configuration. Through the window the lunar surface looks right, but Earth is in the wrong position, too high in the frame, or maybe the window itself is mounted at a different angle. Your head pounds with the contradictions. This isn't like last time. Last time the crossing was clean, the moment stable. This time it feels like you've arrived at a junction of multiple timelines, several versions of the landing occupying the same space. Armstrong's voice overlaps with another Armstrong's voice. Same words but slightly different intonation. Aldrin moves past you but you see 3 versions of him simultaneously, displaced from each other by inches, like a photograph of someone moving with a slow shutter speed. The rooftop clock in your head is ticking, but it's irregular now, skipping and jumping. 10:56, 15, 10:56, 17, 10:56, 14, 10:56, 22. The rhythm is chaotic. You try to focus, to anchor yourself to one version of the moment, but every time you think you've stabilized, another surge of interference splinters the reality again. Through the window, you see the lunar surface and notice something that makes your stomach drop. There are footprints already, multiple sets, crisscrossing in patterns that don't match any mission you know. Some are boot prints like Armstrong's, but others are different, too large or too small, or with tread patterns that look wrong. And beyond those, further out near a crater's rim, you see something that can't be there. A second LM, this one painted with markings you don't recognise, sitting at an angle like it made a hard landing. This isn't just alternate history, this is convergence. Multiple timelines bleeding together, occupying the same moment. You've crossed over into a junction point where several versions of the landing are happening simultaneously, and your presence, your observation, is collapsing them into an increasingly unstable hybrid. Armstrong is at the hatch now, preparing to descend, but his movements are glitching. He reaches for a handle and his hand is there, then 6 inches to the left, then there again, like a video buffering. His voice comes through the radio in fragments, going to step. Now. One small. The famous phrase is breaking apart, arriving out of sequence. You realise with growing horror that you can't stay here. This moment is too unstable, too corrupted by interference. If you wait for the first step to make your return jump, you might end up anywhere, or nowhere, lost in the static between versions, a consciousness without a timeline to anchor to. But if you leave now, before the crossing completes, what comes back with you? What version of history do you drag into your reality when the moment itself can't decide what it is? The tower back home, you can feel it through the chaos, that distant anchor point, is struggling. The storm is worse than you anticipated. You sense rather than see the lightning striking close to the dish, electricity arcing through old cables, the monitor in the shack flickering. Your connection is degrading. The rooftop clock skips wildly now. 10:56:45, 10:56:02, 10:57:33, 10:56:15 again. You have seconds to decide. Stay and risk becoming unmoored from any timeline, or jump now through degraded conditions and bring back God's know what version of history. Armstrong's boot touches the ladder, or maybe it doesn't. The moment keeps resetting, looping, fragmenting. Through the window you see Earth flicker between positions, between sizes, between slightly different cloud patterns. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rainwater snakes down tiled walls and drips from the ceiling as you stand on a nearly empty underground platform. The LED clock over the track stutters between 2:24 and 2:25, flickering like a tired eye. Fluorescence hums and buzzes overhead, casting sickly light across the wet concrete. You've been waiting 40 minutes for a train that should have come 35 minutes ago, watching each passing minute dissolve into the next, with the slow drip of water from cracked tile. A late train rattles through without stopping, wind pushing damp air into your face. The gust carries the smell of oil and ozone, and in that brief moment of chaos, papers swirling, your jacket whipping against your body, you spot something you've never noticed before. A narrow stairwell tucked behind a support column at the far end of the platform. Bare concrete steps descending into darkness. No sign, no warning tape, no authorised personnel only placard. Just a faint green glow at the bottom, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Your phone has no service. It hasn't for the last 10 minutes, the signal bars vanishing one by one, as if something below is drinking them. The rain sounds filter down the stairwell, mixing with a low mechanical hum from below. You glance at the stuttering clock, 2:24, 2:25, 2:24, and something about that broken rhythm pulls you forward. Your footsteps echo as you cross the platform, each one louder than it should be in the empty station. The stairwell is older than the platform above. The concrete is poured differently, rougher, with a kind of texture that suggests hands mixed the aggregate decades before modern codes existed. The green glow grows brighter as you descend, resolving into emergency lighting that looks both ancient and somehow wrong. The bulbs encased in fixtures you don't recognise. 15 steps down, The mechanical hum becomes clearer. Not the hum of modern machinery, but something deeper, more resonant, like the sound a massive engine makes when it's coasting rather than working. The hidden platform is smaller, older. Brick arches curve overhead, their mortar crumbling in places to reveal older brick beneath, and older brick beneath that, layers of city stacked like sediment. A single track runs through the centre, and on it waits one train. Not a modern subway car with its smooth panels and automated announcements, but something in between. Old bones dressed in newer skin. The cars are rounded like vintage rolling stock, but wrapped in dark metal that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. The doors are closed, the windows are dark. Above the train, a destination board flickers, but it doesn't show a time. No 2:47 arrival or 3:15 departure. Only 4 words in dim orange letters. Departure, year 3025. You stare at those words long enough that they begin to feel like a trick of tired eyes, but they don't change, they don't flicker into sense. Year 3025, as if a subway could travel through time instead of tunnels, as if destination meant something other than distance and direction. A ticket machine stands alone against the brick wall, its design straddling eras like the train. An old mechanical body with a digital screen grafted onto its face. A single ticket protrudes from the slot, already printed, the paper slightly curled at the edges as if it's been waiting for you. Your full name is etched onto it, perfectly spelled. Not the shortened version you use at coffee shops or the nickname your friends default to, but your complete legal name, every middle initial, every syllable that appeared on your birth certificate. Below that, platform B- and valid at 2:25 only. And below that, in smaller print that you have to squint to read, departure synchronized to origin convergence. The ticket is warm in your hand. Not hot, but body warm, as if someone just held it. You turn it over and find more text on the back. Rule. When clocks strike 2:25, yes, read your full name as printed. No earlier, no later, one breath. Through the train's dark windows you can see the platform clocks. 3 of them mounted at intervals along the brick wall. All of them are struggling with 2:25, the digits flickering between 2:24, 59 and 2:25, and sometimes stuttering backward to 2:24:58, like they can't quite decide which moment they're in. Like 2:25 is a minute that doesn't want to exist. A metallic voice whispers from a speaker hidden somewhere in the arches, distorted by static and distance but clear enough to understand. Rule when the clocks strike 2:25. Cass, read your full name from the ticket. No earlier, no later, one breath. The voice doesn't repeat. The platform falls back into silence, broken only by the hum and the distant sound of rain filtering down from somewhere above, or maybe below. The acoustics down here make direction meaningless. You watch the clocks through the window, testing yourself against their rhythm. Your heart begins to sink to the ticks, counting the seconds that loop and stutter. 2, 24, 57, 58, 59, back to 57, forward to 59. Holding on, 59 for 3 seconds, then 00, then back to 58. The pattern isn't quite random. It's searching. The clocks are feeling their way towards something, and you realise with a chill that runs down your spine that they're waiting for you to be ready. You step closer to the nearest carriage. The doors remain closed, but through the dark glass you can see the interior, dimly lit by the same green emergency lighting. Empty seats upholstered in material that might be leather or might be something else. Straps hanging from overhead rails swaying slightly, even though there's no breeze. The train feels like it's breathing, like it's alive in the way that old ships are alive, aware of their passengers through the creak of their boards and the shift of their weight on water. You test the door. It doesn't budge. The ticket grows warmer in your hand. The clocks flicker faster now. 2:24, 57, 58, 59, 00, 59, 00, 59, 0, settling into a pattern, building towards something. Your breath catches in your throat as you realise this is it. The moment is compressing, reality narrowing toward a single second where the impossible becomes possible, where a train can leave for a destination 1,000 years away. You inhale. The clocks hit 2:25 across all three displays simultaneously. They're flickering, suddenly synchronized, suddenly certain. And in that moment of certainty, you speak your full name exactly as printed on the ticket, every syllable clear, the entire thing contained in a single breath that tastes like ozone and rain. Every carriage light snaps off at once. The darkness is absolute, the kind of black that only exists underground where no light has ever reached naturally. You feel the train shift beneath you. No, you feel yourself shift relative to the train, as if gravity just changed its mind about which way is down. The brakes sigh like something exhaling, a long mechanical breath that sounds almost relieved. Rails hum underfoot, not with electricity, but with something else, some other energy cooling from 1,000 journeys, or building toward one more. In the darkness, you hear a distant thunder of rain and a new hum, lower, heavier, felt in your chest rather than heard with your ears. The sound of deep time moving, the sound of years being crossed like subway stops. When the door seals unlatch with a soft hiss and the lights slowly return, the signage has changed. The orange letters now read Arrival, Year 3025. The platform beyond the glass is cracked, overgrown with something that might be moss but glows faintly blue. The brick arches are still there, but they're stitched with glowing conduits and pulsing filaments, old infrastructure kept alive by technology that didn't exist in your century. The doors open, you step out into year 3025. The hidden platform is now a ruin wrapped in tech. The brick and rusted steel you saw a moment ago, or 1,000 years ago, are still present, but they're networked now, connected by cables and light pipes that pulse with data or power or something in between. Catwalks hang overhead like spider webs made of cable, and you can see small devices scuttling along them, maintaining connections that keep this place functioning. The ceiling still leaks, but the water is caught mid-drip in thin blue stasis fields that hum softly. A city that patched gravity before it fixed the roof. On the far wall, a giant display shows a schematic of a single, looping subway line. Every branch is greyed out, every connection severed, except for one bright ring labelled in a language you don't know. The characters shift and flow like they're not quite settled into their shapes yet, still deciding what they mean. A tiny icon of your train pulses on the loop, moving slowly around the circuit. Alone. The last train on the last line beneath a city that no longer remembers your century. A maintenance drone trundles past. On 4 spindly legs, its body a collection of mismatched parts held together by purpose rather than design. It pauses near you, flickering a light pattern that feels almost like a question. Blue, green, blue, pause, blue, green, before deciding you're not its concern and continuing on its rounds. The sound of its legs on the platform is oddly comforting, a reminder that this place, however strange, still follows rules, still has routines. You walk along the platform, your footsteps echoing differently than they should. The acoustics have changed, or maybe your ears have changed. Maybe crossing 1,000 years does something to the way you hear the world. The air tastes different too, cleaner somehow, but with an underlying metallic tang like you're breathing inside a machine. Near what might have been a station attendant's booth in your time, you find a glass kiosk sealed by age and neglect. Its interior is filled with yellowed paper, rusted punch tools, and a holographic projector half buried in dust. When your ticket slips from your pocket onto the counter, and you're not entirely sure it's slipped, or if your fingers simply let it go, the projector flickers alive. A hollow, glitching clerk avatar materializes above the dust. It's humanoid in the way that mannequins are humanoid. All the right parts in roughly the right places, but nothing that suggests actual humanity. Its voice comes from everywhere and nowhere, reconstructed from fragments of recorded announcements. Outbound passage, read your full registered name at the instant your origin clocks converge on the departure minute. Inbound passage, return to your origin platform and read your name as registered in memory, not in ink, at the instant both centuries strike the same second. The avatar's face glitches, pixels scattering and reforming. It continues. Warning. Each crossing decays your alignment with your native timestamp. Memory will choose a century before the clocks do. Then it freezes, caught mid-gesture, and slowly fades. But those words hang in the air like smoke. like a smell you can't quite place. Memory will choose a century before the clocks do. You realise the rule isn't just about the ticket, it's about how tightly you remember who you are and when you belong. The ticket was just a tool to focus that memory, to anchor you to a specific moment. But memory is mutable. Memory shifts. And if your memory starts to believe you belong here, in 3025, then the clocks will agree. You pocket the ticket carefully and return to the platform. The train waits with doors open, patient as stone. You step aboard. The interior is exactly as you glimpsed it before. Green emergency lighting, empty seats, swaying straps. But now you can see the details. The seats are upholstered in something that looks like leather, but shifts slightly under your gaze, as if it's watching you back. The advertisements above the windows are in that same flowing script you saw on the station. Schematic, but some of them flicker into languages you recognise for brief moments. English, others you don't know, and then back to the dominant script, settling like sediment. You sit. The seat moulds to you, adjusting in small ways that are too subtle to be comfortable and too noticeable to ignore. The train lurches into motion without announcement, without the usual surge of acceleration. It simply begins to move, as if it was always moving and only now decided to let you notice. The first station arrives quickly. The doors whisper open onto a platform-turned hydroponic farm, where bioluminescent vines climb old posters advertising movies you've never heard of and events that happened centuries ago or haven't happened yet. You can't tell which. The vines pulse with soft light, blue, green, purple, and you realise they're growing in patterns, deliberate arrangements that might be art or might be data storage or might be both. A single figure tends them in the distance, too far away to call out to, wearing something that might be a hazard suit or might be their skin. The doors close before you can decide whether to get off. The train moves on. The next station is a plaza station, its platform expanded into a vast space filled with holographic pedestrians, replaying a crowd that no longer exists. They walk their paths endlessly, checking phones that aren't there, greeting friends who are somewhere else in the loop, waiting for trains that will never come. The detail is perfect. You can see their clothes, their hairstyles, the brands on their shopping bags. They're from a dozen different eras, all mixed together in this frozen moment of movement. The greatest hits of human transit, preserved like insects in amber. A maintenance hub comes next, where the only staff are disembodied voices announcing delays on lines that were shut down centuries ago. The Blue Line is experiencing service interruptions due to temporal anomalies originating in the 2000s. Please avoid unauthorised temporal boarding procedures. The voice is calm, professional, reading from a script that assumes everyone knows what temporal boarding procedures are and why they need authorisation. Everywhere, the announcements reference earlier eras like myths or system bugs. You catch fragments as the train moves through. Legacy infrastructure from the 2100s being integrated with modern systems. If you encounter passengers from discontinued timelines, please report to station management. Due to ongoing repairs to causal flow, some destinations may arrive before you depart. You catch your reflection in a cracked security panel. You look the same. Same face, same clothes, still damp from the rain you left behind 1,000 years ago. But the timestamp in the corner of the panel reads 3025 02 25 02.25. The system has tagged you, logged you, decided when you are even if you're not sure yourself. The train completes its loop and returns to the hidden platform. You step off, needing to feel solid ground, needing to think. Your phone is in your hand before you realise you've reached for it. The screen shows 2:25 a.m, but the date is a mess of digits, cycling between your year and 3025 faster than you can read. Apps crash when they try to fetch current data. The weather app opens and closes and opens again, stuck in a loop of trying to tell you if it's raining in a century that doesn't have your city anymore, or has a different version of it, or has something else entirely where your city used to be. You try to call someone, anyone, but the phone doesn't even attempt to connect. It just displays no temporal anchor where the signal bars should be. A station AI, its interface projected onto a wall of ancient tile, notices your confusion. Welcome, registered commuter. How may I assist with your journey? Its voice is warmer than the Clark avatar, almost human, but with an edge that suggests it's performing humanity rather than experiencing it. I need to get back, you say. Back to my time, my year. Understood. You wish to return to home station. The interface ripples, displaying route options, but every route starts with home station unknown. The AI continues, unbothered by this impossibility. Please note that temporal routes require synchronized departure windows. The next available window occurs at the dual 225, approximately 47 minutes from current local time. Dual 225? The moment when both your origin timeline and this timeline experience 225 simultaneously, a convergence point. All temporal commuters are advised to board 10 minutes prior to ensure proper positioning. The interface flickers. Your temporal alignment is currently at 73%. Please remain aware of your origin identity to maintain viable return authorization. You look down at your ticket. The text blurs every time you look away and back, the letters of your name swimming briefly, rearranging into unfamiliar spellings. The first letter of your first name shifts to something that looks almost but not quite right. A character from that flowing script that resembles the letter you know, but carries a weight that feels wrong in your mouth when you try to pronounce it. What happens if my alignment drops too low? Insufficient alignment results in classification as a native temporal resident. You would be welcomed as a permanent member of the 3025 community. The AI's tone suggests this is a positive outcome. Many temporal tourists choose to stay. The integration process is smooth and well supported. That's not what I want. Preference noted. To maintain alignment, regularly recall details specific to your origin timeline. Personal memories, sensory experiences, identity markers. The return rule requires you to speak your name from memory, not from documentation. Practice recommended. You close your eyes and speak your name aloud, the full version, exactly as you remember your parents saying it when they were proud of you or angry with you or just needed you to pay attention. Each syllable is a stone you can stand on, a marker that says, this is who I was, this is who I am. When you open your eyes, the ticket text is clearer. Not perfect, but clearer. The rain you hear is no longer just the storm from home. It's a layered sound now, past storm, future storm, and something like static between them, blending into a single ceiling of noise that seems to come from the walls themselves. The city above is crying, or the city below is weeping, or the space between centuries is leaking, and the sound of it fills every hollow space until you can't tell if the rain is outside or inside or just in your head. You board the train again, needing to move, needing to understand the loop before you try to break it. The doors close behind you with a sigh that sounds almost disappointed. The train begins its circuit. This time you pay closer attention to the pattern. The loop takes exactly 40 minutes to complete. Each station is marked with a timestamp, not a clock time, but a date, a year, and you realise the stations are arranged chronologically. The hydroponic platform is from 2847. The plaza station with its holographic crowd is 2653. The maintenance hub is 3112. The loop doesn't follow spatial geography. It follows temporal geography, stops in time rather than space, and you're riding a train that treats centuries like crosstown distances. Station displays begin flashing sync window approaching, in those flowing symbols you inexplicably understand now. Not because you've learned the language, but because the longer you're here, the more this place settles into your perception as normal, as known as home. You feel your thoughts racing as if your brain is trying to keep pace with the clocks, trying to exist in two moments simultaneously. A recorded announcement plays through the carriage, the voice calm and mechanical. Passengers intending to return to their original chronological reference must be at hidden platform when the dual 225 strikes. Names must be clear and unfractured. Temporal Services reminds you that identity coherence is a passenger's responsibility. Safe travels through the years. You worry that your name, the anchor, is already starting to fracture. When you try to recall your address, you see two versions. The apartment you left from, and another place, cleaner, higher up, with windows that show a sky you don't recognise. When you try to remember your job, your mind offers you options like a multiple-choice question where all the answers feel equally true and false. The train completes another loop. 20 minutes until the dual 225, the hidden platform comes into view, and you force yourself to get off, to stand still, to remember. The platform has changed since you arrived, or you're noticing things you missed before, more conduits now, more warning signs in languages that shift between familiar and alien. The display with the loop. Schematic shows your train icon pulsing, and now it has a number beside it, 73%. Your alignment percentage displayed for anyone to see. Or maybe just for you to see. Maybe the display is personal, a mirror for your memory. You pull out your ticket. Your name is there, but the letters are fighting themselves, trying to become something else. You close your eyes and remember. Remember being 5 years old and learning to spell your name for the first time, each letter a victory. Remember your first day of school, your name on the attendance sheet. Remember job applications and wedding invitations and that one barista who always spelled it wrong, and you never corrected them because you were too polite or too tired. Remember every time someone said your name with love or anger or simple recognition. Remember who you are. The ticket stabilizes, the letters settle, you breathe. The clock over the track splits into 2 timers, one counting down to 225 in your origin year, one counting down to 225 in 3025. They move at different speeds, seconds lasting different lengths, as if time itself is elastic, and each century measures it differently. But they're converging, the 2 countdowns spiralling toward each other like water down a drain. 10 minutes, 5 minutes. The platform begins to glitch, showing 2 versions of itself overlapping, the future version with its conduits and warnings, and an older version, your version, with its cracked tiles and stuttering clocks. You can see graffiti from your time superimposed over future maintenance codes. Someone's phone number scrawled across a warning about causal flow disruption. A moment where past and future are trying to occupy the same space. 3 minutes. The train doors open even though the train hasn't moved. You step into the doorway, 1 foot in the carriage, 1 foot on the platform existing in the space between. Through the windows you can see both platforms now, flickering back and forth like a film reel missing frames. Your origin station with its damp concrete and tired commuters. The future station with its drone and bioluminescent vines creeping down from somewhere above. 1 minute. The timers accelerate, seconds tumbling over each other in their rush toward convergence. You close your eyes. The ticket is in your pocket, but you're not reading from it. You're reading from memory, from the deep storage of self where your name has been written, since before you learned language, since before you understood that names were how people kept track of each other across time. 30 seconds, 20, 10. The sounds layer, past rain and future rain, and the hum of the train, and the sigh of brakes and voices from both centuries calling out their destinations. 5, 4, 3. The clocks strike their moment, both timers hitting 225 simultaneously, and in that instant you speak your full name exactly as you remember it, every syllable steady, every letter chosen from the version of you that existed before tonight, before this impossible journey, before you knew that time could be crossed like city blocks. Your voice echoes twice. One echo is deeper, metallic, the sound processed by a century of technology. One echo is muffled by rain, organic, human, small. The train brakes sigh. All lights die again, past and future plunging into darkness simultaneously, and you fall through the gap between them. When the glow returns, you're back on the damp, half-deserted origin platform. The hidden stairway is behind you, its green glow already fading. The future train is gone. The old clock struggles but holds steady at 2:26 a.m, no longer stuttering, no longer stuck. The rain sounds like normal rain now, just water falling from the sky in the middle of the night. Nothing more meaningful than weather. Your hands are shaking. Your phone is in your hand and you check it without thinking. A reflex, a way to anchor yourself to the familiar. The year is correct. You made it back. You're home. The date is today's date. The time is 2:26 a.m. and every app opens normally, pulling data from servers that exist in your century, showing you a world you recognize. Relief floods through you, warm and dizzying. You did it. You followed the rule, you kept your name clear, you made it back across 1,000 years to the moment you left. The hidden stairway will probably vanish now, seal itself up, become just another urban legend about the subway system, about weird things that happen late at night when you're tired and alone and the trains aren't running on schedule. But then you notice, your phone's clock says 2:26 a.m. You check again, still 2:26 a.m. You wait, watching the seconds tick past 20, 30, 40 and check again. 2:26 a.m. The time isn't moving. Or it's moving but jumping back, caught in its own loop, unable to progress past this moment. You lock the phone and unlock it, and the time flickers. 2:26, 2:25, 2:26, 2:25, settling back on 2:25 with the stubborn insistence of a needle finding true north. The subway app on your phone is updated while you weren't looking. When you open it, there's a new line on the map. A circular route with no label, no stations marked. Just a loop that sits in the corner of the screen like a watermark. You try to tap it, but nothing happens. You close the app and open it again, and sometimes the loop is there and sometimes it's gone, as if it exists only when you're not looking directly at it. A new service announcement plays through the platform speakers, crackling with distance. Legacy infrastructure modernization will affect the circular route on an ongoing basis. Passengers may experience temporal overlap during transition periods. Thank you for your patience as we integrate earlier era systems. You look around the platform. The other passengers, the few who are here this late, don't react to the announcement. They're looking at their phones or sleeping against poles or staring into space with the 1,000-yard stare of people who ride the subway too late at night and have seen too many strange things to be surprised by one more. None of them seem to have heard it. Or maybe they heard it, but dismissed it as background noise, the kind of meaningless transit announcement that you learn to filter out after years of commuting. But you heard it, you understood it, and when you close your eyes, you can still hear the hum of that deeper engine, the sound of the last train moving beneath a dying city, running its eternal loop through stations that map time instead of space. Over the next few days, you try to return to normal. You go to work, you meet friends, you do laundry and buy groceries and do all the things that make up a life in your century. But 2:25 keeps finding you, not just at night, though that's when it's worst, but throughout the day. 2:25 p.m. arrives and your devices all pause for just a moment, syncing to something unseen. And whenever it's 2:25 in the afternoon or in the deepest part of night, you feel a gentle sway under your feet, as if standing on a moving carriage. The floor of your apartment shifts imperceptibly. The ground beneath the sidewalk hums with rail song. The world rocks like you're still riding that impossible loop. Rain on the street sounds like it's coming from underground now. You'll be walking home and hear it, not from the sky where weather happens, but from beneath the pavement, as if the storm is happening in the tunnels, as if the city below is crying its own tears independent of the city above. Sometimes, in the reflection on a subway window, any line, any time of day, you catch a faint outline of yourself in different clothes, cleaner clothes, simpler, the kind of minimal, functional garments that suggest a future where fashion has given way to pure utility. And behind that reflection self, you can see a cracked, overgrown platform labelled with symbols you're starting to recognise. Not your platform, not your century, but close, always close, bleeding through the glass like a double exposure photograph. You keep the ticket in your wallet, tucked behind your driver's licence where you'll see it every day. Its printing is half faded now, the text ghosting away except for your name, which stays sharp whenever you choose to read it slowly, whenever you need to anchor yourself to who you were before you knew about the last subway. The ticket is a reminder, a talisman, a warning and a promise both. At night, when you doze off to the sound of rain and distant trains, you dream of loops, endless circles through time, stations that are museums and farms and plazas where crowds that no longer exist walk their eternal routes. You dream of the maintenance drone with its questioning lights, of the AI that wanted to help you find home station, of the Clark avatar frozen mid-gesture in a kiosk full of dust. You dream of the rule and the return rule and the warning that memory chooses, before clocks do, and you know the return rule still works. You tested it, you proved it, which means the opposite is also true. The outbound rule still works too. The hidden stairwell may appear on any platform where the clocks misbehave around 2:25. Any platform, any night, anywhere the infrastructure is old enough or strange enough or broken enough to let the centuries overlap. The last subway in year 3025 is still running somewhere below your city, waiting. The loop continues. The train makes its circuit through temporal stations, carrying passengers who may or may not know they're travelling through time instead of space. And every time the clocks converge on 2:25, a door opens, a choice presents itself. Stay in the century that raised you, with all its familiar comforts and known problems, or step through into a future that's already trying to claim your name. You check your phone. It's 2:25 a.m. You've been lying awake for hours, listening to rain that isn't quite rain, feeling the sway of rails that aren't quite there. Your apartment feels like a carriage sometimes, suspended between stations, and you can't tell if you're moving forward through your life or just circling the same loop over and over, counting the same stops in the same order, watching the same holographic crowds walk their eternal paths. Your name feels clear tonight, solid. You remember it exactly, but you also remember that other version of yourself you glimpsed in the window reflection, wearing different clothes, standing on a different platform, and you wonder, not for the first time and probably not for the last, how long you can keep both memories separate. How long before the version of you that belongs to 3025 starts to feel more real than the version that belongs to now. How long before memory chooses, just like the Avatar warned. The rain intensifies. Or maybe it was always this heavy and you're only now noticing. Somewhere below, impossibly deep, you hear the sigh of brakes in the dark. A train pulling into a station that exists in the cracks between centuries. Your ticket is warm in your wallet, the clocks are stuttering, and you know that if you wanted to, if you needed to, you could find that hidden stairwell again. You could descend into green light and mechanical hum. You could speak your name at the exact right moment and ride the last subway through the long years ahead, through the slow death of cities and the patient work of maintaining the final loop. The choice is yours. It's always been yours. But memory is tricky, and names are more fragile than they seem. And every moment you spend listening to that impossible train is a moment you're learning to hear the future as clearly as the past. The last subway is still running. The loop is still turning. And somewhere between 225 and 226, between now and then, between who you were and who you're becoming, a door remains open. You close your eyes. The sway continues. The rain falls up and down and sideways all at once. And you know that when you finally fall asleep, you'll dream of brick arches wrapped in glowing conduits, of water caught mid-drip in blue stasis fields, of a train that treats time like just another kind of distance to be crossed. You'll dream of coming home, and you won't be entirely sure which platform you mean. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The red time ball sits at mast peak, slick with drizzle that beads and runs down the copper roof below. Telegraph clicks filter through the window where you stand with a brass sextant raised, squinting through Thames haze at a sun reduced to a pale coin. The assistant calls 1 minute and you test your grip on the instrument, feeling the cold brass warm slightly under your palm. The placard by the yard gate reads, "Ball drops precisely at 1 p.m. Meantime," and you have memorized today's solar altitude from the nautical almanac, the number burned into your mind like a prayer. The rule came to you in fragments over weeks of research in maritime archives, pieced together from margin notes in a curator's ledger. Set the chronometer to the second at the drop, hold the sun to the correct altitude using the sextant, and as the ball passes half-mast, breathe once and do not blink. Because at that instant the mast becomes a hinge between noons, opening onto any year that shared this particular sky. You zero the chronometer against the yard regulator, its brass case cool and heavy in your left hand while your right keeps the sextant trained on the horizon mirage where Thames water meets fog. The equation of time adjustment is already calculated, the index error of the sextant corrected to the arc second. The yard quiets as the moment approaches, even the river traffic seems to hush, and then the ball twitches at the top of its mast. You align the sun's lower limb precisely on the artificial horizon, breathing slowly, and the ball begins its descent. At half-mast your breath catches involuntarily, and the air around you shears like silk being torn, a sensation of fabric ripping that you feel in your teeth. Sound thins to a whisper, the modern traffic noise bleeds away, and when you blink the yard is still there but older, subtly different in ways that accumulate as you look around. The same buildings frame the yard, but the uniforms are wrong, the trees are fewer and younger, the paint on the office doors is a different shade of institutional green. A captain in a navy coat checks his pocket watch and nods with satisfaction at the falling ball, speaking to a midshipman about the accuracy of the signal. Your phone vibrates in your pocket, and you pull it out fast, shielding it from view, and see that it now insists on displaying GMT with no option to change time zones, the menu simply gone from the settings as if it never existed. You pocket it quickly, pulse hammering, and the captain glances your way, but you've already turned to examine the chronometer, playing the role of an assistant checking instruments. The curator's ledger had mentioned calibration days scattered through the 19th century, when the ball was hoisted manually for testing, perfect anchor points for return attempts, and you had memorised a dozen dates. But the stakes crystallised only after that first crossing, when you returned to the present and found your kitchen lights dimming at exactly 1 o'clock every afternoon as if honouring some invisible drop, your laptop's clock stubbornly refusing to acknowledge daylight savings, and the bus schedule at the corner showing arrival times that had shifted by minutes toward GMT rounding. Each crossing pulls your present toward Greenwich time like iron filings drag toward a magnet, devices and infrastructure, and even your own circadian rhythm bending toward the prime meridian, and you begin to wonder how many jumps you can make before your entire life runs only on universal time, detached from the local rhythms of London's offset from the line. You test the range by repeating the procedure across different weather conditions, learning to read the sky like a manuscript. The sextant fixed at a particular altitude and the breath held at precisely half-mast will take you to any year when the sun matched that angle, through similar atmospheric conditions. The 1840s taste of coal smoke and navy wool, cannon fire thumping upriver from the tower, the telegraph not yet installed so the 1 o'clock signal goes out by semaphore, the 1920s crackle with wireless chatter, voices through static discussing shipping lanes and Greenwich pips transmitted by radio for the first time. There is a fog year you cannot quite pin down when the yard is all lamps and coughing, and the ball drops through such thick air it seems to fall in slow motion, and returning from that crossing you find your wristwatch in the present can no longer be set to any time except GMT, the crown simply spinning uselessly when you try to adjust it backward or forward. Weather becomes your first complication as autumn settles over the river and drizzle thickens to proper rain. The sun's edge blurs through water vapour, making it harder to hold the precise altitude needed for a clean crossing, and twice you mistime the breath and end up in the wrong decade. Once in the 1950s during a yard renovation when half the instruments are packed in crates. Once in the 1870s during a labour dispute when the ball drops 10 seconds late and you arrive disoriented into an argument about wages. Authority is the second problem when a custodian in a stiff uniform that makes him look like a beefeater begins questioning your repeated presence in the yard, asking to see credentials you do not have, and you bluff with talk of a calibration errand from the Royal Observatory, using technical language about index errors and chronometer rates, until his eyes glaze and he waves you through. The mechanics of the apparatus itself begin to fail, as the ball's hoist ratchet shows its age across your repeated visits to the same November afternoon, the pal slipping on the drum so that one crossing misfires entirely and you slam back into the present without having moved, your head ringing and your vision doubled for an hour afterward. The personal costs accumulate like compound interest. After the second jump, your wristwatch will not leave GMT no matter how you adjust it. After the fourth, your kitchen lights dim at 1 o'clock daily as if the drop casts a shadow forward through time. After the seventh crossing, you wake hungry at 1300 hours sharp, every day regardless of when you last ate, your body convinced that 1 o'clock is the axis around which the day rotates. Your friends begin to complain that their devices are acting strangely when you visit, oven clocks shifting to British time, car dashboards displaying UTC instead of local hours, and you stop accepting invitations because you cannot explain what's happening without sounding unhinged. You decide to test whether altering a time signal might ripple forward and choose a specific noon from the archives. A notorious fog day in 1888 when multiple ships collided in the Thames because the time ball dropped late, the assistant having been drunk and the prism fogged, the signal going out nearly 2 minutes behind true Greenwich time. You align the sun precisely despite the thick air, the sextant heavy in your cramped fingers, and at half-mast you slip through into that chaotic noon with its smell of panic and wet rope. The assistant is indeed drunk, slumped against the wall, and the prism is badly fogged so the ball will drop late if no one intervenes. You help clean the prism with your sleeve and tighten the hoist mechanism, working quickly while the few people in the yard assume you belong there, and when the ball drops it is only half a second off instead of 2 minutes. You feel a deep satisfaction as you execute the return procedure at twilight, winding the chronometer forward and hauling the ball up by hand until your shoulders burn, then releasing it and stepping through the cable's clink back into the present. But the present has shifted. Public transit boards throughout the city now show arrival times nudged toward GMT minutes, rounding in ways they did not before. Your calendar app refuses to display time zones at all, showing only UTC with a locked icon when you try to change it. The kitchen lights that are dimmed now go fully dark at 1 o'clock, a blackout that lasts exactly 3 seconds like a daily eclipse. Your sleep schedule drifts further until you can only fall asleep with Greenwich pips playing from your phone, the 6 electronic tones that mark the hour on BBC Radio, and you wake at dawn thinking in nautical twilight calculations instead of alarm clock times. Escalation comes when you return to an 1890 crossing and find the telegraph line down, a pole toppled in a storm, and the yard in chaos because without the telegraph tick from the observatory, the 1 o'clock signal cannot be properly synchronised. The ball will not drop, ships will not get the time, navigators will be lost. You find yourself splicing the wire with a pocket multi-tool you carried through, your fingers numb with cold as you twist copper strands together and tape them with friction tape from the telegraph office. The tick resumes, the signal goes. Out, the ball drops clean, and as it passes half-mast you feel a tug in your ribs like a fish hook setting deep, as if noon itself has claimed you and will not let go. Returning to the present, you find that analogue clocks in your neighbourhood have begun to chime at 1 instead of their designated hours, church bells and school bells and the clock tower at City Hall all sounding together in the early afternoon, regardless of what time zone they are supposed to observe. The return procedure becomes a ritual you perfect through repetition. Wait for nautical twilight when the sun is 6 degrees below the horizon, wind the chronometer forward to match your present's full offset from the crossing point, hoist the ball by hand to mast peak using the manual wheel, your muscles screaming with effort, then release the catch and let it fall clean while you stand at the base of the mast. With the final cable clink you step through, the air shearing again but in reverse, and you arrive at your own twilight with the yard snapping into contemporary configuration around you. But each return costs more. After the 10th crossing, all clocks around, you display UTC with no local option visible, the setting simply gone. After the 15th, your circadian rhythm is fully locked to Greenwich, your body temperature peaking at noon, prime meridian time, your hunger arriving with the 1 o'clock bells that now sound from sources that should not be able to chime. You plan one final crossing to decouple, to break the pull before it becomes permanent. You choose a pristine clear sky noon from the deepest tables of the nautical almanac, a day that still matches today's solar altitude with mathematical perfection, no fog or clouds to complicate the alignment. You spend a week preparing, polishing the hoist drum in the present until it gleams, oiling the pawl with watchmaker's lubricant, truing the chronometer against radio pips you can faintly hear across time when you stand in just the right spot in the yard. On the chosen day you arrive early, the drizzle gone for once, the sun sharp-edged and clear. You raise the sextant and the brass is warm in your hand from being carried close to your body. The ball twitches at mast peak, red against pale sky, and begins its fall. At half-mast you breathe once, do not blink, and the hinge opens like a blade folding, and you are through into that perfect noon, the air crystalline, the yard silent except for the tick of the telegraph and the lap of water against stone. You do nothing there, change nothing, simply stand and breathe and let the moment exist in its precision. At twilight you execute the return by the book, every step measured, winding the chronometer with steady clicks, hauling the ball up hand over hand until the rope burns through your gloves, releasing it with a clean snap. The yard transforms and you are back in the present, stumbling slightly as contemporary traffic noise crashes over you like a wave. Some things relent. Your phone shows time zone options again. The menu restored as if it had never vanished. The train boards regain local minutes, no longer rounding everything to GMT. Your wristwatch will accept adjustment, the crown turning smoothly to set whatever time you choose, but not everything returns. The City Hall tower clock has quietly adopted a Greenwich strike, its bells marking hours in UTC that no one else seems to notice or question. Your stomach still schedules itself by 1 o'clock bells, hunger arriving punctually in the early afternoon regardless of your meal times. The kitchen lights still dim for 3 seconds at the drop moment, a daily eclipse you have learned to anticipate. You mark your windowsill with a thin brass line aligned to the prime meridian using a compass and calculation, a private meridian inscribed where only you will see it. At local noon you catch yourself glancing toward 1 o'clock, your internal clock still half synchronized to Greenwich, your body living in 2 time zones at once. The sextant stays wrapped in flannel in a drawer, the chronometer wound but stored in its velvet cradle, and on fog days when the light goes soft and diffuse you feel the hinge breathe, a looseness in the air at the yard that calls to you. You can cross again, you know the procedure by heart now, precision and breath, and the discipline of not blinking, but every perfect drop binds you tighter to the line that once ruled the world, the arbitrary mark that became absolute, the convention that bent ships and schedules and lives to its measure. You stand at your window with tea going cold in your hand and watch the afternoon light, living on the prime meridian whether you cross again or not, time itself rewired around you like telegraph lines, humming with a signal only you can fully hear. The weeks after your final crossing settle into a rhythm that feels both familiar and alien, days measured by the gap between what your body knows and what the world expects. You take a job cataloguing maritime instruments at a museum near the Docklands, partly because the work appeals to you and partly because the commute forces you past the yard twice daily, a pilgrimage you cannot quite abandon. The other cataloguers notice your precision with chronometers, the way you can diagnose a regulation problem by the sound of the escapement alone, how you instinctively convert between mean time and apparent solar time without needing tables. They assume you're simply devoted to the work, obsessive in the way specialists can be, and you let them believe it because the truth would require explanations you cannot give. Your flat becomes a study in temporal schizophrenia. The microwave clock blinks UTC in steady green digits, while the stove beside it insists on local time, and you have stopped trying to synchronize them because they will only drift apart again within hours. The living room clock, an antique schoolhouse piece you bought at a market, chimes at 1 o'clock. Regardless of where its hands point, the mechanism corrupted by proximity to you in ways you do not fully understand. You have learned to read time in layers, checking multiple devices to triangulate the actual hour, your perception fractured between the present moment and the ghost of Greenwich that follows you like a shadow longitude. Sleep comes in strange tides now. You fall asleep easily at night but wake at dawn with the specific quality of light that corresponds to nautical twilight at the prime meridian, your body convinced that this is the hour for return procedures even when you have no intention of crossing. Some mornings you rise and go through the motions anyway, winding the pocket watch you keep by the bed, calculating offsets in your head, your hands moving through the choreography of a ritual you have not performed in weeks. It soothes something in you, this phantom rehearsal, as if your nervous system needs to remember the pattern to feel whole. The museum holds a reception for a new exhibit on Victorian navigation, and you attend because your supervisor insists, nursing warm wine and drifting between display cases filled with instruments you recognise not from catalogue descriptions, but from having seen them in use, the brass still bright with recent polishing in the noons you visited. A professor from the Royal Observatory gives a talk about the history of time signals, and you stand at the back half listening until she mentions an anomaly in the 1888 records where a particularly bad fog day shows a time ball drop that should have been catastrophically late, but was recorded as only marginally off. She calls it a clerical error, a mistake in the log, and you grip your wine glass hard enough that the stem creaks. You corrected that drop, spliced that timeline, and the ripple is visible in archival records a century and a half later. The professor moves on to other topics, but you remain fixed on that single data point. Proof that your interventions have weight, that changing a signal in the past does not simply evaporate but persists, embedded in the world like a scar in wood. After the reception you walk to the yard even though it is late and the gates are locked. You stand outside the fence, hands in your pockets, watching the mast silhouetted against sodium lights and low clouds. The red ball is lowered for the night, resting in its cradle, dormant. A security guard walks past on his rounds and asks if you're lost, and you say you're waiting for someone, the easiest lie, and he nods and continues on. You're waiting, you realise, but not for a person. You're waiting for the feeling of the hinge to assert itself, for the air to shear, for some sign that the crossing is still possible even though you have vowed to stop. Nothing happens. The yard remains stubbornly contemporary, locked in the present, and eventually you turn away and catch the last train home, the carriage empty except for you and a drunk sleeping across 3 seats. The months stretch and compress in uneven measures. Spring comes early, daffodils in the park blooming weeks ahead of schedule, and you wonder if this too is an effect of your crossings, seasons slipping their moorings the way clocks have. But you have no way to prove causation, and the thought exhausts you. Your supervisor at the museum assigns you to restore a marine chronometer from the 1850s, its mechanism seized with old oil and corrosion, and you disassemble it with jeweler's tools over the course of weeks, each component cleaned and examined and sketched in a notebook you keep for the purpose. The balance wheel is cracked, and you fabricate a replacement, teaching yourself the mathematics of isochronous oscillation, the way period must remain constant regardless of amplitude. It is meditative work, hours passing in silence, except for the tick of your own breathing and the soft click of tools on brass. And when you finally reassemble the chronometer and set it running, its beat is so steady you can feel it in your chest like a second heartbeat synchronizing with your own. You test it against the radio pips one afternoon, the BBC's 6 tones marking the hour, and the chronometer is within a quarter second of true Greenwich time despite having been silent for a century and a half. Your supervisor is impressed, talks about your natural aptitude for precision work, suggests you consider training in conservation at a higher level. You nod and thank her, but you know the aptitude is not natural. It is learned through necessity, through hours spent in the yard with a sextant and a countdown, your body calibrated to the exact rhythm of mean solar time the way a compass is calibrated to magnetic north. The chronometer sits on your workbench ticking, and you leave it running after everyone else goes home, the sound filling the empty room like a whispered conversation between past and present. A letter arrives one morning, forwarded from an old address, postmarked from Greenwich itself. Inside is a single page of heavy stationery with the Royal Observatory letterhead, a note from an archivist you have never met. She has found your name in margin notes of the curator's ledger, the same ledger where you discovered the crossing rule. Your handwriting somehow presented entries from the 1890s describing adjustments to the time ball mechanism. She asks if you are a descendant of the original writer, interested in family history, and would you like to visit the archives to see the documents in person. You read the letter 3 times, hands shaking, because you never wrote in the ledger during your crossings. You were always careful to remain unobtrusive, invisible, a ghost in the mechanism. But the handwriting is unmistakably yours, the phrasing you would use, descriptions of problems you solved. The timeline has folded, your future actions recorded as past events, and the loop is tighter than you realized. You do not respond to the letter. Instead you take it to the yard one afternoon when rain keeps the tourists away and the gate is unattended. You stand at the base of the mast where the hinge always felt strongest, and you burn the letter with a lighter, holding it until the flame nearly reaches your fingers before dropping it to the wet pavement where it curls and blackens and disintegrates. The archivist's question dies with the paper, but the ledger entries remain, written in your hand decades before you were born, a closed loop of causation you cannot untangle. You feel the hook in your ribs again, that tug of noon claiming you, and you realise you're not just living on the prime meridian anymore, you are becoming part of its mechanism, a component in the system that measures and transmits time. That night you dream of the yard in a year you've never visited, sometime in the late 19th century during winter, snow on the roofs and ice in the river. You're hauling the ball up for a return procedure, but the rope is frozen stiff and the drum will not turn smoothly. The sun is already below the horizon, twilight fading fast, and if you do not release the ball in the next 30 seconds, you will be trapped in that noon forever, unable to return. Your hands slip on the icy rope, the ball rises by painful inches, and just as the last light drains from the sky, you reach the top and release the catch. The ball falls, the cable clinks, and you wake in your own bed gasping as if you have been holding your breath underwater. The clock on your nightstand reads 1 in the afternoon, though outside the window it is clearly 3 in the morning, and you realise you have lost time. Hours gone missing the way they do when the hinge breathes too close. You start keeping a journal, not of your days, but of discrepancies, moments when time behaves strangely in your proximity. The coffee shop where you stop most mornings serves you a drink that is somehow still hot from an order you placed the previous day, the barista confused about whether you already paid. A meeting at the museum that you remember attending is rescheduled, and your supervisor insists it never happened yet, though you have notes from the discussion in your notebook. The train you take home arrives at the station before it departs from the previous stop according to the digital boards, and other passengers notice, filming it on their phones, a minor glitch that makes local news before being dismissed as a software error. You are leaking, you realise, your temporal distortion no longer contained to clocks and schedules but affecting events, causation itself becoming unreliable in your vicinity. The curator's ledger haunts you, and you return to the museum's archives late one night, using your staff key, pulling the fragile volume from its climate-controlled case. The margin notes are there in your handwriting, describing repairs and adjustments you will make, have made, are making in some conjugation of tense that English cannot properly express. One entry describes a crossing to January 1895 to replace a worn cable before it snaps during a critical drop, preventing a disaster that will otherwise kill the assistant on duty. The entry is dated 6 months from now in your personal timeline, but the event it describes is already past in history, already happened, and you understand with cold certainty that you're going to make that crossing, have no choice but to make it, because the timeline has already recorded your presence there. You're trapped not by the mechanism but by your own future actions, a loop of obligations stretching forward and backward from the moment you first learned the rule. You close the ledger carefully, reshelve it in its case, and lock the archive room behind you. Walking home through empty streets, you try to imagine a life where you never found the margin notes, never learned the procedure, never raised the sextant at that first half-mast drop. But the counterfactual will not hold because the ledger entries prove you were always going to cross, always going to bind yourself to Greenwich. The timeline requiring your participation, the way a lock requires a key. Free will becomes a question without meaning when past and future are a single surface folded over itself. Your choice is already made from a perspective you have not yet reached. The winter solstice arrives, and with it the longest night. Darkness stretching from afternoon through morning in a grip that feels appropriate to your situation. You take the sextant from its drawer for the first time in months, unwrap it from the flannel, and the brass is cold enough to burn your palm. At noon you stand at your window with the instrument raised, sighting the low winter sun through glass streaked with condensation, and you hold the altitude steady just to remember the sensation, the weight of precision in your hands. The sun crosses the meridian, local noon sliding past 1 o'clock Greenwich as it always does, and for a moment the light in your flat shifts, brightens, the hinge breathing audible as a high ringing in your ears. You do not blink, barely breathe, the moment extending like molten glass, and then it passes and the light returns to normal, and you lower the sextant with hands that shake from more than cold. You can still cross. The hinge remains open to you, the mechanism accepting your calibration, and the knowledge sits in your chest like ballast. In 6 months you will return to the yard, will make the January 1895 crossing to prevent the cable disaster, because the ledger says you did and history requires your presence. But until then you have time, days that are your own even if their ultimate direction is already plotted. You wrap the sextant again, place it back in the drawer and make tea that you drink while watching the winter light fade, living on the prime meridian but not consumed by it, bound but not broken, your life a collaboration between choice and necessity that you are learning to navigate one careful noon at a time. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.